Part 13. Mary Young, alias Jenny Diver, executed for a street robbery. The name of this woman will long be celebrated in the annals of crime as being that of a person who was the most ingenious of her class. Mary Young was the daughter of poor parents in the north of Ireland, and at the age of 10 years entered the service of a gentlewoman, by whose directions she was instructed in reading, writing, and needlework, in the latter of which she attained a proficiency unusual in girls of her age. Soon after she arrived at her 15th year, a young man who lived in the vicinity made strong pretensions of love to her, and having formed a desire to visit London, she determined to quit her benefactress and make the passion of her lover, for whom she cared little, subservient to her purpose. She therefore promised to marry him on condition of his taking her to London, and he joyfully accepted her proposal and immediately took a passage to Liverpool. In order, however, to enable him to undertake the journey, he robbed his master of a gold watch and 80 guineas, and then he joined his intended wife on board the ship. Arrived at Liverpool, they determined to remain a short time to get over the effects of the voyage, and they lived together as man and wife. But when they were on the point of starting to London by the waggon, the bridegroom was seized by a messenger dispatched in search of him from Ireland, and conveyed before the mayor, whither his companion accompanied him. He there confessed the crime of which he had been guilty, but did not implicate Young, and she in consequence was permitted to take her departure for London, having 10 guineas in her pocket, which she had recently received from her paramour. In a short time the latter was sent to Ireland, where he was tried and condemned to suffer death, but his sentence was eventually changed to that of transportation. Upon her arrival in London, our heroine contracted an acquaintance with one of her countrywomen, named Anne Murphy, by whom she was invited to partake of a lodging in Long Acre. She endeavoured for a while to obtain a livelihood by her needle, but not being able to procure sufficient employment, her situation became truly deplorable. Murphy then intimated to her that she could introduce her to a mode of life that would prove exceedingly lucrative, adding that the most profound secrecy was required; and the other, expressing an anxious desire to learn the means of extracting herself from the difficulties under which she laboured, made a solemn declaration that she would never divulge what Murphy should communicate. In the evening Murphy introduced her to a number of men and women, assembled in a kind of club near St. Giles's, who gain their living by cutting off women's pockets and stealing watches, &c. from men in the avenues of the theatres, and at other places of public resort; and, on the recommendation of Murphy, they admitted Mary a member of the society. After her installation they dispersed, in order to pursue their illegal occupation, and the booty obtained that night consisted of £80 in cash and a valuable gold watch. As Mary was not yet acquainted with the art of thieving, she was not admitted to an equal share of the night's produce, but it was agreed that she should have 2 guineas. She now regularly applied 2 hours every day in qualifying herself for an expert thief, by attending to the instructions of experienced practitioners, and in a short time she was distinguished as the most ingenious and successful adventurer of the whole gang. A young fellow of genteel appearance, who was a member of the club, was singled out by her as the partner of her bed, and they cohabited for a considerable time as husband and wife. In a few months our heroine became so expert in her profession as to acquire great consequence among her associates, who distinguished her by the appellation of Jenny Diver, on account of her remarkable dexterity, and as that is the name by which she is more generally recognised in the anecdotes of her life which follow, we shall so designate her. Accompanied by one of her female accomplices, Jenny joined the crowd at the entrance of a place of worship in the Old Jewry, where a popular divine was to preach, and observing a young gentleman with a diamond ring on his finger, she held out her hand, which he kindly received in order to assist her. At this juncture she contrived to get possession of the ring without the knowledge of the owner, after which she slipped behind her companion, and heard the gentleman say that, as there was no probability of gaining admittance, he would return. Upon his leaving the meeting he missed his ring, and mentioned his loss to the persons who were near him, adding that he suspected it to be stolen by a woman whom he had endeavoured to assist in the crowd, but as the thief was unknown she escaped. This proof of her dexterity was considered so remarkable that her associates determined to allow her an equal share of all their booties, even though she could not be present when they were obtained. In a short time after this exploit she procured a pair of false hands and arms to be made, and concealing her real ones under her clothes, she put something beneath her stays so as to make herself appear as if in a state of pregnancy, and repaired on a Sunday evening to the place of worship above mentioned in a sedan chair, one of the gang going before to procure a seat for her among the genteeler part of the congregation, and another attending in the character of a footman. Jenny being seated between two elderly ladies, each of whom had a gold watch by her side, she conducted herself with great seeming devotion, but the service being nearly concluded, she seized the opportunity, when the ladies were standing up, of stealing their watches, which she delivered to an accomplice in an adjoining pew. The devotions being ended, the congregation were preparing to depart, when the ladies discovered their loss, and a violent clamour ensued. One of the parties exclaimed that her watch must have been taken either by the devil or the pregnant woman, on which the other said she could vindicate the pregnant lady, whose hands she was sure had not been removed from her lap during the whole time of her being in the pew. Flushed with the success of the adventure, our heroine determined to pursue her good fortune, and, as another sermon was to be preached the same evening, she adjourned to an adjacent public house, where, without pain or difficulty, she soon reduced the protuberance of her waist, and having entirely changed her dress, she returned to the meeting, where she had not remained long before she picked a gentleman's pocket of a gold watch, with which she escaped unsuspected. Her accomplices were also industrious and successful, for on a division of the booty obtained this evening they each received 30 guineas. These acts procured for her universal respect among her fellows, and in all their future transactions they yielded an exact obedience to her wishes. The game which she had played having been found so successful, Jenny again assumed the appearance of a pregnant woman, and, attended by an accomplice as a footman, went towards St. James's Park on a day when the King was going to the House of Lords, and there being a great number of persons between the park and Spring Gardens, she purposely slipped down, and was instantly surrounded by many of both sexes, who were emulous to afford her assistance; but affecting to be in violent pain, she intimated to them that she was desirous of remaining on the ground till she should be somewhat recovered. As she expected, the crowd increased, and her pretended footman and female accomplice were so industrious as to obtain 2 diamond girdle buckles, a gold watch, a gold snuff box, and 2 purses, containing together upwards of 40 guineas. The girdle buckles, watch, and snuff box were the following day advertised, a considerable reward was offered, and a promise given that no question should be asked of the party who should return them. But our heroine declaring that their restoration would entirely break down the principles upon which their association was conducted, they were sold to the Jews in Duke's Place. Ever fertile in inventions, she proceeded with her supposed servant to the east end of the town, and observing a genteel house, the latter knocked and begged that his mistress, who had been taken suddenly ill, might be permitted to enter to rest herself a few minutes. The request was complied with, and while the mistress of the house and the servant were up the stairs seeking such things as might be supposed to afford relief to their visitor, she opened a drawer and stole 60 guineas, and afterwards, while the lady was holding a smelling bottle to her nose, she picked her pocket of a purse, containing, however, only a small sum. Her supposed servant, in the meanwhile, was not idle, and, having been ordered into the kitchen, he pocketed 6 silver tablespoons, a pepper box, and a salt cellar. All the available booty having now been secured, the servant was sent for a coach, and Jenny, pretending to be somewhat recovered, went away, saying that she was the wife of a respectable merchant in Thames Street, and pressing her entertainer to dine with her on a certain day which she appointed. The impudence of these frauds, however, soon attracted public attention, and it was found that some new plan must be determined upon by which the public might be gulled. Until some novel method of robbing should be devised, however, it was determined that the gang should go to Bristol to seek adventures and profit during the fair, and in order to render their proceedings the more likely to be successful, they admitted into their society a man who had long subsisted there as a thief. Jenny and Murphy now assumed the character of merchants' wives, while the new member and another of the gang appeared as country farmers, and the footman was continued in the same character. They took lodgings in different parts of the city, and they agreed that in the case of any of them being apprehended, the rest should appear to speak to the character of the prisoners, and representing them to be persons of reputation in London, endeavour to procure their release. Being one day in the fair, they observed a west country clothier giving a sum of money to his servant, and heard him direct the man to deposit it in a bureau. They followed the servant, and one of them fell down before him, expecting that he would also fall, and that, as there was a great crowd, the money might be easily secured; but though the man fell into the snare, they were not able to obtain their expected booty, and therefore had recourse to the following stratagem. One of the gang asked the man whether his master had not lately ordered him to carry home a sum of money, to which the other replied in the affirmative, and the sharper then told him that he must return to his master, who had purchased some goods and waited to pay for them. The countryman followed him to Jenny's lodgings, and being introduced to her, she desired him to be seated, saying his master was gone on some business in the neighbourhood, but had left orders for him to wait till his return. She urged him to drink a glass of wine, but the poor fellow declined her offers with awkward simplicity, the pretended footman having taught him to believe her a woman of great wealth and consequence. Her encouraging solicitations, however, conquered his bashfulness, and he drank till he became intoxicated. Being conducted into another apartment, he soon fell fast asleep, and while in that situation he was robbed of the money he had received from his master, which proved to be £100. They were no sooner in possession of the cash than they discharged the demand of the innkeeper, and set out in the first stage for London. Soon after their return to town, Jenny and her associates went to London Bridge in the dusk of the evening, and observing a lady standing at a door to avoid the carriages, a number of which were passing, one of the men went up to her, and under pretence of giving her assistance, seized both her hands, which he held till his accomplices had rifled her pockets of a gold snuff box, a silver case containing a set of instruments, and 30 guineas in cash. On the following day, as Jenny and an accomplice, in the character of a footman, were walking through Change Alley, she picked a gentleman's pocket of a bank note for £200, for which she received 130 from a Jew, with whom the gang had very extensive connections. Our heroine now hired a real footman, and her favourite, who had long acted in that character, assumed the appearance of a gentleman, and they hired lodgings in the neighbourhood of Covent Garden, that they might more conveniently attend the theatres. She dressed herself in an elegant manner, and went to the theatre one evening when the king was to be present, and during the performance she attracted the particular attention of a young gentleman of fortune from Yorkshire, who declared in the most passionate terms that she had made an absolute conquest, and earnestly solicited that he might be permitted to attend her home. She at first refused to comply with his request, saying that she was newly married, but she at length yielded to his entreaties, and he accompanied her to her door in a hackney coach, and quitted her only on her promising to admit him on a future evening, when she said her husband would be out of town. The day of the appointment being arrived, 2 of the gang were equipped in elegant liveries, and Anne Murphy appeared as waiting maid. The gentleman soon made his appearance, having a gold-headed cane in his hand, a sword by his side with a gold hilt, and wearing a gold watch and a diamond ring. Being introduced to the bedchamber, he was soon deprived of his ring, and he had not undressed many minutes before the lady's maid knocked violently at the door, exclaiming that her master was suddenly returned. Jenny affected to be labouring under the most violent agitation, and begged that the gentleman would cover himself with the bedclothes, saying that she would convey his apparel into the other room, so that, if her husband came there, nothing would appear to awaken his suspicion, and adding that, under pretence of indisposition, she would prevail upon her husband to sleep in another bed, and then return to the arms of her lover. The gull acquiesced, and the clothes being removed, a short consultation was held among the thieves, the result of which was that they immediately decamped, carrying their booty with them, which, exclusive of the cane, &c., was worth 100 guineas. The amorous youth meanwhile waited with anxious impatience for the coming of his dulcinea, but morning having arrived, he rang the bell, and the people of the house coming to him, found he was locked in, the fair fugitive having carried off the key with her. The door was, however, burst open, and an éclaircissement ensued, when the gentleman explained the manner in which he had been treated, but the people of the house, deaf to his expostulations, threatened to publish the adventure through the town, unless he would make up the loss which they had sustained. Rather than risk the safety of his reputation, he sent for money and some clothes, and discharged the debt which Jenny had contracted, quitting the house, bitterly repenting that his amorous qualities should have led him into such a scrape. The continuance of the system under which this gang pursued its labours became now impossible, and they found it necessary to leave the metropolis; but having committed numerous depredations in the country, they returned, and Jenny was unfortunately apprehended on a charge of picking a gentleman's pocket, for which she was sentenced to be transported. She remained nearly 4 months in Newgate, during which time she employed a considerable sum in the purchase of stolen effects, and when she went on board the transport vessel, she shipped a quantity of goods nearly sufficient to load a waggon. The property she possessed ensured her great respect, and every possible convenience and accommodation during the voyage, and on her arrival in Virginia she disposed of her goods, and for some time lived in great splendour and elegance. She soon found, however, that America was a country where she could expect but little emolument from the practices she had so successfully followed in England, and she therefore employed every art she was mistress of to ingratiate herself with a young gentleman who was preparing to embark on board a vessel bound for the port of London. He became much enamoured of her, and brought her to England, but while the ship lay at Gravesend she robbed him of all the property she could get into her possession, and pretending indisposition, intimated a desire of going on shore, in which her admirer acquiesced, but she was no sooner on land than she made a precipitate retreat. She now travelled through various parts of the country, and having by her usual wicked practices obtained many considerable sums, she at length returned to London, but was not able to find her former accomplices. She frequented the Royal Exchange, the theatres, London Bridge, and other places of public resort, and committed innumerable depredations on the public; but being again detected in picking a gentleman's pocket on London Bridge, she was taken before a magistrate, to whom she declared that her name was Jane Webb, and by that appellation she was committed to Newgate. On her trial, a gentleman who had detected her in the very act of picking the prosecutor's pocket deposed that a person had applied to him offering £50 on condition that he should not appear in support of the prosecution, and a lady swore that on the day the prisoner committed the offence for which she stood indicted, she saw her pick the pockets of more than 20 different people. The record of her former conviction was not produced in court, and therefore she was arraigned for privately stealing only, and on the clearest evidence the jury pronounced her guilty. The property being valued at less than 1 shilling, she was sentenced to transportation. 12 months had not elapsed before she returned from exile a second time, and on her arrival in London she renewed her former practices. A lady going from Sherborne Lane to Walbrook was accosted by a man, who took her hand, seemingly as if to assist her in crossing some planks which were placed over the gutter for the convenience of passengers, but he squeezed her fingers with so much force as to give her great pain, and in the meantime Jenny picked her pocket of 13 shillings and a penny. The gentlewoman, conscious of being robbed, seized the thief by the gown, and she was immediately conducted to the Compter. She was examined the next day by the Lord Mayor, who committed her to Newgate for trial. At the ensuing sessions at the Old Bailey she was tried on an indictment charging her with privately stealing, and the verdict of guilty having been brought in, she was sentenced to death. After conviction she appeared to have a due sense of the awful situation in which she was placed, and employing a great part of her time in devotion, she repented sincerely of the course of iniquity in which she had so long persisted. On the day preceding that of her execution, she sent for the woman who nursed her child, which was then about 3 years old, and saying that there was a person who would pay for its maintenance, she earnestly entreated that it might be carefully instructed in the duties of religion. On the following morning she appeared to be in a serene state of mind. The preparations in the press yard for a moment shook her fortitude, but her spirits were soon again tolerably composed. She was conveyed to Tyburn in a mourning coach, being attended by a clergyman, to whom she declared her firm belief in the principles of the Protestant Church. Her remains were, at her own desire, buried in St. Pancras churchyard. Her execution took place on the 18th of March 1740. Charles Drew, executed for the murder of his father. The only circumstance of peculiarity attending this case, and it is one indeed, we are happy to say, not a little singular, is that the malefactor was the son of the man whom he murdered. The father, being possessed of good property at Long Melford in Suffolk, discarded his son, who appears to have been brought up without any education being imparted to him, on account of his connexion with a woman named Elizabeth Boyer. The latter, angered at the contempt exhibited for her, urged her paramour, as well for revenge as for the accession to their means, which would be produced by the old man's death, to commit the foul deed which cost him his life. He was apprehended at the instance of a relation of Mr. Timothy Drew, and being convicted was executed on the 9th of April 1740 at St. Edmund's Bury, being in the 25th year of his age. This case so nearly resembles the celebrated story of George Barnwell, that the following anecdote in reference to the tragedy of that name will not be misplaced here. It is related in reference to Mr. Ross, formerly a tragedian of considerable celebrity. A gentleman, much dejected in his looks, called one day on Ross, when stricken with years, and told him that his father, a wealthy citizen in London, lay at the point of death, and begged that he might see him, or he could not die in peace of mind. Curious as this request appeared from a stranger, and in such extremity, the actor hesitated, but being much pressed by his visitor, he agreed to accompany him. Arrived at the house of the sick man, Mr. Ross was announced, and soon admitted into his chamber, but observing the family to retire, and being left alone with the patient, his wonder was again aroused. The dying penitent, now 80 years and 10, casting his languid eyes upon Ross, said, "Can it be you who raised my fortune, who saved my life? Then were you young like myself, ay, and amiable amid the direst misfortunes. I determined to amend my life, and avoid your fate." Here nature in a struggle with death became overpowered, and as the sick man's head fell upon his pillow, he faintly ejaculated, "Oh, Barnwell, Barnwell!" We may conceive the astonishment of the player, whom age had long incapacitated from representing the unfortunate London apprentice. The feeble man, renewing his efforts to gratify a dying desire, again opened his eyes, and continued, "Mr. Ross, some 40 years ago, like George Barnwell, I wronged my master to supply the unbound extravagance of a Millwood. I took her to see your performance, which so shocked me that I silently vowed to break the connection then by my side, and return to the path of virtue. I kept my resolution, and replaced the money I had stolen before my villainy was detected. I bore up against the upbraidings of my deluder, and found a Maria in my master's daughter. We married. I soon succeeded to her father's business, and the young man who brought you here was the first pledge of our love. I have more children, or I would have shown my gratitude to you by a larger sum than I have bequeathed you, but take £1,000 affixed to your name." At the dying man's signal, old Ross left the room, overwhelmed by his feelings. Part 14. Captain Samuel Goodyear, Matthew Mahoney, and Charles White. Executed for the murder of Sir John D. Goodyear, Baronet. This atrocious murder was committed through the instrumentality of Captain Samuel Goodyear upon his brother Sir John Dinley Goodyear, on board a man of war, of which the former was captain. Sir John, it appears, was possessed of an estate of £3,000 per annum, situated at Evesham in Worcestershire, which he derived from his father Sir Edward, and his brother, who is the subject of this sketch, having been bred to the sea, was advanced to the rank of captain of one of his Majesty's vessels of war. Sir John, having no children, very sanguine expectations were entertained by his brother that he should inherit his property, but upon his discovering that he had made a will in favour of their sister's children, his rage knew no bounds, and he determined upon a most diabolical revenge for the supposed injury which he had received. The vessel of which Captain Goodyear had the command, it appears, was employed as one of the Channel cruisers, and in the month of January 1741 it was lying at Bristol. At this period it happened that Sir John Goodyear was in that city, transacting some business with Mr. Smith, an attorney, and his brother, having been made acquainted with the circumstance, fixed upon this as a proper time to put his plan into execution. Throwing himself into Mr. Smith's way, he assured him that a perfect reconciliation had taken place between them, notwithstanding a misunderstanding which was known to have existed, and after some conversation, learning that his brother was going to dine with that gentleman on a certain day, he procured himself to be invited to meet him. Having determined upon this as a favourable opportunity to carry his design into execution, on his going ashore he carried with him some of his seamen, to whom he gave instructions that Sir John, Being insane, he desired to procure him to be carried on board his ship, in order that he might be conveyed to a place of safety. The men, therefore, having been regaled during the evening at a neighbouring public house, as night approached placed themselves in readiness to obey the orders which they had received, and Sir John making his appearance, they seized him and forcibly put him into a boat, in which they directly rowed him to the vessel. The protestations made by the captain that it was only a deserter whom they were apprehending silenced all inquiry from the crowd which had assembled on their perceiving this outrage, and the unfortunate baronet was secured without an effort being made to procure his release, or to save him from the bloody fate which awaited him. As soon as the devoted victim was in the boat, he said to his brother, "I know you have an intention to murder me, and if you are ready to do it, let me beg that it may be done here, without giving yourself the trouble to take me on board." To which the captain said, "No, brother, I am going to prevent your rotting on land, but however, I would have you make your peace with God this night." Sir John having reached the vessel, he called to the seamen for help, but they having learned their captain's commands from their fellows, did not offer to render the slightest aid, and the wretched gentleman was immediately conveyed to the purser's cabin. White and Maloney were selected by their captain as the performers in the dreadful scene which was now to be enacted. While Goodyear stood at the entrance of the cabin guarding it with a drawn sword, his two assistants entered it and approached their victim. He cried aloud for mercy, offering all he possessed as a return if they would spare his life; but regardless of his prayers, they deliberately proceeded to the completion of their sanguinary intentions. Seizing him by the shoulders, they threw him on the deck, and there, with a handkerchief which they took from his pocket, they attempted to strangle him. Finding that their efforts were unavailing, they procured a cord from their guilty commander, with which they speedily dispatched him, White kneeling on his breast and holding his hands, while Mahony fixed the cord round his throat and tightened it until strangulation had taken place. They then accompanied their captain to his cabin, who gave them the sum agreed upon for their services, and bid them seek their safety in flight. The murder was soon made known on shore, through the instrumentality of the crew of the vessel, and the circumstance having come to the knowledge of a Mr. Smith, the attorney, he procured a warrant to be issued, upon which the officers of the city proceeded on board the ship. They found that the captain had there been already put under arrest by the lieutenant and sailing master, and he was immediately conveyed in custody to the prison of the town. It was not long before Mahony and White were also secured, and the prisoners being brought to trial at Bristol on the 26th of March 1741, they were convicted on the clearest evidence, and sentenced to death. Captain Goodyear's time after conviction was spent chiefly in writing letters to persons of rank, to make interest to save his life, and his wife and daughter presented a petition to the king, but all endeavours of this kind proving ineffectual, he employed a man to hire some colliers to rescue him on his way to the fatal tree. His efforts in this respect, however, were as unavailing as those which he had made to procure a mitigation of his punishment, for, the circumstance having been made known to the sheriff, he took such steps as were deemed expedient and necessary to prevent the success of the project. The wretched companions in guilt of the captain exhibited the greatest hardihood, and when the jailers were employed in putting on their irons, they declared that they had no fear of death. Captain Goodyear's wife and daughter, dressed in deep mourning, took a solemn leave of him on the day before his death, and he went in a mourning coach to the place of execution, to which his accomplices were conveyed in a cart. They were hanged near the Hot Wells, Bristol, on the 20th of April 1741, within view of the place where the ship lay when the murder was committed. John Bodkin, Dominic Bodkin, and others, executed for murder. Oliver Bodkin, Esquire, was a gentleman who possessed a good estate near Tuam in Ireland. He had two sons by two wives. The elder son, named John, to whom this narrative chiefly relates, was sent to Dublin to study the law, and the younger, who was about 7 years of age, remained at home with his parents. The young student lived in a very dissipated manner in Dublin, and soon quitting his studies, came and resided near his father's place of abode. The father allowed him a certain annual sum for his support, but as he lived beyond his allowance, he demanded farther assistance. The father, however, refusing to accede to his wishes, he determined upon a horrible revenge, and included his mother-in-law in his proposed scheme of vengeance, as he imagined that she had induced his father to refuse him any further aid. having engaged his cousin Dominic Bodkin, his father's shepherd John Hogan, and another ruffian of the name of Burke, to assist him in the intended murders, they went to the house of Mr. Bodkin, senior, whose household consisted of 4 men and 3 women servants, exclusive of Mrs. Bodkin and the younger son, and a gentleman named Lynch, who was at that time on a visit there. They found all the members of the family at supper on their arrival, and having murdered them, they went into the kitchen, where they killed 3 servant maids, and finding the men in different parts of the house, they also sacrificed them to their brutal and unprovoked rage. The murder of 11 persons being thus perpetrated, they quitted the fatal spot, and when some persons from Tuam came the next morning to speak with Mr. Bodkin on business, they found the house open, and beheld the dead body of Mr. Lynch, near which lay that of Mrs. Bodkin, hacked and mangled in a shocking manner, and at a small distance her husband with his throat cut, and the child lying dead across his breast. The throats of the maid servants in the kitchen were all cut, and the men servants in another room were also found murdered. The assassins had even been so wanton in their cruelties as to kill all the dogs and cats in the house. The neighbours being alarmed by such a singular instance of barbarity, a suspicion fell on John Bodkin, who, being taken into custody, confessed all the tragical circumstances above mentioned, and impeached his accomplices, on which the other offenders were taken into custody, and all of them were committed to the jail of Tuam. The shepherd then confessed that he had murdered 2, but that thinking to preserve the boy, to whom he had been foster father, he besmeared him with blood, and laid him near his father. Dominic, perceiving him alive, killed him, and he afterwards murdered 5 more. John Bodkin owned that he and Burke killed the remainder, that he had formerly attempted to poison his mother-in-law, and that he was concerned with his first cousins, John Bodkin, then living, and Frank Bodkin, then lately dead, in strangling Dominic Bodkin, their brother, heir of the late Councillor John Bodkin of Carrowbeg, to an estate of £900 a year. When they were brought to trial, John Bodkin, the parricide, Dominic Bodkin, and John Hogan pleaded guilty, and they were all condemned and executed at Tuam on the 26th of March 1742. The head of the shepherd was fixed on Tuam Market House, and the bodies of the others gibbeted within sight of the house where the murders had been committed. Upon the confession of John, the cousin of the same name was apprehended for the murder of his elder brother, Dominic Bodkin, and accused of sitting on his mouth and breast till he was suffocated. He was taken in a moss or turf bog near Tuam, covered over with straw, and disguised in an old hat and peasant's clothes, for which he had given his own laced coat and hat. Being examined before Lord Athenry, he said that he had fled for fear of being loaded with irons in a jail, and denied having any hand in his brother Dominic's death, affirming that he had died of a surfeit, as had been reported. He was present at the execution of his relations, but confessed nothing, and thus, there being no positive proof against him, he escaped justice. A case in which more cold-blooded cruelty has been displayed than in this has seldom fallen under our notice. The murder of an indulgent parent must be insufferably shocking to every humane mind, but when we consider, as in the present instance, what a variety of unprovoked murders were added to the first, the mind is lost in astonishment at the baseness, the barbarity, the worse than savage degeneracy of those beings who could perpetrate such horrid deeds. Jonathan Bradford executed for murder. The details of this case reach us in a very abridged form, and we have been unable to collect any information on which any reliance can be placed beyond that which is afforded us by the ordinary channels. It would appear that Jonathan Bradford kept an inn in the city of Oxford. A gentleman, Mr. Hayes, attended by a manservant, put up one evening at Bradford's house, and in the night, the former being found murdered in his bed, the landlord was apprehended on suspicion of having committed the barbarous and inhospitable crime. The evidence given against him was to the following effect. 2 gentlemen who had supped with Mr. Hayes, and who retired at the same time to their respective chambers, being alarmed in the night with a noise in his room, and soon hearing groans as of a wounded man, got up in order to discover the cause, and found their landlord with a dark lantern and a knife in his hand, standing in a state of astonishment and horror over his dying guest, who almost instantly expired. On this evidence, apparently conclusive, the jury convicted Bradford, and he was executed, But the fate of this man may serve as a lesson to jurymen to be extremely guarded in receiving circumstantial evidence. The facts attending the above dreadful tragedy were not fully brought to light until the deathbed confession of the real murderer, a time when we must all endeavour to make our peace with God. Mr. Hayes was a man of considerable property, and greatly respected. He had about him, when his sad destiny led him under the roof of Bradford, a considerable sum of money, and the landlord, knowing this, determined to murder and rob him. For this horrid purpose he proceeded with a dark lantern and carving knife, intending to cut the throat of his guest while yet sleeping; but what must have been his astonishment and confusion to find his intended victim already murdered and weltering in his blood! The wicked and unworthy servant had also determined on the murder of his master, and had committed the bloody deed, and secured his treasure a moment before the landlord entered for the same purpose. Part 15. The Earl of Kilmarnock and Lord Balmerino, beheaded for high treason. A short account of the circumstances attending the rebellion of 1715 having been given in this work, some notice will, doubtless, be expected of the second transaction of the same character, and with the same object, which occurred in the year 1745. It appears that the Pretender having gained the protection of France, and the French also having their own interests to serve, it was determined that a second attempt to restore the Stuarts to the throne of England should be made by the descent of a body of men upon Scotland, where it was conjectured numbers would render assistance, which was eventually to march forward towards London and expel the reigning monarch. The design was evidently known to the government, from an allusion made to the circumstance by the king in his speech from the throne on the 2nd of May 1745. But the first notice which the British public had of the proceedings of the Pretender was from a paragraph in the General Evening Post, which said, "The Pretender's eldest son put to sea, July 14th, from France, in an armed ship of 60 guns, provided with a large quantity of warlike stores, together with a frigate of 30 guns, and a number of smaller armed vessels, in order to land in Scotland, where he expected to find 20,000 men in arms, to make good his father's pretensions to the crown of Great Britain. He was to be joined by 5 ships of the line from Brest, and 4,500 Spaniards were embarking at Ferrol." The government, it appears, was not inactive on this occasion, and proper instructions were given to such of the king's vessels as were cruising in the Channel to prevent the approach of any ships which might be supposed to carry the leader of this rebellious attempt. The young Pretender, followed by about 50 Scotch and Irish adventurers, meanwhile came incognito through Normandy, and embarked on board a ship of war of 18 guns, which was joined off Bellisle by the Elizabeth and other ships. They intended to have sailed northwards, and to have landed in Scotland, but on the 20th they came up with an English fleet of merchant vessels, under convoy of the Lion man of war of 58 guns, commanded by Captain Brett, who immediately bore down upon the French line of battle ship, which he engaged within pistol shot 5 hours, being constantly annoyed by the smaller ships of the enemy. The rigging of the Lion was cut to pieces, her mizzen mast, mizzen topmast, main yard, and fore topsail were shot away, all her lower masts and topmast shot through in many places, so that she lay muzzled on the sea, and could do nothing with her sails. Thus situated, the French ships sheered off, and the Lion could make no effort to follow them. Captain Brett had 45 men killed, himself, all his lieutenants, the master, several midshipmen, and 107 foremast men wounded. His principal antagonist, the Elizabeth, with difficulty got back to Brest, quite disabled, and had 64 men killed, 139 dangerously wounded, and a number more slightly injured. She had on board £400,000 sterling, and arms and ammunition for several thousand men. The friends of the Stuart cause in Scotland were in the mean time as active as their opponents, and committed many irregularities for the purpose of supplying their ranks with a sufficient number of soldiers, and being thus prepared, anxiously expected the arrival of their prince. The latter found means to join his supporters by a small vessel, in which he quitted the French coast, and eluding the vigilance of the English cruisers, he landed on the Isle of Skye, opposite to Lochaber, in the county of Inverness. After a lapse of about 3 weeks, he appeared at the head of a body of 2,000 men, under a standard bearing the motto Tandem Triumphans, at length triumphant, and marching his army to Fort William, he there published a manifesto signed by his father at Rome, containing many promises to those who would adhere to his cause, among which were undertakings that he would procure the dissolution of the union of the two kingdoms, and the payment of the national debt. The country people flocked in great numbers to his standard, and the mob by which he was followed soon assumed the appearance, in numbers at least, of an army. Their first attempt in arms, in opposition to 2 companies of foot of the St. Clair and Murray's regiments, was successful, the soldiers being far inferior in numbers, and the rebels immediately marched upon Perth, and having taken possession of that place, the Pretender issued his orders for all persons who held public money to pay it into the hands of his secretary. Dundee and Dunblane were successively seized by his soldiers, and at length on the 14th of September the Pretender proceeded through the Royal Park and took possession of Holyrood House. The money in the Bank of Edinburgh and the records in the public offices were now removed to the castle for security, and the gates of the city were kept fast during the whole day, but 500 of the rebels, having concealed themselves in the suburbs, took an opportunity at 4 o'clock in the morning to follow a coach which was going in, and seizing the gate called the Netherbow, they maintained their ground while the main body reached the centre of the city and formed themselves in the Parliament Close. Thus possessed of the Scottish capital, they seized 2,000 stand of arms, and on the following day marched to oppose the royal army under the command of General Cope. The 2 armies coming in sight of each other near Preston Pans on the evening of the 20th, Colonel Gardiner earnestly recommended it to the general to attack his opponents during the night, but, deaf to this advice, he kept the men under arms till morning, though they were already greatly harassed. At 5 in the morning the rebels made a furious attack on the royal army, which was thrown into unspeakable confusion by 2 regiments of dragoons falling back on the foot. Colonel Gardiner, with 500 foot, behaved with uncommon valour, and covered the retreat of those who fled, but the colonel receiving a mortal wound, the rebels made prisoners of nearly all the rest of the king's troops. The loss thus sustained by the royal army was 300 killed, 450 wounded, 520 taken prisoners, total 1,270, while the rebels only lost 50 men in all. Flushed with this partial victory, the rebels returned to Edinburgh to make an attack upon the castle, and attempted to throw up an entrenchment upon the hill, but notice having been given to the inhabitants to retire, the battery was attacked by the guns from above, the works destroyed, and 30 of the assailants killed, besides 3 of the inhabitants who rashly ventured near the spot. The rebel army remained during 7 weeks in this city, and many noblemen and gentlemen with their followers having joined it, a force of more than 10,000 men was at length mustered. In November they marched upon Carlisle, and after some resistance had been shown, it was surrendered, and the insurgents then forced their way into Manchester, where a regiment, chiefly formed of Roman Catholics, was raised. But now such decisive measures were taken as put an end very shortly to the insurrection. The Duke of Cumberland was at the time in Flanders with the army, but being sent for thence, he soon arrived to take the command of the royal forces. About the time he reached London, the rebels had advanced as far as Derby, but his Royal Highness lost no time in travelling into Staffordshire, where he collected all the force he could to stop their farther inroads into the kingdom. Liverpool had not been behind London in spirit and loyalty. The inhabitants contributed largely in assisting the royal army at this inclement season with warm clothing, and raised several companies of armed men, which were called the Royal Liverpool Blues. Some of the advanced parties of rebels having appeared in sight of the town, every preparation was made to resist them, but finding at length that the Pretender bent his march by another route for Manchester, the Liverpool Blues marched in order to destroy the bridges and thereby impede their progress. Notwithstanding these impediments, the rebels crossed the Mersey at different fords, through which the Pretender waded breast high in water. Their numbers could not be accurately ascertained, their march being straggling and unequal, but about 9,000 appeared to be the aggregate. Their train of artillery consisted of 16 field pieces of 3 and 4 pound shot, 2 carriages of gunpowder, a number of covered waggons, and about 100 horses laden with ammunition. Their vanguard consisted of about 200 cavalry, badly mounted, the horses appearing poor and jaded. The Pretender himself constantly marched on foot, at the head of the 2 regiments, one of which was appropriated as his bodyguard. His dress was a light plaid, belted about with a sash of blue silk. He wore a grey wig with a blue bonnet and a white rose in it, and appeared very dejected at this time. His followers were ordinary, except the 2 regiments mentioned, which appeared to have been picked out of the whole. The arms of the others were very indifferent. Some had guns, others only pistols, the remainder broadswords and targets. In order to deceive the Duke of Cumberland, all sorts of reports as to the future route of the rebels were sent abroad, but the king's troops were concentrated at Northampton, a spot well suited for the purpose, as it was the road which it was most probable would be taken in the event of the Pretender advancing upon London, which was known to be his real intention. Meanwhile the rebels appeared unconscious of the danger they were bringing upon themselves by delay, and they remained during a considerable time endeavouring to raise recruits. They at length, however, set forward on their march southward, but they had not advanced more than a mile before they halted, held a consultation, wheeled around, and retraced their steps to Derby. Having there seized all the plunder they could lay their hands upon, they passed on, seeking to regain Scotland, where they had learned that their friends had been joined by some French troops. The Duke of Cumberland, in the meantime, being aware of their flight, followed them with all speed, and learning that they had been compelled to halt at Preston from excessive weariness, he redoubled his efforts to come up with them. By forced marches, travelling through ice and snow, he succeeded in reaching Preston in 3 days, but he found that his game had retired about 4 hours before him. The Pretender soon learned that the excesses of which his men had been guilty in their southward march were not to go unpunished, and wherever he went he found himself opposed and harassed by the enraged country people, who lost no opportunity of annoying him in his retreat and of seizing the stragglers from his army. At length, however, after repeated forced marches, the Duke of Cumberland came up with his antagonists at Lowther Hall, and the latter, dreading his approach, immediately threw themselves into the village of Clifton, 3 miles from Penrith. They were there attacked most vigorously and successfully by the dragoons, who had dismounted, and in about an hour's time they were driven away from the post which they occupied. They retreated forthwith to Carlisle, which was still in their possession, but the continued advance of the royal troops induced them again to retire, leaving only a garrison to oppose the entry of the Duke into that city. The besieged fired upon their assailants with great fury, but did little execution, and at length, a battery having been raised against them, they sent out a flag of truce, and surrendered upon terms that they should not be put to the sword, but reserved for the king's pleasure, and thus Carlisle was once more taken possession by the troops of his Majesty. The army of rebels made the best of their way now to Glasgow, where they levied contributions, and thence to Stirling, which was in possession of the English, and was commanded by the gallant General Blakeney. The gates could not be defended, and they therefore marched on, and summoned the garrison to surrender, but the veteran commander answered that he would perish in its ruins rather than make terms with rebels. In the river of the town were 2 English men of war, and the rebels, in order to prevent their going farther up, erected a battery, but the ships soon destroyed it, and caused them to retreat a mile, where they erected another, but did little execution. They now prepared for a vigorous attack upon the castle, got some heavy pieces of ordnance across the Forth, erected a battery against it, and called in all their forces. General Blakeney fired upon them, and repeatedly drove them from their works. General Hawley, in aid of his brother general, at the head of such troops as he could form in order of battle, marched to attempt to raise the siege, but the rebels made a desperate attack, and, aided by accident, obtained the advantage. Repeated skirmishes subsequently took place, but at length this system of warfare, so destructive to the general state of the country, was terminated by the decisive victory gained by the Duke of Cumberland at the head of the royal forces at the battle of Culloden. The Pretender at the head of his army opposed the Duke, and the following, taken from the London Gazette, is the Conqueror's account of the battle. On Tuesday the 15th of April the rebels burnt Fort Augustus, which convinced us of their resolution to stand an engagement with the king's troops. We gave our men a day's halt at Nairn, and on the 16th marched from thence, between 4 and 5, in 4 columns. The 3 lines of foot, reckoning the reserve for 1, were broken into 3 from the right, which made the 3 columns equal, and each of 5 battalions. The artillery and baggage followed the 1st column upon the right, and the cavalry made the 4th column on the left. After we had marched about 8 miles, Our advance guard, composed of about 40 of Kingston's and the Highlanders, led by the quartermaster general, perceived the rebels at some distance, making a motion towards us on the left, upon which we immediately formed; but finding the rebels were still a good way from us, we put ourselves again upon our march in our former posture, and continued it to within a mile of them, where we formed in the same order as before. After reconnoitring their situation, we found them posted behind some old walls and huts, in a line with Culloden House. As we thought our right was entirely secure, General Hawley and General Bland went to the left with 2 regiments of dragoons, to endeavour to fall upon the right flank of the rebels, and Kingston's horse was ordered to the reserve. The 10 pieces of cannon were disposed, 2 in each of the intervals of the first line, and all our Highlanders, except 140 which were upon the left with General Hawley, and who behaved extremely well, were left to guard the baggage. When we were advanced within 500 yards of the rebels, we found the morass upon our right was ended, which left our right flank quite uncovered to them. His Royal Highness thereupon immediately ordered Kingston's horse from the reserve, and a little squadron of about 60 of Cobham's, which had been patrolling, to cover our flank. We spent about half an hour after that trying which should gain the flank of the other, and his Royal Highness having sent Lord Berry forward within 100 yards of the rebels to reconnoitre something that appeared like a battery to us, they thereupon began firing their cannon, which was extremely ill pointed and ill served. Ours answered them, which began their confusion. They then came running on in their wild manner, and upon the right, where his Royal Highness had placed himself, imagining the greatest push would be there, they came down 3 several times within a yard of our men, firing their pistols and brandishing their swords, but the Royals and Pulteney's hardly took their firelocks from their shoulders, so that after those first attempts they made off, and the little squadrons on our right were sent to pursue them. General Hawley had, by the help of our Highlanders, beat down 2 little stone walls, and came in upon the right flank of their second line. As their whole body came down to attack at once, their right somewhat outflanked Burrell's regiment, which was our left, and the greatest part of the little loss we sustained was there. But Bligh's and Semple's, giving a fire upon those who had outflanked Burrell's, soon repulsed them, and the Burrell's regiment, and the left of Monro's, fairly beat them with their bayonets. There was scarce a soldier or officer of Burrell's, and of that part of Monro's which engaged, who did not kill 1 or 2 men each with their bayonets and spontoons. [Footnote: The officers' half pikes. End of footnote. The cavalry which had charged from the right and left met in the centre, except 2 squadrons of dragoons which we missed, and they were gone in pursuit of the runaways. Lord Ancram was ordered to pursue with the horse as far as he could, and did it with so good effect that a very considerable number was killed in the pursuit. As we were on our march to Inverness, and were nearly arrived there, Major General Bland sent the annexed papers which he received from the French officers and soldiers, surrendering themselves prisoners to his Royal Highness. Major General Bland had also made great slaughter, and took about 50 French officers and soldiers prisoner in his pursuit. By the best calculation that can be made, it is thought the rebels lost 2,000 men upon the field of battle and in the pursuit. We have here 122 French and 326 rebel prisoners. Lieutenant Colonel Howard killed an officer, who appeared to be Lord Strathallan, by the seal and different commissions from the Pretender found in his pocket. It is said that Lord Perth, Lords Nairn, Lochiel, Keppoch, and Appin Stewart are also killed. All their artillery and ammunition were taken, as well as the Pretender's, and all their baggage. There were also 12 colours taken. All the generals, officers, and soldiers did their utmost duty in his Majesty's service, and showed the greatest zeal and bravery on this occasion. The Pretender's son, it is said, lay at Lord Lovat's house at Aird the night after the action. Brigadier Mordaunt is detached with 900 volunteers this morning into the Fraser's country, to attack all the rebels he may find there. Lord Sutherland's and Lord Rhee's people continue to exert themselves, and have taken upwards of 100 rebels, who were sent for, and there is a great reason to believe Lord Cromarty and his son are also taken. The Monros have killed 50 of the rebels in their flight. As it is not known where the greatest bodies of them are, or which way they have taken in their flight, His Royal Highness has not yet determined which way to march. On the 17th, as his Royal Highness was at dinner, 3 officers and about 16 of Fitzjames's regiment, who were mounted, came and surrendered themselves prisoners. The killed, wounded, and missing of the King's troops amounted to above 300. The French officers will all be sent to Carlisle, till his Majesty's pleasure shall be known. The rebels, by their own accounts, made their loss greater by 2,000 men that we have stated it. 4 of their principal ladies are in custody, viz. Lady Ogilvy, Lady Kinloch, Lady Gordon, and the Laird of Mackintosh's wife. Major Grant, the Governor of Inverness, is retaken, and the Generals Hawley, Lord Albemarle, Husk, and Bland have orders to inquire into the reasons for his surrendering of Fort George. Lord Cromarty, Lord Macleod, his son, with other prisoners, are just brought in from Sutherland by the Hound sloop, which his Royal Highness has sent for them, and they are just now landing. Soon after this affair, several other rebel chiefs were taken into custody, and on the 28th of July 1746, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, the rebel lords were taken from the Tower to Westminster Hall to be tried by their peers. The Earl of Kilmarnock and the Earl of Cromarty pleaded guilty, but Lord Balmerino having denied the offence imputed to him, 6 witnesses were called, by whom his guilt was clearly established, and a verdict was returned accordingly. On the 1st of August the peers were brought up for judgment, when the Lord High Steward pronounced sentence of death, in terms very like those used in the case of Earl Cowper, after the former rebellion. Great interest being exerted to save the Earls, it was hinted to Balmerino that his friends ought to exert themselves on his behalf, to which, with great magnanimity, he only replied, "I am very indifferent about my own fate, but had the 2 noble Earls been my friends, they would have squeezed my name in among theirs." The Countess of Cromarty, who had a very large family of young children, was incessant in her applications for the pardon of her husband, to obtain which she took a very plausible method. She procured herself to be introduced to the late Princess of Wales, attended by her children in mourning, and urged her suit in the most suppliant terms. The Princess had at that time several children. Such an argument could scarcely fail to move, and a pardon was granted to Lord Cromarty, on the condition that he should never reside north of the River Trent. This condition was literally complied with, and his lordship died in Soho Square in the year 1766. On the 18th of August 1746, at 6 o'clock in the morning, a troop of Life Guards, 1 of Horse Grenadiers, and 1,000 of the Foot Guards marched from the parade in St. James's Park through the city to Tower Hill to attend the execution of the Earl of Kilmarnock and Lord Balmerino, and being arrived there were posted in lines from the Tower to the scaffold and all round it. About 8 o'clock the sheriffs of London, with their under sheriffs and officers, met at the Mitre Tavern in Fenchurch Street, where they breakfasted, and went from thence to the house lately the Transport Office, Tower Hill, where they remained until the necessary preparations for the execution were made. At 11 o'clock they demanded the bodies of the peers of the Constable of the Tower, and they were directly brought forth in procession, followed by mourning coaches and 2 hearses. The lords were conducted into separate apartments in the house, facing the steps of the scaffold, their friends being admitted to see them. The Earl of Kilmarnock was attended by the Reverend Mr. Foster, a dissenting minister, and the Reverend Mr. Hume, a near relation of the Earl of Hume. The chaplain of the Tower and another clergyman of the Church of England accompanied the Lord Balmerino. The latter, on entering the door of the house, hearing several of the spectators ask eagerly, "Which is Lord Balmerino?" answered, smiling, "I am Lord Balmerino, gentlemen, at your service." The parlour and passage of the house, the rails enclosing the way from thence to the scaffold, and the rails about it, were all hung with black at the sheriff's expense. Lord Kilmarnock, in the apartment allotted to him, spent about an hour in his devotions with Mr. Foster, who assisted him with prayer and exhortation; after which Lord Balmerino, pursuant to his request, was admitted to confer with the Earl. After a short conversation relating to some report as to the Pretender's orders at the Battle of Culloden, they separated, the Lord Balmerino saluting the noble Earl with the same high-minded courtesy which had been before remarked in him. The Earl of Kilmarnock then joined in prayer with those around him, and afterwards he took some refreshment. He expressed a wish that Lord Balmerino should go to the scaffold first, but being informed that this was impossible, as he was named first in the warrant, he immediately acquiesced in the arrangement which had been made, and with his friends proceeded to the place of execution. There was an immense crowd collected, and on their seeing him they exhibited the greatest commiseration and pity. The Earl, being struck with a variety of dreadful objects which presented themselves to him at once, exclaimed to Mr. Hume, "This is terrible!" But he exhibited no sign of fear, nor did he even change countenance or tremble in his voice. After putting up a short prayer, concluding with a petition for his Majesty King George and the royal family, his lordship embraced and took leave of his friends. The executioner was so affected by the awfulness of the scene, that on his asking pardon of the prisoner he burst into tears. The noble earl, however, bid him take courage, and presenting him with 5 guineas, told him that he would drop his handkerchief as a signal to him to strike. He then proceeded, with the help of his gentlemen, to make ready for the block, by taking off his coat and the bag from his hair, which was then tucked up under a napkin cap. His neck being laid bare, tucking down the collar of his shirt and waistcoat, he kneeled down on a black cushion at the block, and drew his cap over his eyes, and in doing this, as well as in putting up his hair, his hands were observed to shake. Either to support himself, or for a more convenient posture of devotion, he happened to lay both his hands upon the block, which the executioner observing, prayed his lordship to let them fall, lest they should be mangled or break the blow. He was then told that the neck of his waistcoat was in the way, upon which he rose, and with the help of a friend took it off, and the neck being made bare to the shoulders, he kneeled down as before. In the meantime, when all things were ready for the execution, and the black baize which hung over the rails of the scaffold had, by direction of the colonel of the guard, or the sheriffs, been turned up, that the people might see all the circumstances of the execution, in about 2 minutes after he kneeled down, his lordship dropped his handkerchief, and the executioner at once severed his head from his body, except only a small part of the skin, which was immediately divided by a gentle stroke. His head was received in a piece of red baize, and with the body immediately put into the coffin. The scaffold was then cleared from the blood, fresh sawdust strewed, and that no appearance of a former execution might remain, the executioner changed such of his clothes as appeared bloody. While this was doing, the Lord Balmerino, after having solemnly recommended himself to the mercy of the Almighty, conversed cheerfully with his friends, refreshed himself twice with a bit of bread and a glass of wine, and desired the company to drink to him, acquainting them that he had prepared a speech which he should read on the scaffold, and therefore should now say nothing of its contents. The under sheriff coming into his lordship's apartment to let him know the stage was ready, he prevented him by immediately asking if the affair was over with the Lord Kilmarnock, and being answered, "It is," he inquired how the executioner had performed his office. Upon receiving the account, he said it was well done, and then addressing himself to the company, said, "Gentlemen, I shall detain you no longer," and with an easy unaffected cheerfulness saluted his friends and hastened to the scaffold, which he mounted with so unconstrained an air as astonished the spectators. His lordship was dressed in his regimentals, a blue coat, turned up with red, trimmed with brass buttons, the same which he wore at the battle of Culloden. No circumstance in his whole deportment showed the least sign of fear or regret, and he frequently reproved his friends for discovering either upon his account. He walked several times round the scaffold, bowed to the people, went to his coffin, read the inscription, and with a nod said, "It is right." He then examined the block, which he called his pillow of rest. His lordship, putting on his spectacles and taking a paper out of his pocket, read it with an audible voice, but so far from its being filled with passionate invectives, it mentioned his majesty as a prince of the greatest magnanimity and mercy, at the same time that, through erroneous political principles, it denied him a right to the allegiance of his people. Having delivered this paper to the sheriff, he called for the executioner, and on his being about to ask his lordship's pardon, he said, "Friend, you need not ask me forgiveness. The execution of your duty is commendable." Upon this his lordship gave him 3 guineas, saying, "I never was rich. This is all the money I have now. I wish it was more, and I am sorry I can add nothing to it but my coat and waistcoat," which he then took off, together with his neckcloth, and threw them on his coffin, putting on a flannel waistcoat which had been provided for the purpose, and then taking a plaid cap out of his pocket, he put it on his head, saying he died a Scotchman. After kneeling down at the block to adjust his posture, and show the executioner the signal for the stroke, which was dropping his arms, He once more gave a farewell look to his friends, and turning round on the crowd, he said, "Perhaps some may think my behaviour too bold; but remember, sir," to a gentleman who stood near him, "that I now declare it is the effect of a confidence in God and a good conscience, and I should dissemble if I showed any signs of fear." Having observed the axe in the executioner's hand as he passed him, he now took it from him, felt the edge, and returning it, clapped the executioner on the shoulder to encourage him. He even tucked down the collar of his shirt and waistcoat, and showed him where to strike, desiring him to do it resolutely, "for in that," says his lordship, "will consist your kindness." He afterwards went to the side of the stage, and called upon the warder, of whom he inquired which was his hearse, and ordered the man to drive near, which was instantly done. Immediately, without trembling or changing countenance, he again kneeled down at the block, and having with his arms stretched out, said, "O Lord, reward my friends, forgive my enemies, and receive my soul." He gave the signal by letting them fall; but his uncommon firmness and intrepidity, with the unexpected suddenness of the signal, so surprised the executioner, that though he struck the part directed, the blow was not given with strength enough to wound him very deeply. It was observed that he moved as if he made an effort to turn his head towards the executioner, and the under jaw fell, and returned very quick, like anger and gnashing the teeth; but this arose from the parts being convulsed, and a second blow immediately succeeding the first rendered him quite insensible, and a third finished the work. His head was received in a piece of red baize, and with his body put into a coffin, which, at his particular request, together with that of the Earl of Kilmarnock, was placed on that of the late Marquis of Tullibardine, who died during his imprisonment, in St. Peter's Church, in the Tower, all three lords lying in one grave. Part 16. Matthew Henderson, executed for the murder of his mistress, Lady Dalrymple. This offender was the son of honest parents, and was born at North Berwick in Scotland, where he was educated in the liberal manner customary in that country. At the age of 14 years he was taken into the employment of Sir Hugh Dalrymple, a member of the British Parliament, whom he accompanied to London, and it was while in his service that he was guilty of the murder of his mistress. It appears that at the time at which he committed this offence he was in his 20th year, and having accidentally given offence to his lady by treading on her toe, she rebuked him in no very gentle manner. Offended by the insult which he conceived he had received, he determined to obtain a deep revenge, and seeking an opportunity, during the absence of his master from London, he proceeded to put his intention into execution by murdering his mistress. For this offence he was brought to trial at the Old Bailey on the 22nd of April 1746, when he pleaded guilty, and was sentenced to be hanged on the following Monday, the 25th of the same month. On the night before his execution he made a confession of his crime, from which the following particulars are taken. Having called the Almighty to witness the truth of his assertion, he proceeded to enter into a history of his early life, alleging that he had always been well treated by his master and mistress, for whom he entertained the most sincere respect. On the evening of the 25th of March, 1746, all the other servants having quitted the house, he proceeded to bed in the apartment which was appropriated to his use. He had pulled off his shoes, and had tied up his hair with his garter, when suddenly the thought came into his head that he would kill his mistress. He directly went into the kitchen in search of an instrument to effect his object, and he took a small iron cleaver; but returning to his chamber, he sat during a period of 20 minutes, considering whether he should commit the murder or not. His heart relented when he remembered that his mistress had been so kind to him, but then he thought that there was no one in the house who could hear him, and he determined upon perpetrating the deed. Impelled by a feeling which he could not control, he rushed up the stairs as far as the first landing place, but there he tarried, and in his alarm returned to his bedroom. Again he felt determined upon the course which he had originally proposed, and again he had ascended the stairs on his way to his mistress's room, but once more he felt irresolute. To use his own expression, he had now determined not to commit the murder, but "the devil was so busy within him," that in an agony of emotion he was unable to prevail against an inward feeling which drove him again towards his lady's room. Once he retired, but once again he advanced, and he had now reached the door by which only he was separated from the object upon which he was about to commit the foul crime, of which in the sequel he was guilty. Had that door been locked, all would have been well, but no, the latch turned easily in his hand, and he stood within a yard of his victim. Still he could not kill her, and in trepidation and alarm he crept back as far as the stairhead. Again he felt the devil at work, and once more he was driven onwards to his fate. He entered the room a second time, and could distinctly hear the respirations of the unfortunate lady. He opened the curtains softly, and fancied he could see the outline of her figure. Had he had a light, he was convinced he could never have killed her. At length, however, urged by an irresistible impulse, he raised the cleaver, and yet hesitating, he made as many as 13 or 14 motions in the air before he could determine to strike her. But then he let the murderous instrument fall with redoubled force upon her head. The unhappy lady attempted to escape, but without effect, for he followed upon the frightful wound which he had first inflicted with others still more dreadful, until at last she sunk exhausted on the floor and died. The only words which he heard her utter were, "O Lord, what is this?" And when she died she rattled very much in the throat. He was so alarmed at this that he ran down the stairs and threw the chopper in the privy, and when he had returned to his own room the thought struck him that he would rob the house. The idea had no sooner entered his head than he resolved to put it into execution, and striking a light he returned to his mistress's room. He took away some articles of jewellery from the drawers, but while he was occupied in finding them he fancied that he heard the death rattle still in his lady's throat, and he would have given the world to have been able to recall what had passed. When he had purloined all that he thought was of any value, he ran out of the house, and as he passed through Holborn he heard the watchman cry "past 1 o'clock," from which he knew that it was more than an hour since he had first contemplated the murder. He concealed the articles which he had stolen in the lodgings of a female of his acquaintance, and returned home, but on his arrival at the door he found that he had shut himself out. He waited until the maidservant came at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then on their entering the house, appearances were perceptible which induced the girl to suppose that there had been some strangers in the house. On her going upstairs she found that her mistress had been murdered, and she directly conveyed information of the circumstance to the police, when, Henderson being at once suspected, he was taken into custody and confessed his guilt. The sentence was carried out in its terms, and the body of the wretched young man, after execution, was hung in chains in the Edgware Road. Charles Ratcliffe, Esq. Executed for high treason. This gentleman was a party to the designs of the Jacobinical lords whose executions we have detailed, and was taken by the Seahorse frigate on his passage to Scotland to join the rebel forces. He had been concerned in the rebellion of 1715, and would then have been pardoned, but with 15 others he escaped out of Newgate and went to France. He afterwards lived in London, but was not molested, but subsequently again joining the design of the Pretender, and being seized, he was tried whether he was the same person who had been before convicted, and was found to be the same. He therefore received sentence of death, and was beheaded on Tower Hill on the 8th of December 1746. The prisoner was one of the brothers of the Earl of Derwentwater, who was executed in 1716, as before detailed, and they were the sons of Sir Francis Ratcliffe, by Lady Mary Tudor, natural daughter of Charles II, by Mrs. Mary Davis. Lord Lovat, beheaded for high treason. This lord, who in 1715 had been a supporter of the House of Hanover, in 1745 changed sides and became a friend of the party which he had before opposed. His career in life began in the year 1692, when he was appointed a captain in Lord Tullybardine's regiment, but he resigned his commission in order to prosecute his claim to be the chief of the Frasers, in order to effect which he laid a scheme to get possession of the heiress of Lovat, who was about to be married to a son of Lord Salton. He raised a clan, who violently seized the young lord, and, erecting a gibbet, showed it to him and his father, threatening their instant death unless they relinquished the contract made for the heiress of Lovat. To this, fearing for their lives, they consented; but still unable to get possession of the young lady, he seized the Dowager Lady Lovat in her own house, caused a priest to marry them against her consent, cut her stays open with his dirk, and, assisted by his ruffians, tore off her clothes, forced her into bed, to which he followed her, and then called his companions to witness the consummation of the outrageous marriage. For this breach of the peace he was indicted, but fled from justice; but he was nevertheless tried for rape, and for treason, in opposing the laws with an armed force, and sentence of outlawry was pronounced against him. Having fled to France, he turned papist, ingratiated himself with the Pretender, and was rewarded by him with a commission; but he was apprehended on the remonstrance of the English ambassador in Paris, and lodged in the Bastille, where, having remained some years, he procured his liberty by taking priest's orders, under colour of which he became a Jesuit in the College of St. Omer's. In the first rebellion of 1715 he returned to Scotland, and joining the king's troops, assisted them in seizing Inverness from the rebels, for which service he got the title of Lovat, was appointed to command, and had other favours conferred upon him. In the rebellion of which we are now treating, he turned sides, and joined the Pretender, a step treacherous in the extreme. When taken, he was old, unwieldy, and almost helpless, although in that condition he had been possessed of infinite resources to assist the rebellion. He petitioned the Duke of Cumberland for mercy, and hoping to work upon his feelings, recapitulated his former services, the favours that he had received from the Duke's grandfather, King George I, and dwelt much upon his access to court, saying, "He had carried him to whom he now sued for life in his arms, and when a baby held him up, while his grandsire fondled upon him." On the 9th of March 1747, however, he was taken from the Tower to Westminster Hall for trial, and the evidence adduced clearly proving his guilt to be of no ordinary character, he was convicted. He was next day brought up for judgment, and sentence of death was pronounced. That this sentence was not ill deserved appears from a speech of Lord Belhaven, delivered in the last Parliament held in Edinburgh in 1706, in which his lordship, speaking of this nobleman, then Captain Fraser, on occasion of the Scots plot, commonly called Fraser's plot, says, "that he deserved, if practicable, to have been hanged 5 several times, in 5 different places, and upon 5 different accounts, at least, as having been notoriously a traitor to the court of St. James's, a traitor to the court of St. Germain's, a traitor to the court of Versailles, and a traitor to his own country of Scotland, in being not only an avowed and restless enemy to the peace and quiet of its established government and constitution, both in church and state, but likewise a vile Proteus-like apostate, and a seducer of others in point of religion, as the tide or wind changed; and moreover that, abstracted from all those, his multiplied acts of treason abroad and at home, he deserved to be hanged as a condemned criminal, outlaw, and fugitive, for the barbarous, cruel, and most flagitious rape he had, with the assistance of some of his vile and abominable band of ruffians, violently committed on the body of a right honourable and virtuous lady, the widow of the late Lord Lovat, and sister of his Grace the late Duke of Athol. Nay, so hardened was Captain Fraser, that he audaciously erected a gallows, and threatened to hang thereon one of the said lady's brothers, and some other gentlemen of quality who accompanied him in going to rescue him out of that criminal's cruel hand. On the morning fixed for his execution, 9th of April 1747, Lord Lovat, who was now in his 80th year, and very large and unwieldy in his person, awoke at about 3 o'clock, and was heard to pray with great devotion. At 5 o'clock he arose, and asked for a glass of wine and water, and at 8 o'clock he desired that his wig might be sent, that the barber might have time to comb it out genteelly, and then he provided himself with a purse to hold the money which he intended for the executioner. At about 9:30 o'clock he ate heartily of minced veal, and ordered that his friends might be provided with coffee and chocolate, and at 11 o'clock the sheriffs came to demand his body. He then requested his friends to retire while he said a short prayer, but he soon called them back, and said that he was ready. At the bottom of the first pair of stairs, General Williamson invited him into his room to rest himself, which he did, and on his entrance paid his respects to the company politely, and talked freely. He desired of the general, in French, that he might take leave of his lady, and thank her for her civilities, but the general told his lordship in the same language that she was too much affected with his lordship's misfortunes to bear the shock of seeing him, and therefore hoped his lordship would excuse her. He then took his leave and proceeded. At the door he bowed to the spectators, and was conveyed from thence to the outer gate in the governor's coach, where he was delivered to the sheriffs, who conducted him in another coach to the house near the scaffold, in which was a room lined with black cloth, and hung with sconces, for his reception. His friends were at first denied entrance, but upon application made by his lordship to the sheriffs for their admittance, it was granted. Soon after, his lordship, addressing himself to the sheriffs, thanked them for the favour, and, taking a paper out of his pocket, delivered it to one of them, saying he should make no speech, and that they might give the word of command when they pleased. A gentleman present beginning to read a prayer to his lordship while he was sitting, he called one of the warders to help him up, that he might kneel. Then he prayed silently a short time, and afterwards sat again in his chair. Being asked by one of the sheriffs if he would refresh himself with a glass of wine, he declined it, because no warm water could be had to mix with it, and took a little burnt brandy and bitters in its stead. He requested that his clothes might be delivered to his friends with his corpse, and said for that reason he should give the executioner 10 guineas. He also desired of the sheriffs that his head might be received in a cloth and put into the coffin, which the sheriffs, after conferring with some gentlemen present, promised should be done, as also that the holding up the head at the corners of the scaffold should be dispensed with, as it had been of late years at the execution of lords. When his lordship was going up the stairs to the scaffold, assisted by 2 warders, he looked round, and seeing so great a concourse of people, "God save us," says he, "why should there be such a bustle about taking off an old grey head that cannot get up 3 steps without 3 bodies to support it?" Turning about, and observing one of his friends much dejected, he clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Cheer up thy heart, man. I am not afraid. Why should you be so?" As soon as he came upon the scaffold, he asked for the executioner, and presented him with 10 guineas in a purse, and then, desiring to see the axe, he felt the edge, and said he believed it would do. Soon after he rose from the chair which was placed for him, and looked at the inscription on his coffin, and on sitting down again, he repeated from Horace, "Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori," and afterwards from Ovid, "Nam genus et proavos et quae non fecimus ipsi vix ea nostra voco." He then desired all the people to stand off except his 2 warders, who supported his lordship while he said a prayer, after which he called his solicitor and agent in Scotland, Mr. W. Fraser, and presenting his gold-headed cane, said, "I deliver you this cane in token of my sense of your faithful services, and of my committing to you all the power I have upon earth," and then embraced him. He also called for Mr. James Fraser, and said, "My dear James, I am going to heaven, but you must continue to crawl a little longer in this evil world," and taking leave of both, he delivered his hat, wig, and clothes to Mr. William Fraser, desiring him to see that the executioner did not touch them. He ordered his cap to be put on, and unloosing his neckcloth and the collar of his shirt, kneeled down at the block and pulled the cloth which was to receive his head close to him, but being placed too near the block, the executioner desired him to remove a little further back, which, with the warder's assistance, was immediately done, and his neck being properly placed, he told the executioner he would say a short prayer, and then give the signal by dropping his handkerchief. In this posture he remained about half a minute, and then throwing his handkerchief on the floor, the executioner at one blow cut off his head, which was received in the cloth, and with his body was put into the coffin, and carried in a hearse back to the Tower, where it was interred near the bodies of the other lords. His lordship professed himself a papist, and at his request was attended by Mr. Baker, attached to the chapel of the Sardinian ambassador, and though he insisted much on the services he had done the royal family in 1715, yet he declared, but a few days before his death, that he had been concerned in all the schemes formed for restoring the house of Stuart since he was 15 years old. This nobleman's intellectual powers seem to have been considerable, and his learning extensive. He spoke Latin, French, and English fluently, and other modern languages intelligibly. He studied at Aberdeen, and disputed his philosophy in Greek, and though he was educated a Protestant, yet after 3 years' study of divinity and controversy he turned papist. He maintained an appearance of that facetious disposition for which he was remarkable to the last, and seems to have taken great pains to quit the stage, not only with decency, but with that dignity which is thought to distinguish the good conscience and noble mind. The following lines upon the execution of these noblemen are said to have been repeated with great energy by Dr. Johnson, although there appears to be no ground for supposing that they were the doctor's own composition. They first appeared in the Gentleman's Magazine. Pitied by gentle minds, Kilmarnock died. The brave Balmerino were on thy side. Ratcliffe, unhappy in his crimes of youth, steady in what he still mistook for truth, beheld his death so decently unmoved. The soft lamented, and the brave approved. But Lovat's end indifferently we view. True to no king, to no religion true. No fair forgets the ruin he has done. No child laments the tyrant of his son. No Tory pities, thinking what he was. No Whig compassions, for he left the cause. The brave regret not, for he was not brave. The honest mourn not, knowing him a knave. Part 17. Francis Townley, James Dawson, and others. Executed for high treason. These prisoners were parties to the same plot, and all of them held ranks in the Pretender's army. Dawson had paid addresses to a young lady, to whom he was to have been married immediately after his enlargement, if the solicitations that were made for his pardon had been attended with the desired effect. The circumstance of his love, and the melancholy that was produced by his death, are so admirably treated in the following ballad of Shenstone, that Dawson's story will probably be remembered and regretted when that of the rest of the rebels will be forgotten. Jemmy Dawson, a ballad. Come listen to my mournful tale, ye tender hearts and lovers dear, nor will you scorn to heave a sigh, nor will you blush to shed a tear. And thou, dear Kitty, peerless maid, do thou a pensive ear incline, for canst thou weep at every woe, and pity every plaint but mine? Young Dawson was a gallant youth, a lighter never trod the plain, and well he loved one charming maid, and dearly was he loved again. One tender maid, she loved him dear, of gentle blood the damsel came, and faultless was her beauteous form, and spotless was her virgin frame. But curse on parties' hateful strife, that led the faithful youth astray. The day the rebel clans appeared, oh, had he never seen that day! Their colours and their sash he wore, and in their fatal dress was found, and now he must that death endure, which gives the brave the keenest wound. How pale was then his true love's cheek when Jemmy's sentence reached her ear, for never yet did Alpine snows so pale nor yet so chill appear. Yet might sweet mercy find a place, and bring relief to Jemmy's woes. O George, without a prayer for thee, my orisons should never close. The gracious prince that gives him life would crown a never dying flame, and every tender babe I bore should learn to lisp the giver's name. But though, dear youth, thou shouldst be dragged to yonder ignominious tree, thou shalt not want a faithful friend to share thy bitter fate with thee. Oh, then her mourning coach was called, the sledge moved slowly on before, though borne in a triumphal car, she had not loved her favourite more. She followed him, prepared to view the terrible behests of the law, and the last scene of Jemmy's woes with calm and steadfast eyes she saw. Distorted was that blooming face, which she had fondly loved so long, and stifled was that tuneful breath, which in her praise had sweetly sung. And severed was that beauteous neck, round which her arms had fondly closed, and mangled was that beauteous breast, on which her lovesick head reposed. And ravished was that constant heart, she did to every heart prefer, for though it could his king forget, 'twas true and loyal still to her. Amidst those unrelenting flames she bore this constant heart to see, but when 'twas mouldered into dust, yet she cried, I'll follow thee. My death, can only show the pure and lasting love I bore. Accept, O heaven, of woes like ours, and let us weep no more. The dismal scene was o'er and past, the lover's mournful hearse retired, the maid drew back her languid head, and sighing forth his name expired. Though justice ever must prevail, the tear my Kitty sheds is due, for seldom shall we hear a tale so sad, so tender, and so true. These offenders were hanged on Kennington Common. They had not hung above 5 minutes when Townley was cut down, being yet alive, and his body being placed on the block, the executioner chopped off his head with a cleaver. His heart and bowels were then taken out and thrown into the fire, and the other parties being separately treated in the same manner, the executioner cried out, "God save King George." The bodies were quartered and delivered to the keepers of the new gaol, who buried them. The heads of some of the parties were sent to Carlisle and Manchester, where they were exposed, but those of Townley and another were fixed on Temple Bar, and after remaining some time fell down. It would be useless to attempt to enumerate the other persons whose crimes and misfortunes at this time consigned them to the gibbet, but some account of the escape of the Pretender may not be uninteresting. It would appear that the Battle of Culloden having decided the fate of his cause, where the Pretender had his horse shot under him by one of the King's troopers as he was endeavouring to rally his soldiers, he retired to the house of a factor of Lord Lovat, at about 10 miles from Inverness, where he met with that lord and supped with him. After supper he started on his journey to Fort Augustus, and next day went to Invergarry. A boy whom he found there caught him a salmon, and he dined, and afterwards waited for some of his troops, who had promised to meet him there. Being disappointed, however, in his object, he proceeded to Lochharciage, and he arrived there on the 18th of April, at about 2 in the morning, and slept, but at 5 he set out on foot and travelled through the glen of Morar, where he arrived at 4 the next morning. He reached Arrashag in 12 hours after, and was there joined by Captain O'Neil on the 27th, who informed him that his cause was hopeless, and recommended him therefore to sail at once for France. One Donald Macleod was engaged to hire a ship, and on the 28th the Chevalier went on board an 8-oared boat in company with Sullivan and O'Neil, ordering the people who belonged to that boat to make the best haste they could to Stornoway, where it was proposed they should take a ship. The night proving very tempestuous, they all begged him to go back, which he would not do, but to keep up the spirits of the people he sang them a Highland song. The weather growing worse and worse, about 7 in the morning of the 29th they were driven on shore on a point of land called Rushness, in the island of Benbecula, where, when they got on shore, the Pretender helped to make a fire to warm the crew, who were almost starved to death with cold. On the 30th, at 6 in the evening, they set sail again for Stornoway, but meeting with another storm, were obliged to put into the island of Scalpa in the Harris, where they all went on shore to a farmer's house, passing for merchants that were shipwrecked in their voyage to the Orkneys, the Pretender and Sullivan going by the name of Sinclair, the latter passing for the father and the former for his son. They thought proper to send from thence to Stornoway with instructions to freight a ship for the Orkneys, and on the 3rd of May they received a message that a ship was ready. On the 4th they set out for that place, where they arrived on the 5th about noon, but meeting with their messenger Donald Macleod, they found that he had got into company and told a friend of his for whom he had hired the ship, upon which there were 200 people in arms at Stornoway, upon a report that the Pretender was landed with 500 men and was coming to burn the town, so that they were obliged to lie all night upon the moor, with no other refreshment than biscuit and brandy. On the 6th they resolved to go in the 8-oared boat to the Orkneys, but the crew refused to venture, so that they were obliged to steer south along the coast side, where they met with 2 English ships, and this compelled them to put into a desert island, where they remained till the 10th, without any provision but some salt fish they found upon the place. About 10 in the morning of that day they embarked for the Harris, and at break of day on the 11th they were chased by an English vessel, but made their escape among the rocks. About 4 in the afternoon they arrived on the island of Benbecula, where they remained till the 14th, and then they set out for the mountain of Currada in South Uist, where they stayed till the militia of the Isle of Skye came to the island of Iraski. They now sailed for the island of Uia, where they remained 3 nights, till having intelligence that the militia were coming toward Benbecula, they immediately got into their boat and sailed for Lochbusdale. Being met, however, by some ships of war, they were obliged to return to Loch Nagar, and at night sailed for Lochbusdale, upon arriving at which place they stayed 8 days on a rock, making a tent of the sail of the boat. They found themselves here in a most dreadful situation, for having intelligence that Captain Scott had landed in Kilbride, they were obliged to separate, and the Pretender and O'Neil went to the mountains, where they remained all night, and soon after were informed that General Campbell was at Bunnery, so that now they had forces very near on both sides of them, and were absolutely at a loss which way to move. In their road they met with a young lady, one Miss Macdonald, to whom Captain O'Neil proposed assisting the Pretender to make his escape, which at first she refused, but upon his offering to put on women's clothes she consented, and desired them to go to the mountain of Carrada till she sent for them. They accordingly there stayed 2 days, but hearing nothing from the young lady, the Pretender concluded she would not keep her word, and therefore resolved to send Captain O'Neil to General Campbell, to let him know he was willing to surrender to him. But about 5 o'clock in the evening a message came from the young lady, desiring them to meet her at Rushness. Being afraid to pass by the ford because of the militia, they luckily found a boat which carried them to the other side of Uia, where they remained part of the next day, afraid of being seen by the country people. In the evening they set out for Rushness, and arrived there at 12 at night, but not finding the young lady, and being alarmed by a boat full of militia, were obliged to retire 2 miles back, where the Pretender remained on a moor till O'Neil went to the young lady, and prevailed upon her to come to the place appointed at nightfall of the next day. About an hour after, they had an account of General Campbell's arrival at Benbecula, which obliged them to move to another part of the island, where, as the day broke, they discovered 4 sail close on the shore, making directly up to the place where they were, so that there was nothing left for them but to throw themselves among the heath. When the wherries were gone, they resolved to go to Clanronald's house, but when they were within a mile of it, they heard General Campbell was there, which forced them to retreat again. The young Pretender having at length, with the assistance of Captain O'Neil, found Miss Macdonald in a cottage near the place appointed, it was there determined that he should put on women's clothes and pass for her waiting maid. This being done, he took leave of Sullivan and O'Neil with great regret, who departed to shift for themselves, leaving him and his new mistress at the cottage, where they continued some days, during which she cured him of the itch. Upon intelligence that General Campbell was gone further into the country, they removed to her cousin's, and spent the night in preparing for the departure to the Isle of Skye, and they set out the next morning for that place with only one manservant named Maclean and 2 rowers. During their voyage they were pursued by a small vessel, but a thick fog rising, they arrived safe at midnight in that island, and landed at the foot of a rock, where the lady and her maid waited, while her man Maclean went to see if Sir Alexander Macdonald was at home. Maclean found his way thither, but lost it in returning, and his mistress and her maid, after in vain expecting him the whole night, were obliged in the morning to leave the rock, and to go in the boat up the creek to some distance, to avoid the militia, which guarded the coast. They went on shore again about 10 o'clock, and, attended by the rowers, inquired the way to Sir Alexander's. When they had gone about 2 miles, they met Maclean, and he told his lady that Sir Alexander was with the Duke of Cumberland, but his lady was at home, and would do them all the service she could. They then immediately discharged their boat, and went directly to the house, where they remained 2 days, being always in her ladyship's chamber, except at night, to prevent a discovery. But a party of the Macleods, having intelligence that some strangers were arrived at Sir Alexander's, and knowing his lady to be well affected to the Pretender, came thither, and demanding to see the newcomers, were introduced to Mrs. Chambers, where she sat with her new maid. The latter, hearing the militia were at the door, had the presence of mind to get up and open it, which occasioned his being the less noticed, and after they had narrowly searched the chests they withdrew. The inquiry, however, alarmed the young lady, and the next day she sent her apparent maid to a steward of Sir Alexander's, but hearing that his being in the island was known, he removed to Macdonald's at Kingsborough, 10 miles distant, where he remained but 1 day. For, on receiving intelligence that it was rumoured that he was disguised in a woman's habit, Macdonald furnished him with a suit of his own clothes, and he went in a boat to Macleod's at Raza. No prospect of escaping to France, however, presented itself there, and he returned to the Isle of Skye, being 30 miles, with no attendant but a ferryman, Macleod assuring him that the elder Laird of Mackinnon would there render him all the service in his power. On his reaching Mackinnon's, the old man instantly knew him, and advised him to go to Lochaber, and he accordingly proceeded thither in a vessel procured for that purpose. Macdonald, at the head of 100 resolute Highlanders, then appeared to assist him, and after roving about with them from place to place, he at length removed to Badenoch. He was there very much harassed by the king's troops, and losing many of his men in the skirmishes which daily took place, they were at length obliged to disperse, and the Pretender, with Lochiel of Barrisdale and some others, skulked about in Moidart. Here they received information that 2 French privateers were at anchor in Loch Nanor, in one of which, L'Heureux, this unfortunate prince eventually embarked, with 23 gentlemen and 107 soldiers, and soon after arrived safely in France. William York, aged 10 years, convicted of murdering Susan Mayhew, aged 5 years. This unhappy child was but 10 years of age when he committed the dreadful crime of which he was convicted. He was a pauper in the poorhouse belonging to the parish of Eye in Suffolk, and was committed on the coroner's inquest to Ipswich jail for the murder of Susan Mayhew, another child of 5 years of age, who had been his bedfellow. The following is his confession, taken by a justice of the peace, and which was in part proved on the trial, with many corroborating circumstances of his guilt. He said that a trifling quarrel happening between them on the 13th of May 1748, about 10 in the morning, he struck her with his open hand, and made her cry. That she going out of the house to the dunghill opposite to the door, he followed her, with a hook in his hand, with an intent to kill her, but before he came up to her, he set down the hook, and went into the house for a knife. He then came out again, took hold of the girl's left hand, and cut her wrist all round to the bone, and then threw her down, and cut her to the bone just above the elbow of the same arm. That, after this, he had set his foot upon her stomach, and cut her right arm about, and to the bone, both on the wrist and above the elbow. That he still thought she would not die, and therefore took the hook, and cut her left thigh to the bone. His next care was to conceal the murder, for which purpose he filled a pail with water at a ditch, and washing the blood off the child's body, buried it in the dunghill, together with the blood that was spilled upon the child's clothes, and then went and got his breakfast. When he was examined he showed very little concern, and appeared easy and cheerful. All he alleged was that the child fouled the bed in which they lay together, that she was sulky, and that he did not like her. The boy was found guilty and sentenced to death, but he was respited from time to time on account of his tender years, and at length pardoned. Benjamin Tapner, John Cobby, John Hammond, Richard Mills the younger, and others, executed for murder. We do not recollect ever to have heard of a case exhibiting greater brutality on the part of the murderers towards their victim than this. The offenders were all smugglers, and the unfortunate objects of their crime were a custom house officer and a shoemaker, named respectively William Galley and Daniel Chater. It would appear that a daring and very extensive robbery having been committed at the custom house at Poole, Galley and Chater were sent to Stansted in Sussex to give some information to Major Battine, a magistrate, in reference to the circumstance. They did not, however, return to their homes, and on inquiry it turned out that they had been brutally murdered, the body of Galley being traced by means of bloodhounds to be buried, while that of Chater was discovered at a distance of 6 miles in a well in Harris's Wood, near Lee, in Lady Holt's Park, covered up with a quantity of stones, wooden railings, and earth. At a special commission held in Chichester on the 16th of January 1749, the prisoners Benjamin Tapner, John Cobby, John Hammond, William Carter, Richard Mills the elder, and Richard Mills the younger, were indicted for the murder of Daniel Chater, the 3 first as principals, and the others as accessories before the fact, and William Jackson and William Carter were indicted for the murder of William Galley. From the evidence adduced, the circumstances of this most horrid murder were proved, and it appeared that the 2 deceased persons, having passed Havant on their road to Stansted, went to the New Inn at Lee, where they met one Austin and his brother and brother-in-law, of whom they asked the road, and they conducted them to Rowland's Castle, where they said they might obtain better information. They went into the White Hart, and Mrs. Payne, the landlady, suspecting the object of their mission, sent for the prisoners Jackson and Carter, and they were soon after joined by some others of the gang. After they had all been sitting together, Carter and Chater called out and demanded to know where Diamond, one of those suspected of the robbery, was. Chater replied that he was in custody, and that he was going against his will to give evidence against him. Galley, following them into the yard, was knocked down by Carter on his calling Chater away, and they then returned indoors. The smugglers now pretended to be sorry for what had occurred, and desired Galley to drink some rum, and they persisted in plying him and Chater with liquor until they were both intoxicated. They were then persuaded to lie down and sleep, and a letter to Major Battine, of which they were the bearers, was taken from them, read, and destroyed. One John Royce, a smuggler, now came in, and Jackson and Carter told him the contents of the letter, and said that they had got the old rogue, the shoemaker of Fordingbridge, who was going to inform against John Diamond, the shepherd, then in custody at Chichester. Here William Steele proposed to take them both to a well about 200 yards from the house, and to murder and throw them in. But this was rejected, and after several propositions had been made as to the mode in which they should be disposed of, the scene of cruelty was commenced by Jackson, who, putting on his spurs, jumped upon the bed where they lay, and spurred their foreheads, and whipped them, so that they both got up bleeding. The smugglers then took them out of the house, and Mills swore he would shoot any one who followed or said anything of what had occurred. Meanwhile the rest put Galley and Chater on one horse, tied their legs under the horse's belly, and then tied the legs of both together. They now set forward, with the exception of Royce, who had no horse, and they had not gone above 200 yards before Jackson called out, "Whip 'em, cut 'em, slash 'em, damn 'em," upon which all began to whip except Steele, who led the horse, the roads being very bad. They whipped them for half a mile till they came to Woodash, where they fell off, with their heads under the horse's belly, and their legs, which were tied, appeared over the horse's back. Their tormentors soon set them upright again, and continued whipping them over the head, face, shoulders, etc., till they came to Dean, upwards of half a mile farther, and here they both fell again as before, with their heads under the horse's belly, which was struck at every step by the horse's hoofs. Upon placing them again in the saddle, the villains found them so weak that they could not sit, upon which they separated them, and put Galley before Steele, and Chater before Little Sam, and then whipped Galley so severely that, the lashes coming upon Steele at his desire, they desisted. They then went to Harris's well, and threatened to throw Galley in, but when he desired that they would put an end to his misery at once, "No," said Jackson, "if that's the case, we have something more to say to you," and they thereupon put him on the horse again, and whipped him over the downs until he was so weak that he fell off. They next laid him across the horse, and Little Sam, getting up behind him, subjected him to such cruelty as made him groan with the most excruciating torments, and he fell off again. Being again put up astride, Richards got up behind him, but the poor man soon cried out, "I fall, I fall," and Richards pushed him with a force, saying, "Fall and be damned." The unhappy man then turned over and expired, and they threw the body over the horse and carried it off with them to the house of one Scardifield, who kept the Red Lion at Rake. The landlord remarking the condition of Chater and Galley's body, the fellows told him that they had engaged with some officers, had lost their tea, and that some of them were wounded, if not dead. This was sufficient, and Jackson and Carter carried Chater down to the house of the elder Mills, where they chained him up in a turf house. Their companions in the meantime drank gin and brandy at Scardifield's, and it now being nearly dark, they borrowed spades and a candle and lantern, and making him assist them in digging a hole, they buried the body of the murdered officer. They then separated, but on the Thursday they met again with some more of their associates, including the prisoners Richard Mills and his two sons Richard and John, Thomas Stringer, Cobby, Tapner, and Hammond, for the purpose of deliberating what should be done with their prisoner. It was soon unanimously resolved that he must be destroyed, and it was determined that they should take him to Harris's well and throw him in, as it was considered that the death would be most likely to cause him the greatest pain. During this time the wretched man was in a state of the utmost horror and misery, being visited occasionally by all his tormentors, who abused him and beat him violently. At last, when this determination had been arrived at, they all went, and Tapner, pulling out a clasp knife, ordered him on his knees, swearing that he would be his butcher; but being dissuaded from this, as being opposed to their plan to prolong the miseries of their prisoner, he contented himself with slashing the knife across his eyes, almost cutting them out, and completely severing the gristle of his nose. They then placed him upon a horse, and all set out together for Harris's Well, except Mills and his sons, they having no horses ready, and saying in excuse that there were enough without them to murder one man. All the way Tapner whipped him till the blood came, and then swore that if he blooded the saddle he would torture him the more. When they were come within 100 yards of the well, Jackson and Carter stopped, saying to Tapner, Cobby, Stringer, Steele, and Hammond, "Go on and do your duty on Chater, as we have ours upon Galley." It was in the dead of the night that they brought their victim to the well, which was nearly 30 feet deep, but dry, and paled close round, and Tapner having fastened a noose around his neck, they bade him get over the pales. He was going through a broken place, but though he was covered with blood and fainting with anguish of his wounds, they forced him to climb up, having the rope about his neck. They then tied one end of the cord to the pales and pushed him over the brink, but the rope being short, he hung no farther within it than his thighs, and leaning against the edge, he hung above a quarter of an hour and was not strangled. They then untied him and threw him head foremost into the well. They tarried some time, and hearing him groan, they determined to go to one William Comleys, a gardener, to borrow a rope and ladder, saying they wanted to relieve one of their companions who had fallen into Harris's Well. He said they might take them, but they could not manage the ladder in their confusion, it being a long one. They then returned to the well, and still hearing him groan, and fearful that the sound might lead to a discovery, the place being near the road, they threw upon him some of the rails and gateposts fixed about the well, as well as some great stones, and then finding him silent they left him. Their next consultation was how to dispose of their horses, and they killed Galley's, which was grey, and taking his hide off, cut it into small pieces, and hid them so as to prevent any discovery, but a bay horse that Chater had ridden on got from them. This being the evidence produced, the jury, after being out of court about a quarter of an hour, brought in a verdict of guilty against all the prisoners, whereupon the judge pronounced sentence on the convicts in the most pathetic address, representing the enormity of their crime, and exhorting them to make immediate preparation for the awful fate that awaited them, adding, "Christian charity obliges me to tell you that your time in this world will be very short." The heinousness of this crime, of which these men had been convicted, rendering it necessary that their punishment should be exemplary, the judge ordered that they should be executed on the following day, and the sentence was accordingly carried into execution against all but Jackson, who died in prison on the evening that he was condemned. They were attended by 2 ministers, and all, except Mills and his son, who took no notice of each other, and thought themselves not guilty because they were not present at the finishing of the inhuman murder, showed great marks of penitence. Tapner and Carter gave good advice to the spectators, and desired diligence might be used to apprehend Richards, whom they charged as the cause of their being brought to this wretched end. Young Mills smiled several times at the executioner, who was a discharged marine, and having ropes too short for some of them, was puzzled to fit them. Old Mills, being forced to stand tiptoe to reach the halter, desired that he might not be hanged by inches. The 2 Mills were so rejoiced at being told that they were not to be hanged in chains after execution, that death seemed to excite them in no terror, while Jackson was so struck with horror at being measured for his irons that he soon expired. They were hanged at Chichester on the 18th of January 1749, amidst such a concourse of spectators as is seldom seen on the occasion of a public execution. Carter was hung in chains near Rake in Sussex, Tapner on Rook's Hill near Chichester, and Cobby and Hammond at Selsey Isle, on the beach where they sometimes landed their smuggled goods, and where they could be seen at a great distance east and west. Samuel Couchman and John Morgan, Lieutenant of Marines, Thomas Knight, carpenter, and others. Shot for mutiny. The Chesterfield man of war, under the command of Captain O'Brien Dudley, was stationed off Cape Coast Castle, on the coast of Africa, when a dangerous mutiny broke out among the crew, of whom the above named officers were the leaders. they were charged on their trial with exciting and encouraging mutiny, and running away with his Majesty's ship Chesterfield, on the 10th day of October 1748, from the coast of Africa, leaving their captain, 2 lieutenants with other officers, and some seamen on shore. It appeared from the evidence adduced before the court martial by which the prisoners were tried, and which was presided over by Sir Edward Hawke, that on the 15th of October 1748, Captain Dudley, being on shore at Cape Coast Castle, sent off his barge to Lieutenant Couchman, ordering him to send the cutter with the boatswain of the ship to see the tents struck, and to bring everything belonging to the ship on board that night. Couchman, however, directly ordered the barge to be hoisted in, and the boatswain to turn all hands on the quarter deck, and then coming from his cabin with a drawn sword, said, "Here I am, God damn me, and I will stand by you while I have a drop of blood in my body." He was accompanied by John Morgan, the second lieutenant of marines, Thomas Knight the carpenter, his mate John Place, a principal actor, and about 30 seamen with cutlasses. They gave 3 huzzas and threw their hats overboard, damning old hats, and saying that they would soon get new. Couchman now sent for the boatswain to know if he would stand by him and go with him, but he replied no, and said, "For God's sake, sir, be ruled by reason, and consider what you are about." Couchman threatened to put him in irons if he did not join in with him, but the boatswain told him he never would be in such piratical designs, and he was immediately ordered into custody, and 2 sentinels put over him. Couchman soon after sent for Gillam, the mate of the ship, but he also refusing to join him was put into custody with 5 or 6 others. They were confined, however, only 5 or 6 hours, for in the middle of the night after their confinement, Couchman sent for them into the great cabin, desired them to sit and drink punch, and then dismissed them. The next day the boatswain was invited to dinner by the new commander, who began to rail against Captain Dudley, and proposed to him to sign a paper. He refused indignantly, and was immediately dismissed. When he quitted the great cabin he went to the gunner, who informed him that he had 20 pistols still at his disposal, and it was determined that an effort should be made that night to recover the ship from the mutineers. When evening drew on, the boatswain proceeded to sound the ship's company, and he soon found about 30 of the seamen, besides the mates, gunner's mates, and coxswain of the barge, ready to aid him. The boatswain took the command on himself, and the first step which he took was to get all the irons or bilboes on the forecastle. He then sent for the 20 pistols, which were all loaded. He next ordered 3 men upon the grand magazine, and 2 to the abaft, and the remainder, who had no pistols, to stay by the bilboes, and secure as many prisoners as he should send. This disposition being made, he went directly down on the deck, where he divided his small company into 2 parties, and one going down the main, and the other the fore hatchway. They soon secured 11 or 12 of the ringleaders, and sent them up to the forecastle without the least noise. The 2 parties then joined, and went directly to the great cabin, where they secured Couchman and Morgan, with the carpenter, whom they immediately confined in different parts of the vessel. The ship being thus secured, the captain again boarded her, and took the command of her, and on her return to England the mutineers were brought to trial. The court martial having found them guilty of the crimes imputed to them, they were shot in the month of June 1749. The boatswain, Roger Winkett, was afterwards rewarded with £300 a year as master attendant of Woolwich Dockyard. John Mills executed for murder. The case of this felon becomes remarkable from the fact of the criminal being the son of Richard Mills the elder, whose ignominious fate we have just recorded. It appears that he was engaged in the robbery of the Custom House, but escaped, and soon after his father, brother, and their accomplices were hanged, he thought of going to Bristol, with a view of embarking for France, and having hinted his intentions to some others, they resolved to accompany him. Stopping at a house on the road, they met with one Richard Hawkins, whom they asked to go with them, but the poor fellow hesitating, they put him on horseback behind Mills, and carried him to the Dog and Partridge, on Slendon Common, which was kept by John Reynolds. They had not been long in the house when complaint was made that 2 bags of tea had been stolen, and Hawkins was charged with the robbery. He steadily denied any knowledge of the affair, but they obliged him to pull off his clothes, and having stripped themselves, they began to whip him with the most unrelenting barbarity. And Curtis, one of the gang, said he did know of the robbery, and if he did not confess, he would whip him till he did, for he had whipped many a rogue, and washed his hands in his blood. The villains continued whipping the poor wretch till their breath was almost exhausted, when at length the unfortunate man mentioned something of his father and brother, on which Mills and Curtis said they would go and fetch them, but Hawkins expired soon after they had left the house. On their way back they met Winter, one of their companions, who informed them of this fact, when they dismissed the men whom they had compelled to accompany them, saying that they should be sent for when they were wanted. Their next anxiety was as to the mode in which they should dispose of the body, and it was proposed to throw it into a well in an adjacent park; but this being objected to, they carried it 12 miles, and having tied stones to it in order to sink it, they threw it into a pond in Parham Park, belonging to Sir Cecil Bishop, and in this place it lay more than 2 months before it was discovered. Mills was afterwards taken into custody on the information of Pring, an outlawed smuggler, and being tried, was convicted. The country being at that time filled with smugglers, a rescue was feared, wherefore he was conducted to the place of execution by a guard of soldiers. When there he prayed with the clergyman, confessed that he had led a bad life, acknowledged the murder of Hawkins, desired that all young people would take warning by his untimely end, and humbly implored the forgiveness of God. He was executed on Slendon Common on the 12th of August 1749, and afterwards hung in chains on the same spot. Amy Hutchinson, burnt for the murder of her husband. This malefactor was born of indigent parents in the Isle of Ely, and having received a poor education, at the age of 16 she attracted the attention of a young man, whose love she returned with equal affection. A father, being apprised of the connection, strictly charged his daughter to decline it, but there was no arguing against love. The intimacy continued till it became criminal. The young fellow having soon grown tired of her, he went off to London, and she determined to revenge herself upon him for his infidelity, by marrying another suitor named John Hutchinson, who had previously been disagreeable to her. The marriage accordingly took place, but her first admirer happening to return from London just as the newly wedded pair were coming out of church, the bride was greatly affected at the recollection of former scenes, and the irrevocable ceremony which had now passed. Unable to love the man she had married, she doted to distraction on him she had lost, and only a few days after her marriage admitted him to his former intimacy with her. Hutchinson becoming jealous of his wife, a quarrel ensued, in consequence of which he beat her with great severity, but this producing no alteration in her conduct, he had recourse to drinking, with a view to avoid the pain of reflection on his situation. In the interim, his wife and the young fellow continued their guilty intercourse uninterrupted, but considering the life of her husband as a bar to their happiness, it was resolved to remove him by poison. For this purpose the wife purchased a quantity of arsenic, and Mr. Hutchinson being afflicted with an ague, and wishing for something warm to drink, she put some arsenic in ale, of which he drank very plentifully, and then she left him, saying she would go and buy something for his dinner. Meeting her lover, she acquainted him with what had passed, on which he advised her to buy more poison, fearing the first might not be sufficient to operate, but its effects were fatal, and Hutchinson died about dinner time on the same day. The deceased was buried on the following Sunday, and the next day the former lover renewed his visits, which occasioned the neighbours to talk very freely of the affair. The young widow was taken into custody on suspicion of having committed the murder. The body being exhumed, it was found that death had been caused by poison, and the prisoner was convicted and sentenced to death. She was strangled and burned at Ely on the 7th of November 1750, confessing the crime of which she had been found guilty. Part 19. John Carr, executed for forgery. This offender was born of respectable parents, who gave him a good education in the north of Ireland. Having gone to Dublin at the age of 16 years, he soon afterwards entered into business as a wine merchant, but being uncontrolled, he fell into bad habits and company, and was compelled to give up his trade. An associate inviting him to join him at Kilkenny, he proceeded thither by coach, and seeing a lady in the conveyance, the elegance of her appearance and manners impressed him with an idea that she was of rank. He determined, if possible, to profit by the opportunity afforded him. He handed her into the inn, and a proposal being made that the company should sup together, it was agreed to on all hands, and while the supper was preparing, Carr applied himself to the coachman to learn the history of the young lady, but all the information he could obtain was, that he had taken her up at Dublin, and that she was going to the Spa at Mallow. He was determined, however, to become better acquainted with her, and prevailed on the company to repose themselves the next day at Kilkenny, to take a view of the Duke of Ormond's seat, and the curiosities of the town. This proposal being acceded to, the evening was spent in the utmost harmony and good humour, and the fair stranger even then conceived an idea of making a conquest of Mr. Carr, from whose appearance she was induced to suppose that he was a man of distinction. It was now diamond cut diamond, and in the morning the fair incognita dressed herself to great advantage, not forgetting the ornament of jewels, which she wore in abundance, so that, when she entered the room, Carr was astonished at her appearance. She found the influence she had over him, and resolved to afford him an early opportunity of speaking his sentiments; and while the company were walking in the gallery of the Duke of Ormond's palace, an occasion presented itself which was not lost by either party. The lady at first affected displeasure at so explicit a declaration, but soon assuming a more affable deportment, she told him that she was an Englishwoman of rank, that his person was not disagreeable to her, and that, if he was a man of fortune, and the consent of her relations could be obtained, she should not be averse to listening to his addresses. She further said that she was going to spend part of the summer at Mallow, where his company would be agreeable, and he followed her to that place, contrary to the advice of his friend, who had formed a very unfavourable opinion of the lady's character. It is needless to say that the company of so refined and elegant a person was not to be kept without some expenses, which were not of a very moderate character, and the difficulties in which our hero had already placed himself were in no wise diminished by his new connexion. He remained with her, however, until the end of the season induced them to return to Dublin, and then a trip to England was proposed, preparatory to the final steps being taken to complete the nuptial arrangements. The gallantry and wits of the gentleman were sorely tested to procure the requisite funds for the trip, but he at length succeeded in obtaining such a sum as he and the lady deemed sufficient. The passage only remained to be secured, and the too credulous sharper was employed in obtaining it, but in his absence the lady shipped all the effects on board a vessel bound for Amsterdam, and having dressed herself in a man's apparel, she embarked and sailed, leaving Carr to regret his ill-judged credulity. Thus reduced to want, he went to London, and having enlisted as a foot soldier, he was discharged after several years' service. He subsequently entered as a marine, but soon afterwards came to London again, and opened a shop in Hog Lane, St. Giles. He now married a girl who he thought had money, but soon discovering her poverty, he abandoned her, and removed to Short's Gardens, where he entered into partnership with a cork cutter. But having obtained the promise of support from his partner's customers, he set upon his own account, and was tolerably successful, though his passion for gambling prevented his retaining any part of the produce of his business. His new companions at the gaming table, having an eye to their own profit, offered to procure him a wife of fortune, though they knew he had a wife living, and actually contrived to introduce him to a young lady of property, with whom a marriage would probably have taken place, but that one of them, struck with remorse of conscience, developed the affair to her father, and frustrated the whole scheme. Being now again thrown upon his own resources, he engaged himself as a porter to a merchant, but while in this condition, his master having entrusted him with a cheque for £60, he procured it to be cashed, and having spent the money in the lowest debauchery, he again entered as a marine. There being something in his deportment superior to the vulgar, he was advanced to the rank of sergeant, in which he behaved so well that his officers treated him with considerable favour. The vessel in which he sailed was of considerable power, and taking a merchant ship richly laden, and soon afterwards several smaller vessels, the prize money amounted to a considerable sum. This gave Carr an idea that very great advantages might be obtained by privateering, and having procured a discharge, he entered on board a privateer, and was made master at arms. In a few days the privateer took 2 French ships, one of which they carried to Bristol, and the other into the harbour of Poole, and refitting their ship they sailed again, and in 2 days took a French privateer, and gave chase to 3 others, which they found to have been English vessels belonging to Falmouth, which had been captured by a French privateer. These they retook, and carried them into Falmouth, in their passage to which place they made prize of a valuable French ship, the produce of which contributed to enrich the crew. On their next trip they saw a ship in full chase of them, on which they prepared for a vigorous defence, and an action soon after taking place, many hands were lost by the French, who at length attempted to sheer off, but were taken after a chase of some leagues. The commander of the English privateer, being desperately wounded in the engagement, died in a few days, on which Carr courted his widow, and a marriage would have taken place, but that she was seized with a violent fever, which deprived her of life, but not before she had bequeathed him all she was possessed of. Having disposed of her effects, he repaired to London, where he commenced smuggler, but his ill-gotten goods being seized by the officers of the revenue, he took to the still more dangerous practice of forging seamen's wills, and gained money thus for some time, but being apprehended, he was brought to trial at the Old Bailey, convicted, and was sentenced to die. He was of the Romish persuasion, and died with decent resignation to his fate. Carr was hanged at Tyburn on the 16th of November 1750. Norman Ross, executed for murder. About the time at which this man met his most deserved punishment, the public journals teemed with accounts of the impudence and crimes of the party-coloured tribe of servants denominated footmen. To such a daring pitch had their impudence arrived, that they created a riot at the theatre in Drury Lane, even in the presence of the heir apparent to the throne. One evening, when the Prince and Princess of Wales, the father and mother of King George III., attended the performance, these miscreants commenced a dreadful uproar. It was then the custom to admit servants in livery into the upper gallery gratis, in compliment to their employers, on whom they were supposed to be in attendance, and not content with peaceably witnessing the performance, they frequently interrupted those who had paid for admission, and assuming the prerogative of critics, hissed or applauded with the most offensive clamour. In consequence of these violent proceedings, the manager shut the door against them, unless they each paid their shilling. Upon an occasion when that part of the royal family already mentioned were present, they mustered in a gang, to the number of 300, broke open the doors of the theatre, fought their way to the very door of the stage, and in their progress wounded 25 peaceable people. Colonel de Vale, then an active magistrate for Westminster, happened to be present, and in vain attempted to read a proclamation against such an outrage, but though they obstructed him in his duty, he caused the ringleaders to be secured, and the next day committed 3 of them to Newgate. At the ensuing sessions they were convicted of the riot and sentenced to imprisonment. In the meantime the choler of these upstarts was raised to such a pitch that they sent the following threat to the manager: To Mr. Fleetwood, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, Master of the Theatre, Drury Lane. Sir, we are willing to admonish you before we attempt our design, and provided you use us civil and admit us into our gallery, which is our property according to formalities, and if you think proper to come to a composition this way, you'll hear no further, and if not, our intention is to combine in a body incognito and reduce the playhouse to the ground. Valuing no detection, we are indemnified. The manager carried this letter to the Lord Chamberlain, who ordered a detachment of 50 soldiers to do duty there each night, and thus deterred the saucy knaves from carrying their threats into execution. At the Edinburgh Theatre it was also accustomed to admit men wearing the badge of servitude into the gallery gratis, and when Garrick's inimitable farce, High Life Below Stairs, wherein the waste and impudence of domestic servants of rich men is completely exposed, was performed there, a most violent clamour broke out in the gallery, so as entirely to interrupt the performance, and put the other part of the audience in fear of the consequences. The hardy Scotchmen, however, laid hold of the rioters, and kicked every footman who alone were concerned out of the house, where, without paying, they never more entered. Having thus referred to an evil which existed in 1751, and which even to this moment continues to exist to a considerable extent, namely the overbearing insolence of the fellows who usually fill the situations of domestic servants in the families of the rich, it is time to proceed to the history of the subject of this sketch. Ross was born of decent parents in Inverness, and received an education by which he would have been fitted to fill a situation in a merchant's counting house. The difficulty in obtaining such employment, however, induced him to enter the service of a lady, who had always exhibited great kindness towards his family, and he soon afterwards accompanied her son to the Continent in the capacity of a valet de chambre. He continued in this situation during about 5 years, when he returned to Scotland, and was employed by an attorney in Edinburgh; but having contracted an intimacy among other servants, from their instruction he acquired all the fashionable habits of drinking, swearing, and gaming, and was dismissed on account of his impudence and the irregularities of his conduct. He was subsequently engaged by a Mrs. Hume, a widow lady of good fortune, whose residence during the summer was at Ayton, a village about 4 miles from Berwick upon Tweed. The extravagance of our hero, and an unfortunate intercourse which he had with a fellow servant, soon compelled him to look for some other means of procuring money, besides that which was honestly afforded him by his mistress; and having exhausted the patience of his friends by borrowing from them repeatedly, he formed the resolution of robbing his employer. It would appear that Mrs. Hume slept in a room on the first floor, and that the keys of her bureau were usually placed under her head for safety. Sunday night was the time fixed upon for the commission of the robbery, and waiting in his bedroom without undressing himself till he judged the family to be asleep, he descended, and leaving his shoes in the passage, proceeded to his lady's bedchamber. Upon his endeavouring to get possession of the keys, the lady was disturbed, and being dreadfully alarmed, called for assistance; but the rest of the family lying at a distant part of the house, her screams were not heard. Ross immediately seized a clasp knife that lay on the table, and cut his mistress's throat in a most dreadful manner. This horrid act was no sooner perpetrated than, without waiting to put on his shoes, or to secure either money or other effects, he leapt out of the window, and after travelling several miles, concealed himself in a field of corn. In the morning the gardener discovered a livery hat, which the murderer had dropped in descending from the window, and suspecting that something extraordinary had happened, he alarmed his fellow servants. The disturbance in the house brought the 2 daughters of Mrs. Hume down stairs, but no words can express the horror and consternation of the young ladies upon beholding their parent weltering in her blood, and the fatal instrument of death lying on the floor. Ross being absent, and his shoes and hat being found, it was concluded that he must have committed the barbarous deed, and the butler therefore mounted a horse and alarmed the country, lest the murderous villain should escape. The butler was soon joined by great numbers of horsemen, and towards the conclusion of the day, when both men and horses were nearly exhausted through excessive fatigue, the murderer was discovered in a field of standing corn. He was immediately secured, and being brought to trial, he had the effrontery to declare that he was admitted to share his mistress's bed, and that his custom was always to leave his shoes at the parlour door. That on the night of the murder he proceeded as usual to her room, but on entering it his horror was aroused at discovering her to be murdered. He leapt out of the window to search for the perpetrators of the deed, and dropping his hat, he thought it better not to return until night. Having been found guilty, he was sentenced to have his right hand chopped off, then to be hanged till dead, the body to be hung in chains, and the right hand to be affixed to the top of the gibbet, with the knife made use of in the commission of the murder. Upon receiving sentence of death, he began seriously to reflect on his miserable situation, and the next day he requested the attendance of Mr. James Craig, one of the ministers of Edinburgh, to whom he confessed his guilt, declaring that there was no foundation for his reflections against the chastity of the deceased. 6 weeks elapsed between the time of his trial and that of his execution, during which he showed every sign of the most sincere penitence, and refused to accompany 2 prisoners who broke out of jail, saying he had no desire to recover his liberty, but that on the contrary he would cheerfully submit to the utmost severity of punishment, that he might make atonement for his wickedness. The day appointed for putting the sentence of the law into force being arrived, Ross walked to the place of execution, holding Mr. Craig by the arm. Having addressed a pathetic speech to the populace, and prayed some time with great fervency of devotion, the rope was put around his neck, and he laid his right hand upon the block, when it was struck off by the executioner at 2 blows. He was immediately afterwards run up to the gallows, when, feeling the rope drawing tight, by a convulsive motion of the arm he struck his bloody wrist against his cheek, which gave it a ghastly appearance. The sentence was subsequently fully carried into effect. The execution took place on the 8th of January 1751. Thomas Colley, executed for murder. This offender was a victim to his own feelings of superstition. At the time of his crime and execution, the belief in witchcraft was almost universal, and Colley was hanged for the murder of a poor old woman named Osborne, whose qualities as a witch he tested by ducking her in a pond until she was dead, thereby indisputably proving to the satisfaction of all, and to the credit of the deceased woman, how unjustifiable were the suspicions which had been entertained of her character. The evidence given against the prisoner was to the following effect. On the 18th of April 1751, a man named Nichols went to William Dell, the crier at Hemel Hempstead in Hertfordshire, and delivered to him a paper to the following effect, which was to be cried: "This is to give notice that on Monday next a man and woman are to be publicly ducked at Tring, in this county, for their wicked crimes." This notice was given at Winslow and Leighton Buzzard, as well as at Hemel Hempstead, on the respective market days, and was heard by Mr. Barton, overseer of the parish of Tring, who, being informed that the persons intended to be ducked were John Osborne and Ruth his wife, and having no doubt of the good character of both the parties, sent them to the workhouse as a protection from the rage of the mob. On the day appointed for the practice of the infernal ceremony, an immense number of people, supposed to be not fewer than 5,000, assembled near the workhouse at Tring, vowing revenge against Osborne and his wife as a wizard and a witch, and demanding that they should be delivered up to their fury. In support of their demands they pulled down a wall belonging to the workhouse, and broke the windows and window frames. On the preceding evening, the master of the workhouse, suspecting some violence from what he heard of the disposition of the people, had sent Osborne and his wife to the vestry room belonging to the church, as a place the most likely to secure them from insult. The mob would not give credit to the master of the workhouse that the parties were removed, but rushing into the house, searched it through, examining the closets, boxes, trunks, and even the salt box, in quest of them. There being a hole in the ceiling, which had been left by the plasterers, Colley, who was one of the most active of the gang, exclaimed, "Let us search the ceiling;" and this being done, but of course without success, they swore that they would pull down the house and set fire to Tring if the parties were not produced. The master of the workhouse, apprehensive that they would carry their threats into execution, and unmindful of the safety of the unfortunate wretches whom it was his duty to protect, at length gave up their place of concealment, and the whole mob, with Colley at their head, forthwith marched off to the church and brought them off in triumph. Their persons secured, they were carried to a pond called Marlston Mere, where they were stripped and tied up separately in cloths. A rope was then bound round the body of the woman under her armpits, and two men dragged her into the pond, and through it several times, Colley going into the pond, and, with a stick, turning her from side to side. Having ducked her repeatedly in this manner, they placed her by the side of the pond, and dragged the old man in, and ducked him. Then he was put by, and the woman ducked again as before, Colley making the same use of his stick. With this cruelty the husband was treated twice over, and the wife 3 times, during the last of which the cloth in which she was wrapped came off, and she appeared quite naked. Not satisfied with this barbarity, Colley pushed his stick against her breast, and the poor woman attempted to lay hold of it, but her strength being now exhausted, she expired on the spot. Colley then went round the pond collecting money of the populace for the sport he had shown them in ducking the old witch, as he called her. The mob now departed to their several habitations, and the body being taken out of the pond was examined by Mr. Foster, a surgeon, and the coroner's inquest being summoned on the occasion, Mr. Foster deposed that, on examining the body of the deceased, he found no wound, either internal or external, except a little place that had the skin off on one of her breasts, and it was his opinion that she was suffocated with water and mud. Hereupon Colley was taken into custody, and when his trial came on, Mr. Foster deposed to the same effect as above mentioned, and there being a variety of other strong proofs of the prisoner's guilt, he was convicted and received sentence of death. His defence was that he had endeavoured to protect the old people from violence, instead of attempting to injure them. After conviction he seemed to behold his guilt in its true light of enormity. He became, as far as could be judged, sincerely penitent for his sins, and made good use of the short time he had to live in the solemn preparation for eternity. The day before his execution he was removed from the jail of Hertford, under the escort of 100 men of the Oxford Blues, commanded by 7 officers, and being lodged in the jail of St. Albans, was put into a chaise at 5 o'clock the next morning with the hangman, and reached the place of execution about 11, where his wife and daughter came to take leave of him. The minister of Tring assisted him in his last moments, and he died exhibiting all the marks of unfeigned penitence. He was executed on the 24th of August 1751, and his body afterwards hung in chains at a place called Gubblecut, near which the offence was committed. It is not a little remarkable that, at so recent a period, so many people as composed this mob should be found so benighted in intellect, and utterly uninformed, as to be guilty of so miserable and so glaring a piece of absurdity and wickedness as that which was proved in the evidence against the prisoner. In former ages, it is true, not only the people, but even the authorities of the land, believed in witchcraft and sorcery; but it is indeed extraordinary that in the 18th century a scene such as that described could have been permitted to occur at a village within 30 miles of the metropolis. The following copy of an indictment, furnished us by a friend who took it from the American court record, must prove a matter of curiosity to the reader at the present enlightened era. Essex, a town in the colony of Massachusetts Bay, in New England. The jurors of our sovereign lord and lady, the King and Queen (King William and Queen Mary), present, that George Burroughs, late of Falmouth, in the province of Massachusetts Bay, clerk, a Presbyterian minister of the gospel, the 9th day of May, and divers other days and times, as well before as after, certain detestable arts called witchcraft and sorceries, wickedly and feloniously hath used, practised, and exercised at and in the town of Salem, in the county aforesaid, upon and against one Mary Walcott, single woman, by which said wicked arts the said Mary, on the day aforesaid, and divers other days and times, as well before as after, was and is tortured, afflicted, pined, consumed, wasted, and tormented against the peace, etc. A witness, by the name Anne Putnam, deposed as follows: On the 8th of May 1692 I saw the apparition of George Burroughs, who grievously tormented me, and urged me to write in his book, which I refused. He then told me that his 2 first wives would appear to me presently, and tell me a great many lies, but I must not believe them. Then immediately appeared to me the forms of 2 women in winding sheets and napkins about their heads, at which I was greatly affrighted. They turned their faces towards Mr. Burroughs, and looked red and angry, and told him that he had been very cruel to them, and that their blood called for vengeance against him, and they also told him that they should be clothed with white robes in heaven when he should be cast down into hell, and he immediately vanished away. And as soon as he was gone, the women turned their faces towards me, and looked as pale as a white wall, and told me they were Mr. Burroughs' 2 wives, and that he had murdered them, and one told me she was his first wife, and he stabbed her under the left breast, and put a piece of sealing wax in the wound, and she pulled aside the winding sheet and showed me the place. She also told me that she was in the house where Mr. Darris, the minister of Danvers, then lived when it was done. And the other told me that Mr. Burroughs and a wife that he hath now killed her in the vessel as she was coming to see her friends from the eastward, because they would not have one another, and they both charged me to tell these things to the magistrates before Mr. Burroughs' face, and if he did not own them, they did not know but they should appear this morning. This morning also appeared to me another woman in a winding sheet, and told me that she was Goodman Fuller's first wife, and Mr. Burroughs killed her because there was a difference between her husband and him. Upon the above, and some other such evidence, was this unfortunate man condemned and executed. The days are now happily past when such monstrous absurdities are heard of. Part 20. Frederick Caulfield, executed for murder. The following is a remarkable instance, if it be true, of a dream occasioning the discovery of a murder. Adam Rogers, a creditable man who kept a public house at Portlaw, a small village 9 or 10 miles from Waterford, in Ireland, dreamed one night that he saw two men at a particular green spot on an adjacent mountain, one of them a sickly looking man, the other remarkably strong and large. Then he fancied that he saw the little man murder the other, and awoke in great agitation. The circumstances of the dream were so distinct and forcible that he continued much affected by them, and on the next morning he was extremely startled at seeing two strangers enter his house about 11 o'clock in the forenoon, who resembled precisely the two men that he fancied he had seen. After the strangers had taken some refreshment, and were about to depart in order to prosecute their journey, Rogers earnestly endeavoured to dissuade the little man from quitting his house and going on with his fellow traveller, and he assured him that if he would remain with him that day, he would himself accompany him to Carrick the next morning, that being the town to which they were proceeding. He was unwilling and ashamed to tell the cause of his being so solicitous to separate him from his companion, but as he observed that Hickey, which was the name of the little man, seemed to be quiet and gentle in his deportment, and had money about him, and that the other had a ferocious bad countenance, he dreaded that something fatal would happen, and wished at all events to keep them asunder. The humane precautions which he took, however, proved ineffectual, for Caulfield, such was the other's name, prevailed upon Hickey to continue with him on their way to Carrick, declaring that as they had long travelled together they should not part, but should remain together until he should see Hickey safely arrive at the habitation of his friends. They accordingly set out together, and in about an hour after they left Portlaw, in a lonely part of the mountains, just near the place observed by Rogers in his dream, Caulfield took the opportunity of murdering his companion. It appeared afterwards, from his own account of the horrid transaction, that as they were getting over the ditch, he struck Hickey on the back part of his head with a stone, and when he fell down into the trench in consequence of the blow, Caulfield gave him several stabs with a knife, and cut his throat so deeply that the head was almost severed from the body. He then rifled Hickey's pockets of all the money in them, took part of his clothes and everything else of value about him, and afterwards proceeded on his way to Carrick. He had not been long gone when the body, still warm, was discovered by some labourers who were returning to their work from dinner. The report of the murder soon reached Portlaw, and Rogers and his wife went to the place and instantly knew the body of him whom they had in vain endeavoured to dissuade from going on with his treacherous companion. They at once declared their suspicions that the murder was perpetrated by the fellow traveller of the deceased, and an immediate search was made, and Caulfield was apprehended at Waterford on the second day after. He was brought to trial at the ensuing assizes, and convicted of the fact. After sentence, the prisoner confessed that he had been guilty of the murder, and stated that he had accompanied Hickey home from the West Indies, and that observing that he had money in his possession, he had long contemplated the deed, which he afterwards effected, but was unable to meet with a good opportunity until their arrival at the spot alluded to. He was executed at Waterford in the year 1751. William Parsons, Esquire, executed for returning from transportation. The unhappy subject of this narrative was the eldest son of Sir William Parsons, Baronet, of the county of Nottingham, and was born in London in the year 1717. He was placed under the care of a pious and learned divine at Pepper Harrow, in Surrey, where he received the first rudiments of education. In a little more than 3 years he was removed to Eton College, where it was intended that he should qualify himself for one of the universities, but his misconduct prevented his friends from carrying out their intentions in this respect, for having been detected in various acts of petty pilfering, he was dismissed from the school, and sent home to his father. His disposition was now found to be of so unpromising a character, that it was thought advisable to send him to sea, and an appointment was procured for him as midshipman on board a vessel of war lying at Spithead, which was immediately about to proceed to Jamaica. Our hero soon obtained the necessary outfit and joined his ship, but some accident detaining her beyond the time when it was expected she would sail, he applied for leave of absence, and went on shore, but having no intention to return, he directed his course towards a small town about 10 miles from Portsmouth, called Bishop's Waltham, where, by representations of his respectability, he soon ingratiated himself into the favour of the principal inhabitants. His figure being pleasing, and his manner of address easy and polite, he found but little difficulty in recommending himself to the ladies, and he became greatly enamoured of a beautiful and accomplished young lady, the daughter of a physician of considerable practice, and prevailed upon her to promise that she would yield to him her hand in marriage. News of the intended alliance coming to the knowledge of his father and of his uncle, the latter directly hastened to Waltham to prevent a union which would have produced consequences of the worst character to the contracting parties, and having apprised the friends of the young lady with the condition and situation of the intended bridegroom, their consent was withdrawn, and our hero was with some difficulty induced to rejoin his ship. Restless, however, in his new employment, he had scarcely reached Jamaica when he determined that he would desert and return to England, and the sailing of the Sheerness man of war for that place afforded him an opportunity of carrying his design into execution, of which he lost no time in availing himself. A new effort to obtain the hand of his former love was as unsuccessful as that which he had first made, and his uncle having ascertained the fact of his presence in England, induced him at once to go back to the residence of his father with promises of future amendment. For a time his determination to alter his course of life was obeyed, but soon again launching forth into habits of irregularity, he was dispatched as midshipman on board the Romney for the coast of Newfoundland. On his revisit in England after an absence of some years, he was mortified to learn that the Duchess of Northumberland, to whom he was distantly related, had revoked a will in his favour which she had made, and had bequeathed to his sister the fortune which he knew had been intended for him; and now, finding himself spurned by his friends, he was soon reduced to a condition of absolute necessity. Through the friendly intervention of a Mr. Bailey, however, he procured an engagement at James Fort on the river Gambia; but here, as in all other situations unfortunate, he contrived to engage himself in a quarrel, in consequence of which he was compelled to return to Europe; a step, however, which he was alone enabled to take by setting at defiance the commands of the governor Au Fleur, that he should not quit the colony, and take his passage under an assumed name on board a homeward bound trader. Arrived in London, he found no friend to whom he could apply for assistance or relief, but at length discovering the residence of his father, he went to him and implored some aid, even if he should not give him any further countenance. 5 shillings, and advice to enter a horse regiment as a private, were all that he could obtain, however, and rendered wretched by his miserable condition, the grave appeared to be the only resource to which he could look for consolation. But a thought suggested itself in time to prevent his rashly taking away his life, that he should represent himself as his brother, who had recently come into a fortune, and under the pretext that he was entitled to the legacy, he committed frauds upon various tradesmen to a considerable amount. His impudence and his ingenuity were now required to be exerted in order to relieve him from the difficulty in which he was involved in consequence of this proceeding, but his good fortune in throwing him in the way of a young lady of good fortune, to whom he was married, placed in his power the means of retrieving his lost character and his degraded position. The marriage was solemnised on the 10th of February 1740, and the intercession of his friends, to whom he was now with difficulty again reconciled, procured for him an ensigncy in the 34th Regiment of Foot from the Right Honourable Arthur Onslow. He appeared at this time to be desirous of reappearing in that position in society to which his birth entitled him, but having hired a house in Poland Street, his extravagant mode of living again, in the course of a few years, reduced him to a condition of great distress. He was compelled to sell his commission in order to recruit his shattered finances, and then, in order to meet new demands, he was guilty of various forgeries upon which he procured money to a very large amount. For 2 years he pursued new plans of iniquity with considerable success, but then, being apprehended in the act of putting off a forged draft, he was committed to Maidstone gaol, and having been convicted at the ensuing assizes, was sentenced to be transported for 7 years. In the month of September 1749 he was put on board the Thames transport bound for Maryland, and in the following November he was landed at Annapolis in that place. He was now guilty of new offences, even more criminal than those which he had before committed, and having first ridden off with a horse belonging to the person to whom he was assigned as a servant, and committed several robberies, he shaped his course to Potomac, from whence he immediately sailed for England. That refuge for the destitute of all classes at this period, the road, was now the only resource left to our hero, and for a time he pursued his new occupation with infinite determination and proportionate success, but at length, having attempted to rob Mr. Fuller, the gentleman by whom he had before been prosecuted, he was recognised by him, and being vigorously attacked, was at length compelled to surrender, and was secured and committed to Newgate. It was necessary to prove no new offence against him at his trial, but all that was required was to identify him as a transported felon, who had returned to England before the termination of the period for which he had been sentenced to be banished, and this being done, he was declared to have forfeited his life to the laws of his country. His distressed father and wife used all their interest to obtain for him a pardon, but in vain. He was an old offender, and judged by no means a fit object for mercy. While Parsons remained in Newgate, his behaviour was such that it could not be determined whether he entertained a proper idea of his dreadful situation. There is indeed but too much reason to fear that the hopes of a reprieve, in which he deceived himself even to the last moments of his life, induced him to neglect the necessary preparation for eternity. His taking leave of his wife afforded a scene extremely affecting. He recommended to her parental protection his only child, and regretted that his misconduct had put it in the power of a censorious world to reflect upon both the mother and son. At the place of execution he joined in the devotional exercises with a fervency of zeal that proved him to be convinced of the necessity of obtaining the pardon of his Creator. William Parsons, Esquire, suffered at Tyburn on the 11th of February 1751. William Chandler, transported for perjury. The scheme laid by this man for the purpose of plunder has scarcely ever been equalled in art and consummate hypocrisy. It is to be observed that in the case of every robbery committed, the hundred where it happens, or the county at large, is responsible for the amount of the loss which the injured person in such cases may sustain. In Chandler's attempt at fraud founded upon this law, he implicated 3 innocent men by whom he pretended to have been robbed, and who, had his tale ultimately received credit, might have lost their lives. Happily his plot was frustrated, and the real offender was brought to justice. William Chandler was the only child of Mr. Thomas Chandler of Woodborough, near Devizes, a gentleman farmer of moderate means. At an early age the youth was articled to Mr. Banks, who was the clerk of the Goldsmiths' Company, but before 2 years had elapsed, in consequence of frequent disputes which took place, he was transferred to Mr. Hill, a respectable attorney in Clifford's Inn. His clerkship being nearly expired, the necessity of providing himself with the means of commencing practice on his own account suggested itself into his mind, and he therefore laid a plan to procure the possession of as much money as he could, and then going a journey into the country upon some plausible pretence, to trump up a story of being robbed, and sue the 100 for the amount. Upon representations to his father that he had a good match in view, the old man gave him an estate of the value of £400, and then producing the deeds to his master, together with £500 which he had obtained by other means, but which he represented that he had received from a rich uncle in Suffolk, he procured from him the advance of £500 more, in order, as he alleged, that he might take a mortgage upon some property at Enford, within a few miles of his father's house. Mr. Hill demanded some security for his money, and his clerk immediately proposed to give him a mortgage upon his own estate. In order to favour the appearance of the probability of his proceedings, he engaged with a Mrs. Poor, who lived at Enford, in a transaction, having the mortgage of some land which she owned for its object, and the money having been duly advanced by his employer, he fixed the 25th of March 1748 to meet Mrs. Poor, to hand over the money and receive the necessary papers. Early on the 24th, having turned most of his cash into small bills, to the amount of £900, he found, when he came to put these in canvas bags under his garters, where he proposed to carry them for safety, that they made too great a bundle, and therefore he took several of the bills, with some cash, amounting to £440, and exchanged them at the bank for 2 notes, one of £400 and the other of £40, the first of which, on his way home, he changed in his master's name at Sir Richard Hoare's for 1 note of £200 and 2 of £100 each. On his reaching the office, he told his master that the bank clerks were a little out of humour at the trouble he had already given them, and that he had changed his small notes with a stranger in the bank hall, for the notes which he in reality had received at Sir Richard Hoare's. Mr. Hill, at Chandler's request, having then written down the numbers and dates of the several bills, and having seen them safely put up, Chandler took leave of him, and about 12 o'clock set out. About 4 o'clock the same afternoon he reached Harehatch, distant 30 miles from London, where he stopped to refresh, and about 5, just as he had left his inn, he was, as he said, unfortunately met by 3 bargemen on foot, who, after they had robbed him of his watch and money, took him to a pit close by the road, and there stripped him of all his bank notes, bound his hands and feet, and left him, threatening to return and shoot him if he made the least noise. In this woeful condition, he said, he lay 3 hours, though the pit was so near the road that not a single horse could pass without his hearing. When night came, however, he jumped, bound as he was, near half a mile, all uphill, till, luckily for his purpose, he met one Avery, a simple shepherd, who cut the cords, and of whom the first question Chandler asked was, where a constable or tithing man lived. Avery conducted him to Richard Kelly's, the constable's, just by, and with him Mr. Chandler left the notices required by the statutes, with the description of the men who robbed him, so exactly that a person present remembered 3 such men to have passed by his house about the very time the robbery was said to have been committed, and the mayor of Reading, who was accidentally on the road, had a similar recollection of the bargemen whom he had met near Maidenhead Thicket between 4 and 5 the same day. Chandler then returned to the inn where he had refreshed, and after telling his deplorable tale, and acquainting his landlord with his intention of suing the 100, he ordered a good supper and a bowl of punch, and sat down with as little concern as if nothing had happened. Next day he returned to London, acquainted his master with the pretended robbery, and requested his assistance. Mr. Hill gave him the memorandum he had of the numbers, dates, and sums of the notes, and sent him to the bank to stop payment. But instead of that he went to Mr. Tuffley, a silversmith in Cannon Street, bought a silver tankard, and in payment changed one of the notes for £100 which he had received the day before at Sir Richard Hoare's, and on his return to his master told him the bank did no business that day, on account of the hurry the city was in with regard to a fire in Cornhill which had happened the night before. He therefore went again the following morning, and when he came back, being asked by Mr. Hill for the paper on which he had taken down the numbers, etc., he said he had left it with the clerks of the bank, who were to stop the notes, but that he had taken an exact copy of it. This, however, was false, for he had reserved Mr. Hill's copy, and left another at the bank, in which he had so craftily altered the numbers and dates of the 3 notes he received at Sir Richard Hoare's, amounting to £400, as to prevent their being stopped, and Mr. Hill remembering the difference. On the 26th he inserted a list of his notes, being 15 in all, with their dates and numbers, in the daily papers, offering a reward of £50 for the recovery of the whole, or in proportion for any part. But on the afternoon of the same day he withdrew his advertisement in all the daily papers, and took his own written copy away at each place. On the 29th of March he put the notice of the robbery and the description of the robbers in the London Gazette, as the law directs, except that he did not particularize the notes, as he had done in other papers. On the 12th of May following he made the proper information before a justice of the peace, but though Mr. Hill, his master, was with him, and had undertaken to manage the cause for him, yet he made the same omission in his information as in his advertisement in the London Gazette. All things being prepared, on the 18th of July 1748, Chandler's cause came on at Abingdon before a special jury, and after a hearing of 12 hours the jury retired, and then gave the prosecutor a verdict for £970, subject, however, to a case reserved for the opinion of the Court of Common Pleas, concerning the sufficiency of the description of the bank notes in the London Gazette. In the meantime, Chandler, fearing that by what came out upon the trial he should soon be suspected, and that he might be arrested, obtained a protection from Lord Willoughby de Broke, and gave out that he was removed into Suffolk to reside, as he had before pretended, with his rich uncle. But in reality he retired to Colchester, where his brother-in-law Humphrey Smart had taken an inn, with whom he entered into co-partnership, and never came publicly to London afterwards. He was, however, obliged to correspond with his master, on account of the point of law which was soon to be argued, and therefore to obtain his letters without discovering his place of abode, he ordered them to be directed to Mr. Thomas Chandler, at Easton in Suffolk, to be left for him at the Crown at Audley, near Colchester. Mr. Hill having written several letters to Mr. Chandler, pressing him to come to town, as the term drew near, and he evading it by trifling excuses, the former began to suspect him, even before the point of law was determined. Just before this period, 12 of the notes, of which Mr. Chandler pretended to have been robbed, were all brought to the bank together, having been bought, October 31st, 1748, at Amsterdam, of one John Smith, by Barnard Solomon, a broker there, and by him transmitted to his son Nathan Solomon, a broker in London. Upon further inquiry, it appeared that John Smith, who sold the notes, stayed but a few days in Holland, that he was seen in company with a Mr. Casson, a Holland trader, and came over in the packet with him. Mr. Casson was then found, and his description of John Smith answered to the person of Chandler, who was in consequence pressed by letter to come to town and face Casson to remove all suspicion, but he refused. In the interim the point of law was argued before the judges of the Common Pleas, when their determination was to the following effect: that as Chandler had not inserted the numbers of his notes in the Gazette, nor sworn to them when he made oath before the justice, the verdict must be set aside and the plaintiff non-suited, without the advantage of a new trial. But now the scene began to open apace, for about this time the very paper which Chandler left when he stopped payment of the notes at the bank was found, and upon its being seen by Mr. Hill, he at once saw that he had been deceived, and proceeded to take the necessary steps to secure his apprehension. The whole circumstances attending the case were soon traced upon a minute inspection of the bank books, as contrasted with those of the banking house of Messrs. Hoare and Co., and about midsummer 1749 Mr. Hill and others set out for Colchester, with a view of securing the person of the culprit. After a fruitless journey, however, of about 150 miles in search of the fugitive, they returned to the very inn at Colchester which was kept by the object of their search, and then departed for London without gaining any intelligence. Chandler, having seen his pursuers, thought it prudent to decamp, and proceeded to Coventry, where he took a small public house; but being desirous of making some reparation to his late master, he transmitted to him £150 by letter from Nottingham. By the postmark of his letter he was eventually traced to Coventry, and an indictment for perjury, in respect of the information on oath which he gave to the magistrates of the robbery, having been found against him, he was taken into custody on a judge's warrant, and removed to Abingdon, where on the 22nd of July 1750 he was arraigned on the indictment preferred against him. The witnesses being all in attendance, the prisoner traversed his trial until the next assizes, in pursuance of a right which he possessed, but then the facts already detailed having been proved in evidence, he was found guilty, and on the 16th of July 1751 he was sentenced to be transported for 7 years, having first undergone 3 months' imprisonment in the county jail. Part 21. Mary Blandy, executed for parricide. The unhappy subject of this memoir was a young lady of most respectable family and of superior education, but who, in spite of the exertions of her parents in her early life to implant in her breast sentiments of piety and virtue, was guilty of a crime of the most heinous description, the wilful murder of her father. Mr. Francis Blandy was an attorney residing at Henley-on-Thames, and held the office of town clerk of that place. Possessed of ample means, his house became the scene of much gaiety, and as report gave to his daughter a fortune of no inconsiderable extent, and as, besides, her manners were sprightly and affable, and her appearance engaging, her hand was sought in marriage by many persons whose rank and wealth rendered them fitting to become her partner for life. But among all these visitants, none were received with greater pleasure by Mr. or Mrs. Blandy or their daughter than those who held commissions in the army. This predilection was evidenced in the introduction of the Honourable William Henry Cranstoun, at that time engaged on the recruiting service for a foot regiment, in which he ranked as captain. Captain Cranstoun was the son of Lord Cranstoun, a Scotch peer of ancient family, and through the instrumentality of his uncle, Lord Mark Kerr, he had obtained his commission. In the year 1745 he had married a young lady of good family named Murray, with whom he received an ample fortune, and in the year 1752 he was ordered to England to endeavour to procure his complement of men for his regiment. His bad fortune led him to Henley, and there he formed an intimacy with Miss Blandy. At this time Cranstoun was 46 years of age, while Miss Blandy was 20 years his junior, and it is somewhat extraordinary that a person of her accomplishments and beauty should have formed a liaison with a man so much older than herself, and who, besides, is represented as having been devoid of all personal attractions. A short acquaintance, it appears, was sufficient to excite the flame of passion in the mind of the gallant captain, as well as of Miss Blandy, and ere long their troth was plighted, that they would be for ever one. The captain, however, felt the importance of forestalling any information which might reach the ears of his new love of the existence of any person who possessed a better right to his affections than she, and he therefore informed her that he was engaged in a disagreeable lawsuit with a young lady in Scotland, who had claimed him as her husband, but he assured her that it was a mere affair of gallantry, of which the process of the law would in the course of a very short time relieve him. This disclosure being followed by an offer of marriage, Cranstoun was referred to Mr. Blandy, and he obtained an easy acquiescence on his part in the wishes expressed by the young lady. At this juncture, an intimation being conveyed to Lord Ker of the proceedings of his nephew, his lordship took instant steps to apprise Mr. Blandy of the position of Cranstoun. Prejudice had, however, worked its end as well with the father as the daughter, and the assertion of the intended bridegroom of the falsehood of the allegations made was sufficient to dispel all the fears which the report of Lord Ker had raised. But although Captain Cranstoun had thus temporarily freed himself from the effects of the imputation cast upon him, he felt that some steps were necessary to get his first marriage annulled, and at length he wrote to his wife requesting her to disown him for a husband. The substance of this letter was, that, having no other way of rising to preferment but in the army, he had but little ground to expect advancement there, while it was known he was encumbered with a wife and family; but could he once pass for a single man, he had not the least doubt of being quickly promoted, which would procure him a sufficiency to maintain her as well as himself in a genteeler manner than now he was able to do. "All, therefore," adds he, "I have to request of you is, that you will transcribe the enclosed copy of a letter, wherein you disown me for a husband, put your maiden name to it, and send it by the post. All the use I shall make of it shall be to procure my advancement, which will necessarily include your own benefit. In full assurance that you will comply with my request, I remain your most affectionate husband." Mrs. Cranstoun, ill as she had been treated by her husband, and little hope as she had of more generous usage, was, after repeated letters had passed, induced to give up her claim, and at length sent the desired communication. On this, an attempt was made by him to annul the marriage, this letter being produced as evidence; but the artifice being discovered, the suit was dismissed with costs. Mr. Blandy soon obtained intelligence of this circumstance, and convinced now of the falsehood of his intended son-in-law, he conveyed a knowledge of it to his daughter; but she and her mother repelled the insinuations which were thrown out, and declared, in obedience to what they had been told by the gallant captain, that the suit was not yet terminated, for that an appeal to the House of Lords would immediately be made. Soon after this Mrs. Blandy died, and her husband began now to show evident dislike for Captain Cranstoun's visits; but the latter complained to the daughter of the father's ill treatment, and insinuated that he had a method of conciliating his esteem, and that, when he arrived in Scotland, he would send her some powders proper for the purpose, on which, to prevent suspicion, he would write "powders to clean the Scotch pebbles." Cranstoun sent her the powders, according to promise, and Mr. Blandy being indisposed on the Sunday night before his death, Susan Gunnell, a maid servant, made him some water gruel, into which Miss Blandy conveyed some of the powder, and gave it to her father; and repeating this draught on the following day, he was tormented with the most violent pains in his bowels. The disorder, which had commenced with symptoms of so dangerous a character, soon increased, and the greatest alarm was felt by the medical attendants of the old gentleman that death alone would terminate his sufferings. Every effort was made by which it was hoped that his life could be saved; but at length, when all possibility of his recovery was past, his wretched daughter rushed into his presence, and in an agony of tears and lamentations confessed that she was the author of his sufferings, and of his inevitable death. Urged to account for her conduct, which to her father appeared inexplicable, she denied, with the loudest asseverations, all guilty intention. She repeated the tale of her love, and of the insidious arts employed by Cranstoun, but asserted that she was unaware of the deadly nature of the powders, and that her sole object in administering them was to procure her father's affection for her lover. Death soon terminated the accumulated misery of the wretched parent, and the daughter had scarcely witnessed his demise ere she became an inmate of a jail. At the ensuing assizes at Oxford, Miss Blandy was indicted for the wilful murder of her father, and was immediately found guilty upon the confession which she had made. She addressed the jury at great length, repeating the story which she had before related, but all was of no avail, and sentence of death was passed. After conviction, the wretched young woman behaved with the utmost decency and penitence. She spent the night before her execution in devotion, and at 9 in the morning of the 6th of April 1752, she left her apartment to be conducted to the scaffold, habited in a black bombasine dress, her arms being bound with black ribbons. On her ascending the gallows, she begged that she might not be hanged high, for the sake of decency, and on her being desired to go a little higher, expressed her fear that she should fall. The rope being put round her neck, she pulled her handkerchief over her face, and was turned off on holding out a book of devotions which she had been reading. The crowd of spectators assembled on this occasion was immense, and when she had hung the usual time, she was cut down, and the body being put into a hearse, was conveyed to Henley, and interred with her parents at 1 o'clock on the following morning. It will be proper now to return to Cranstoun, who was the original contriver of this horrid murder. Having heard of Miss Blandy's commitment to Oxford jail, he concealed himself some time in Scotland, and then escaped to Boulogne in France. Meeting there with Mrs. Ross, who was distantly related to his family, he acquainted her with his situation, and begged her protection, on which she advised him to change his name for her maiden name of Dunbar. Some officers in the French service, who were related to his wife, hearing of his concealment, vowed revenge, if they should meet with him, for his cruelty to the unhappy woman, on which he fled to Paris, from whence he went to Ferns, a town in Flanders, where Mrs. Ross had provided a lodging for his reception. He had not been long at Ferns when he was seized with a severe fit of illness, which brought him to a degree of reflection to which he had been long a stranger. At length he sent for a father belonging to an adjacent convent, and received absolution from his hands on declaring himself a convert to the Romish faith. Cranstoun died on the 30th of November 1752, and the fraternity of monks and friars looked on his conversion as an object of such importance that solemn mass was sung on the occasion, and the body was followed to the grave not only by the ecclesiastics but by the magistrates of the town. John McAnally and Luke Morgan, executed for burglary. These men were of that class who usually visit England during harvest from the sister kingdom, and who, if they possessed honesty, would prove most useful to the community of this country. It appears that in the year 1751, Mr. Porter, a farmer of great respectability, residing in Cheshire, had engaged a number of Irish people to assist in gathering his harvest, when on one evening of the month of August he was alarmed, while sitting at supper, by hearing that they had attacked his house. Every effort was employed by him and his family to oppose the entry of their assailants, but their power being small, in the course of a few minutes the doors were burst in, and they found themselves surrounded by a gang, whose ferocious demands for money or blood convinced them of the uselessness of resistance. Mr. Porter, however, for a while delayed meeting the demands which were made upon him, in the hope that some assistance might arrive, but his ruffian assailants bound him with cords, and threatened instant destruction if his money and plate were not instantly brought forth. Miss Porter at this moment made her appearance, supplicating for the life of her parent, when she in turn was seized and bound, and was compelled to discover the chest in which the valuables were kept. In the confusion created by these proceedings, the youngest daughter, a girl of 13, whose presence of mind and courage were alike admirable, made her escape, and determined to procure some assistance to repel the attack which had been made, and running into the stable, she got astride the bare back of a horse, with the halter only in its mouth, and galloping over hedges and ditches, so as to avoid the house, from which she might be seen by the villains, she rode to Pulford, a village at a short distance, to inform her eldest brother of the danger to which their relations at the farm were exposed. Young Porter, with a friend named Craven, whose conduct certainly was the very opposite of his name, immediately resolved upon attacking the villains in turn, and, with the girl, set off at full speed to render such aid as lay in their power. On their reaching the farm, they discovered a fellow on the watch, whom they instantly killed with so little noise as to create no alarm, and then proceeding to the parlour, they found 4 others in the very act of placing old Mr. Porter on the fire, having deprived him of his clothes, in order to extort from him a confession of the depository of his money, his daughter being on her knees at their side praying for his life. The appearance of 2 strangers was sufficient to induce the villains at once to desist from their horrid purpose, and being now violently attacked, they were compelled to use their utmost exertions to defend themselves. A desperate conflict took place, but one of the robbers being felled senseless to the ground, and the others wounded and deprived of their arms, they jumped through the window and ran off. They were instantly pursued by the young men, and the alarm having by this time been given, McAnally and Morgan were secured on Chester Bridge, having a silver tankard in their possession which they had stolen from Mr. Porter's house. A fellow named Stanley, who turned out to be ringleader in this desperate attack, was subsequently apprehended on board a vessel bound for the West Indies at Liverpool, and with McAnally, Morgan, and a youth named Boyd, who had been left in the house, was committed to Chester jail for trial. They were indicted at the ensuing assizes held in March 1752, and after a long investigation were found guilty and sentenced to death. But Boyd, in whose case some mitigating circumstances were proved, was respited, and his punishment eventually commuted to transportation for life. On the night before the execution, Stanley slipped his irons and got clear off from the jail, not without some suspicion that his escape was connived at by the keeper. On the 25th of May 1752, McAnally and Morgan were brought out of prison in order to be hanged. Their behaviour was as decent as could be expected from persons of their station. They both declared that Stanley, who escaped, was the sole contriver of the robbery. They died in the Catholic faith, and were attended by a priest of that persuasion. Elizabeth Jeffreys and John Swan, executed for murder. The case of these offenders is one of the greatest atrocity. It appears that the female was the niece of a gentleman of respectability residing at Walthamstow, who, having acquired an ample fortune, and having no children, adopted his brother's daughter, and made a will in her favour, bequeathing to her nearly his whole estate. The girl, however, returned her uncle's kindness with ingratitude, and having heard him declare that he would alter his will on account of her bad behaviour, she determined to prevent his carrying his design to her detriment into execution by murdering him. She soon discovered her inability to complete this project single-handed, and she gained the assistance of her accomplice in this crime, John Swan, who was in the employment of her uncle, and with whom there is good reason to believe she was on terms of intimacy. They endeavoured to suborn a simple fellow named Matthews to assist them, but although the promise of a large reward at first staggered him, his terrors eventually steeled him against the temptations held out to him. The night of the 3rd of July 1751 was fixed upon for the completion of this villainy, and at the trial, which took place at Chelmsford before Mr. Justice Wright on the 11th of March 1752, the following facts were proved. Matthews, having travelled from Yorkshire, was accidentally met in Epping Forest by Mr. Jeffreys, who gave him employment as an assistant to Swan, who was his gardener. After he had been at work only 4 days, he was sent upstairs by Miss Jeffreys to wipe a chest of drawers, and she followed him and asked him if he was willing to earn £100. He answered that he was, in an honest way, on which she desired him to go to Swan. He accordingly joined him in the garden, and he offered him £700 to murder their master. He acquiesced, and on his being dismissed 2 days afterwards, Swan gave him half a guinea to buy a brace of pistols, but having spent the money given to him, he was ordered to meet Miss Jeffreys and Swan at Walthamstow on the Tuesday following, at 10 o'clock at night, the object being then to carry out their intentions with respect to the murder. When he arrived, he found the garden door on the latch, and going into the pantry, he hid himself behind a tub till about 11 o'clock, when Swan brought him some cold boiled beef. About 12, Miss Jeffreys and Swan came to him, when the latter said, "Now it is time to knock the old miser my master, on the head. But Matthews relented and said, I cannot find it in my heart to do it. Miss Jeffries then immediately replied, You may be damned for a villain, for not performing your promise. And Swan, who was provided with pistols, also loudly abused him, and said he had a mind to blow his brains out for the refusal. Swan then produced a book, and insisted that Matthews should swear that he would not discover what had passed, and he did so with this reserve, unless it was to save his own life. Soon after this Matthews heard the report of a pistol. When getting out of the house by the back way, he crossed the ferry and proceeded to Enfield Chase. Immediately afterwards Miss Jeffries appeared at the door of the house, and called out for assistance, and some of the neighbours going in, they found Mr. Jeffries dying, but they failed in discovering anything which would lead to the supposition of any person having quitted the house. Violent suspicions in consequence arose, and Miss Jeffries was taken into custody, but no evidence arising to criminate her, she was discharged, and immediately administered to her uncle's estate, and took possession of his property. Renewed suspicions, however, were raised, and Matthews having been discovered, Jeffries and Swan were apprehended. Upon this testimony a verdict of guilty was returned. After conviction, Elizabeth Jeffries made the following confession: I, Elizabeth Jeffries, do freely and voluntarily confess that I first enticed and persuaded John Swan and Thomas Matthews to undertake and perpetrate the murder of my deceased uncle, which they both consented to do the first opportunity. That on the 3rd day of July 1751, myself and John Swan, Matthews to my knowledge not being in the house, agreed to kill my said uncle, and accordingly, after the maid was gone to bed, I went into John Swan's room and called him, and we went down together into the kitchen, and having assisted Swan in putting some pewter and other things into a sack, I said I could do no more, and then I went into my room, and afterwards Swan came up, as I believe, and went into my uncle's room and shot him, which done, he came to my door and rapped. Accordingly I went out in my shift, and John Swan opened the door and let me out. That done, I alarmed the neighbourhood, and I do solemnly declare that I do not know that any person was concerned in the murder of my deceased uncle but myself and John Swan, for that Matthews did not come to my uncle's house the day before or night in which the murder was committed, as I know of. Elizabeth Jeffries. Taken and acknowledged March 12th, 1752. Swan for some time expressed great resentment at Miss Jeffries' confession, but when he learned that he was to be hung in chains, he began to relent, and seemed at length to behold his crime in its true light of enormity. On the day of the execution, the convicts left the prison at 4 in the morning, Miss Jeffries being placed in a cart and Swan on a sledge. The unfortunate woman repeatedly fainted on her way to the gallows, and having fallen into a fit, had not recovered when she was turned off. The execution took place near the 6 Mile Stone on Epping Forest, on the 28th of March 1752, and the body of Miss Jeffries having been delivered to her friends for interment, the gibbet was removed to another part of the forest, where Swan was hung in chains. Part 22. Dr. Archibald Cameron, executed for high treason. The Scottish rebellion had been suppressed nearly 8 years, and England had during that time enjoyed internal peace, when Dr. Cameron fell a victim to his exertions in the cause of the Pretender. Dr. Cameron was the brother of the chief of the Highland clan of the same name, and it appears that having studied successively at Glasgow, Edinburgh, Paris, and Leyden, he returned to Scotland admirably qualified to practise the profession of medicine to which he had been brought up. Although educated in a manner which rendered him fit to mix in the best society of the day, he took up his residence in the district of Lochaber, where in a short time he was married to a lady of respectable family. Universally esteemed and beloved by his neighbours for his zealous and effectual services in the civilisation of the manners of his countrymen, and for his generous conduct in the attendance of the sick poor, he was residing in the bosom of his family when the rebellion of 1745 broke out, which laid waste the country and introduced misery and wretchedness to many a happy home. The chief of the Camerons was a zealous friend to Prince Charles, and although he firmly believed that any attempt at the restoration of the Stuart family to the throne of England must prove abortive, yet being pledged to assist his prince, he generously sacrificed his own feelings, and appeared in arms at the head of nearly 1200 men. Thus arrayed, he sent for his brother to undertake the medical charge of his troops; but although the doctor urged every argument which could be raised against so rash an undertaking as that which was proposed, he was at length compelled to forego all further resistance, and to attend the army in his professional capacity, although he absolutely refused to accept any commission. Thus circumstanced, Dr. Cameron was remarkable throughout the whole advance and retreat of the rebel army for the humanity and assiduity with which he attended all, whether friend or foe, who required his aid; and when the battle of Culloden put an end to all the hopes of the Pretender, he and his brother escaped to France in a vessel belonging to that kingdom. While in France the doctor was appointed physician to a French regiment, of which his brother obtained the command; but the latter dying about 2 years afterwards, he joined Ogilvy's regiment in Flanders. In the meantime, proceedings had been taken against the rebel leaders in England, many of whom had forfeited their lives to the offended laws of their country; and by an act of attainder passed in the year 1746, for the effectual punishment of persons concerned in the rebellion, the life of Dr. Cameron was declared to be forfeited. In the years 1750 and 1752, subscriptions were entered into in Scotland for the support of those persons who had escaped into foreign countries; and Dr. Cameron, having already more than once visited his native country, finally in the latter year came over to Scotland for the purpose of procuring some permanent relief for himself and his suffering fellow countrymen abroad. Rumours were soon set afloat that he was in Scotland, and a detachment of Lord George Beaufort's regiment was sent in search of him. Being made acquainted with the vicinity of his hiding place, and being unable for a considerable time to discover its exact locality, the soldiers were unable to secure their prisoner; but at length perceiving a little girl, who appeared to be acting as a scout, they followed her until she met a boy, who was evidently employed in a similar capacity, to whom they observed that she whispered something. They directly pursued the boy, but being unable to reach him, they presented their guns, threatening to shoot him if he did not immediately stop. Having then secured his person, they menaced him with instant death if he did not inform them of the hiding place of Dr. Cameron. The boy pointed to the house where he was concealed, and the unfortunate gentleman was directly placed under arrest, and was then immediately sent to Edinburgh, and from thence subsequently to London, where he was placed in confinement in the Tower. Upon his examination before the Privy Council, he denied that he was the person mentioned in the Act of Attainder, but being brought to the bar of the Court of the King's Bench on the 17th of May, he acknowledged that he was the person who had been attainted, on which Lord Chief Justice Lee pronounced sentence in the following terms: "You, Archibald Cameron, of Lochiel, in that part of Great Britain called Scotland, must be removed from hence to his Majesty's prison of the Tower of London, from whence you came, and on Thursday the 7th of June next, your body to be drawn on a sledge to the place of execution, there to be hanged, but not till you are dead, your bowels to be taken out, your body quartered, your head cut off, and fixed at the King's disposal, and the Lord have mercy on your soul." After his commitment to the Tower, he begged to see his wife, who was then at Lille, in Flanders, and on her arrival the meeting between them was inexpressibly affecting. The unfortunate lady wept incessantly, and on going to take her final leave of her husband on the morning of execution, she was attacked with fits, which left her only after grief had deprived her of her senses. On the morning of the 7th of June 1753, the unhappy man was carried to Tyburn to be executed. He was dressed in a light coloured coat, red waistcoat and breeches, and a new bag wig. He looked much at the spectators in the houses and balconies, as well as those in the street, and bowed to several persons with whom he was acquainted. He was attended at the scaffold by a clergyman of the Church of England, and, before his being turned off, he declared that he was at peace with all men, and that he died firmly hoping for the forgiveness of his sins through the merits of his blessed Redeemer. When his body had hung during 20 minutes, it was cut down, and the heart was taken out and burned, but the sentence was not further fulfilled. On the following Sunday his remains were interred in a large vault in the Savoy Chapel. Dr. Cameron, it appears, was the last person who suffered punishment on account of connection with the rebellion of Scotland, and of all those who were concerned in it, probably he least of all deserved the unhappy fate which befell him. The very small and apparently unwilling part which he took in the proceedings should have screened him from condign punishment, more especially at a period when, all appearance of discontent having vanished, no further harm was to be apprehended. Captain John Lancey, executed for burning his ship. Captain Lancey was a native of Bideford, in Devonshire, and was respectably connected. At an early age he exhibited a predilection for a seafaring life, and having served his apprenticeship, he was employed as mate of a vessel belonging to Mr. Benson, a rich merchant of Bideford, at that time MP for Barnstaple. Having married a sister of Benson's, Lancey was soon advanced to the command of the vessel, and on his return from a voyage he was surprised at receiving an order from his employer to refit as soon as possible, Mr. Benson saying that he would insure the vessel for twice her value, and that Lancey should destroy her. The latter hesitated at first to assent to this extraordinary proposition, and for a time the suggestion was not again mentioned; but another opportunity being afforded to Benson on his brother-in-law dining with him, he plied him with wine, and having pointed out to him the poverty to which his family might be reduced in case of his refusal, by his being dismissed from employment, the unhappy man at length yielded to his persuasions. A ship was now fitted out and bound for Maryland. Goods to a large amount were shipped on board, but re-landed before the vessel sailed, and a lading of brickbats taken in by way of ballast, and the vessel had not been long at sea before a hole was bored in her side, and a cask of combustible ingredients set on fire, with a view to destroy her. The fire no sooner appeared than the captain called to some convicted transports, then in the hold, to inquire if they had fired the vessel, but this appears to have been only a feint to conceal the real design. The boat being hoisted out, all the crew got safely on shore, and then Lancey repaired immediately to Benson to inform him of what had passed. The latter instantly dispatched him to a proctor, before whom he swore that the ship had accidentally taken fire, and that it was impossible to prevent the consequences which followed. The crime was soon afterwards discovered, however, and Lancey was taken into custody; but, secure in his anticipation of protection from Benson, he did not express much concern at this situation. His employer, in the meantime, was perfectly aware of the consequences which would fall upon him, and fled to avoid them; and his unhappy dupe, being brought to trial, was capitally convicted, and received sentence of death. He subsequently lay in prison for about 4 months, during which time he pursued his devotional exercises with the utmost regularity, and was hanged on the 7th of June, 1754, at Execution Dock, in the 27th year of his age. Nicol Brown, executed for the murder of his wife. This malefactor appears to have suffered for a crime as savagely ferocious as it was deliberate. He was a native of Cramond, near Edinburgh, where he was decently educated, and was apprenticed to a butcher; but his taste tending towards a seafaring life, he entered on board a man of war as a sailor, and remained in that situation for 4 years. On his return he married the widow of a respectable butcher, who had left her a decent fortune. Taking to a habit of drinking, he seldom came home sober at night, and his wife following his example, he used frequently to beat her for copying his own crime. This conduct rendered both parties obnoxious to their acquaintance, and the following revolting anecdote of Brown will incontestably prove the unfeeling brutality of his nature. About a week after the execution of Norman Ross, already mentioned, for murder, Brown had been drinking with some company at Leith, till, in the height of their jollity, they boasted what extravagant actions they could perform. Brown swore that he would cut off a piece of flesh from the leg of the dead man and eat it. His companions, drunk as they were, appeared shocked at the very idea, while Brown, to prove that he was in earnest, procured a ladder, which he carried to the gibbet, and cutting off a piece of flesh from the leg of the suspended body of Ross, brought it back, broiled, and ate it. The circumstances of the crime for which he was executed were as follow. After having been drinking at an alehouse in the Canongate, he went home at about 11 at night, in a high degree of intoxication. His wife was also much in liquor, but though equally criminal himself, he was exasperated against her, and struck her so violently that she fell from her chair. The noise of her fall alarmed the neighbours, but as frequent quarrels had happened between them, no immediate notice was taken of the affair. In about 15 minutes the wife was heard to cry out, "Murder! Help! Fire! The rogue is murdering me!" and the neighbours, now apprehending real danger, knocked at the door, but no person being in the house but Brown and his wife, admission was refused. The woman, meantime, was heard to groan most shockingly, and a person looking through the keyhole saw Brown holding his wife to the fire. He was called on to open the door, but he refused to do so, and the candle being extinguished, and the woman still continuing her cries, The door was at length forced open. When the neighbours went in, they beheld her a most shocking spectacle, lying half naked before the fire, and her flesh in part broiled. In the interim Brown had got into bed, pretending to be asleep, and when spoken to appeared ignorant of the transaction. The woman, though so dreadfully burnt, retained her senses, and accused her husband of the murder, and told in what manner it was perpetrated. She survived till the following morning, still continuing in the same tale, and then expired in the utmost agony. The murderer was now seized, and being lodged in the jail of Edinburgh, was brought to trial and capitally convicted. On August 14th, 1754, he was attended to the place of execution at Edinburgh by the Rev. Dr. Brown, but to the last he denied having been guilty of the crime for which he suffered. After execution he was hung in chains, but the body was stolen from the gibbet and thrown into a pond, where being found it was exposed as before. In a few days, however, it was again stolen, and though a reward was offered for its discovery, it was not again found. Edward Morgan, executed for murder. The circumstances which came out on the trial of Edward Morgan at the assizes of Glamorgan were these. According to annual custom, he had been invited by Mr. Rees Morgan of Llanfabon, his cousin, to spend the Christmas holidays. He had partaken of the first day's festivity, and retired to bed along with a young man, apprentice to Mr. Rees Morgan. No sooner had he laid his head upon the pillow, to use his own expression, than the devil whispered him to get up and murder the whole family, and he determined to obey. He first made an attempt on the apprentice, his bedfellow, but he struggled so far as to effect his escape, and hid himself. The murderer then provided himself with a knife, which he sharpened on a stone as deliberately as a butcher uses his steel, and thus prepared he softly crept to the bedchamber of his host and hostess, and cut their throats in their sleep. He then proceeded to the bed of their beautiful daughter, with whom the monster had but an hour before been sporting and playing, and with equal expedition, and by the same means, robbed her of life. Not satisfied, however, with these deeds of blood, he seized a firebrand, and proceeded to the barn and outhouses, setting fire to them all; and to complete the sum of his crime, he fired the dwelling house, after plundering it of some articles. The Gloucester Journal, of the year 1757, describes the property consumed by fire on this melancholy occasion to have been the dwelling house, a barn full of corn, a beast house, with 12 head of cattle in it. It was at first conjectured that the unfortunate people had perished in the conflagration. Their murdered bodies, it is too true, were consumed to ashes, but the manner of their death was subsequently proved, partly by what the concealed apprentice overheard, but chiefly from the murderer's own confession. Morgan was executed at Glamorgan, April 6th, 1757. Part 23. The Rev. John Grierson and the Rev. Mr. Wilkinson. Transported for unlawfully performing the marriage ceremony. Among the singular customs of our forefathers, arising in a great measure from their indifference to decorum, one of the most remarkable was matrimony, solemnized, we were going to say, but the fittest word would be performed, by the parsons in the Fleet prison, to which reference has already frequently been made. These clerical functionaries were disreputable and dissolute men, mostly prisoners for debt, who, to the great injury of public morals, dared to insult the dignity of their holy profession by marrying in the precincts of the Fleet prison, at a minute's notice, any persons who might present themselves for that purpose. No questions were asked, no stipulations made, except as to the amount of the fee for the service, or the quantity of liquor to be drunk on the occasion. It not unfrequently happened, indeed, that the clergyman, the clerk, the bridegroom, and the bride were drunk at the very time the ceremony was performed. These disgraceful members of the sacred calling had their pliers or barkers, who, if they caught sight of a man and woman walking together along the streets of the neighbourhood, pestered them as the Jew clothesmen in the present day tease the passers-by in Holywell Street, with solicitations, not easily to be shaken off, as to whether they wanted a clergyman to marry them. Mr. Byrne, a gentleman who has recently published a curious work on the Fleet Registers, says he has in his possession an engraving, published about 1747, of a Fleet wedding between a brisk young sailor and landlady's daughter at Rederiff. The print, he adds, represents the old Fleet Market and Prison, with the sailor, landlady, and daughter just stepping from a hackney coach, while two Fleet parsons in canonicals are contending for the job. The following verses are in the margin: Scarce had the coach discharged its trusty fare, but gaping crowds surround the amorous pair. The busy pliers make a mighty stir, and whispering cry, "D'you want the parson, sir? Pray step this way, just to the pen in hand, the doctor's ready there at your command. This way," another cries, "sir, I declare, the true and ancient register is here." The alarmed parsons quickly hear the din, and haste with soothing words to invite them in. In this confusion jostled to and fro, the enamoured couple know not where to go, till, slow advancing from the coach's side, the experienced matron came, an artful guide. She led the way without regarding either, and the first parson spliced them both together. One of the most notorious of these scandalous officials was a man of the name of George Keith, a Scotch minister, who, being in desperate circumstances, set up a marriage office in Mayfair, and subsequently in the Fleet, and carried on the same trade which has since been practised in front of the blacksmith's anvil at Gretna Green. This man's wedding business was so extensive and so scandalous that the Bishop of London found it necessary to excommunicate him. It has been said of this person and his journeyman, that one morning, during the Whitsun holidays, they united a greater number of couples than had been married at any 10 churches within the bills of mortality. Keith lived till he was 89 years of age, and died in 1735. The Rev. Dr. Gainham, another infamous functionary, was familiarly called the Bishop of Hell. Many of the early Fleet weddings, observes Mr. Burn, were really performed at the chapel of the Fleet, but as the practice extended, it was found more convenient to have other places within the rules of the Fleet, added to which the warden was forbidden, by Act of Parliament, to suffer them, and thereupon many of the Fleet parsons and tavern keepers in the neighbourhood fitted up a room in their respective lodgings or houses as a chapel. The parsons took the fees, allowing a portion to the pliers, &c., and the tavern keepers, besides sharing in the money paid, derived a profit from the sale of liquors which the wedding party drank. In some instances the tavern keepers kept a parson on the establishment, at a weekly salary of 20 shillings. Most of the taverns near the Fleet kept their own registers, in which, as well as in their own books, the parsons entered the weddings. Some of these scandalous members of the highest of all professions were in the habit of hanging signs out of their windows with the words "Weddings performed cheap here." Keith, of whom we have already spoken, seems to have been a bare-faced profligate, but there is something exceedingly affecting in the stings of conscience and forlorn compunction of one Walter Wyatt, a Fleet parson, in one of whose pocket books of 1716 are the following secret, as he intended them to be, outpourings of remorse: "Give to every man his due, and learn ye the way of truth. This advice cannot be taken by those that are concerned in ye Fleet marriages, not so much as ye priests can do ye thing, yet it is just and right there, unless he designs to starve, for by lying, bullying, and swearing to extort money from the silly and unwary people, you advance your business, and get ye pelf, which always wastes like snow in sunshiny day. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, the marrying in the Fleet is the beginning of eternal woe. If a clerk or plier tells a lie, you must vouch it to be as true as ye gospel, and if disputed, you must affirm with an oath to ye truth of a downright damnable falsehood. Virtuus laudator et algetur." [Footnote: On Saturday last a Fleet parson was convicted before Sir Richard Brocas of 43 oaths, on the information of a plier for weddings there, for which a warrant was granted to levy £4 6s. on the goods of the said parson; but upon application to his worship, he was pleased to remit 1 shilling per oath, upon which the plier swore he would swear no more against any man upon the like occasion, finding he could get nothing by it. Grub Street Journal, 20th July 1732. May God forgive me what is past, and give me grace to forsake such a wicked place, where truth and virtue can't take place unless you are resolved to starve. But this very man, whose sense of his own disgrace was so deep and apparently so contrite, was one of the most notorious, active, and money making of all the Fleet parsons. His practice was chiefly in taverns, and he has been known to earn nearly £60 in less than a month. With such facilities for marriage, and such unprincipled ministers, it may easily be imagined that iniquitous schemes of all sorts were perpetrated under the name of Fleet weddings. The parsons were ready, for a bribe, to make false entries in their registers, to antedate weddings, to give fictitious certificates, and to marry persons who would declare only the initials of their names. Thus, if a spinster or widow in debt desired to cheat her creditors by pretending to have been married before the debt was contracted, she had only to present herself at one of the marriage houses in the Fleet, and, upon payment of a small additional fee to the clergyman, a man could instantly be found on the spot to act as bridegroom for a few shillings, and the worthless chaplain could find a blank place in his register for any year desired, so that there was no difficulty in making the necessary record. They would also, for a consideration, obliterate any given entry. The sham bridegrooms, under different names, were married over and over again, with the full knowledge of the clerical practitioners. If, in other instances, a libertine desired to possess himself of any young and unsuspecting woman who would not yield without being married, nothing was easier than to get the service performed at the Fleet without even the specification of names, so that the poor girl might with impunity be shaken off at pleasure. Or if a parent found it necessary to legitimatize his natural children, a Fleet parson could be procured to give a marriage certificate at any required date. In fact, all manner of people presented themselves for marriage at the unholy dens in the Fleet taverns: runaway sons and daughters of peers, Irish adventurers and foolish rich widows, clodhoppers and ladies from St. Giles, footmen and decayed beauties, soldiers and servant girls, boys in their teens and old women of 70, discarded mistresses given away by their former admirers to pitiable and sordid bridegrooms, night wanderers and intoxicated apprentices, men and women having already wives and husbands, young heiresses conveyed thither by force and compelled in terrorem to be the brides, and common labourers and female paupers dragged by parish officers to the profane altar, stained by the relics of drunken orgies, and reeking with the fumes of liquor and tobacco. Nay, it sometimes happened that the contracting parties would send from houses of vile repute for a Fleet parson, who could readily be found to attend even in such places and under such circumstances, and there unite the couple in matrimony. Of what were called the parish weddings it is impossible to speak in terms of sufficient reprobation. Many of the church wardens and overseers of that day were in the frequent practice of getting up marriages in order to throw their paupers on neighbouring parishes. For example, in the Daily Post of the 4th of July 1741 is the following paragraph: "On Saturday last the church wardens for a certain parish in the city, in order to remove a load from their own shoulders, gave 40 shillings and paid the expense of a Fleet marriage to a miserable blind youth, known by the name of Ambrose Tally, who plays on the violin in Moorfields, in order to make a settlement on the wife and future family in Shoreditch parish. To secure their point they sent a parish officer to see the ceremony performed. One cannot but admire the ungenerous proceeding of this city parish, as well as their unjustifiable abetting and encouraging an irregularity so much and so justly complained of as these Fleet matches. Invited and uninvited were a great number of poor wretches, in order to spend the bride's parish fortune." In the Grub Street Journal for 1735, the following letter, faithfully describing, says Mr. Burn, the treachery and low habits of the Fleet parsons: "Sir, there is a very great evil in this town, and of dangerous consequence to our sex, that has never been suppressed, to the great prejudice and ruin of many hundreds of young people every year, which I beg some of your learned heads to consider of, and consult of proper ways and means to prevent for the future. I mean the ruinous marriages that are practised in the liberty of the Fleet and thereabouts, by a set of drunken swearing parsons, with their myrmidons, that wear black coats and pretend to be clerks and registers to the Fleet. These ministers of wickedness ply about Ludgate Hill, pulling and forcing people to some pedling alehouse or a brandy shop to be married, even on a Sunday stopping them as they go to church, and almost tearing their clothes off their backs. To confirm the truth of these facts I give you a case or two which lately happened. Since midsummer last a young lady of birth and fortune was deluded and forced from her friends, and, by the assistance of a wry-necked swearing parson, married to an atheistical wretch, whose life is a continued practice of all manner of vice and debauchery. And since the ruin of my relation, another lady of my acquaintance had like to have been trepanned in the following manner. This lady had appointed to meet a gentlewoman at the old playhouse in Drury Lane, but extraordinary business prevented her coming. Being alone when the play was done, she bade a boy call a coach for the city. One, dressed like a gentleman, helps her into it, and jumps in after her. "Madam," says he, "this coach was called for me, and since the weather is so bad, and there is no other, I beg leave to bear you company. I am going into the city, and will set you down wherever you please." The lady begged to be excused, but he bade the coachman drive on. Being come to Ludgate Hill, he told her his sister, who waited his coming but 5 doors up the court, would go with her in 2 minutes. He went and returned with his pretended sister, who asked her to step in 1 minute, and she would wait upon her in the coach. Deluded with the assurance of having his sister's company, the poor lady foolishly followed her into the house, when instantly the sister vanished, and a tawny fellow in a black coat and black wig appeared. "Madam, you are come in good time. The doctor was just a-going." "The doctor?" says she, horribly frightened, fearing it was a madhouse. "What has the doctor to do with me?" "To marry you to that gentleman. The doctor has waited for you these 3 hours, and will be paid by you or that gentleman before you go. That gentleman," says she, recovering herself, "is worthy a better fortune than mine," and begged hard to be gone. But Dr. Wryneck swore she should be married, or if she would not, he would still have his fee, and register the marriage from that night. The lady, finding she could not escape without money or a pledge, told them she liked the gentleman so well she would certainly meet him to morrow night, and gave him a ring as a pledge, which, says she, was my mother's gift on her deathbed, enjoining that if ever I married it should be my wedding ring. By which cunning contrivance she was delivered from the black doctor and his tawny crew. Some time after this I went with this lady and her brother in a coach to Ludgate Hill in the daytime to see the manner of their picking up people to be married. As soon as our coach stopped near Fleet Bridge, up comes one of the myrmidons. "Madam," says he, "you want a parson?" "Who are you?" says I. "I am the clerk and register of the Fleet." "Show me the chapel." At which comes a second, desiring me to go along with him. Says he, "That fellow will carry you to a peddling alehouse." Says a third, "Go with me, he wilt carry you to a brandy shop." In the interim comes the doctor. "Madam," says he, "I'll do your job for you presently." "Well, gentlemen," says I, "since you can't agree, and I can't be married quietly, I'll put it off till another time." So drove away. Learned sirs, I wrote this in regard to the honour and safety of my own sex; and if, for our sakes, you will be so good as to publish it, correcting the errors of a woman's pen, you will oblige our whole sex, and none more than, Sir, your constant reader and admirer, Virtuous. Such are but a few of the iniquities practised by the ministers of the Fleet. Similar transactions were carried on at the Chapel in Mayfair, the Mint in the Borough, the Savoy, and other places about London, until the public scandal became so great, especially in consequence of the marriage at the Fleet of the Honourable Henry Fox with Georgiana Caroline, eldest daughter of the Duke of Richmond, that at length, not however without much and zealous opposition, a marriage bill was passed, enacting that any person solemnizing matrimony in any other than a church or public chapel, without banns or licence, should, on conviction, be adjudged guilty of felony, and be transported for 14 years, and that all such marriages should be void. This act was to take effect from the 25th of March, 1754. Upon the passing of this law, Keith, the parson, who has already been alluded to, published a pamphlet entitled Observations on the Act for Preventing Clandestine Marriages. To this he prefixed his portrait. The following passages are highly characteristic of the man. "Happy is the wooing that is not long a doing," is an old proverb, and a very true one, but we shall have no occasion for it after the 25th day of March next, when we are commanded to read it backwards, and from that period, fatal indeed to Old England, we must date the declension of the numbers of the inhabitants of England. As I have married many thousands, and consequently have on those occasions seen the humour of the lower class of people, I have often asked the married pair how long they had been acquainted. They would reply, some more, some less, but the generality did not exceed the acquaintance of a week, some only of a day, half a day, &c. Another inconveniency which will rise from this act will be, that the expense of being married will be so great that few of the lower class of people can afford; for I have often heard a Fleet parson say, that many have come to be married when they have but had half a crown in their pockets and sixpence to buy a pot of beer, and for which they have pawned some of their clothes. I remember once on a time I was at a public house at Radcliffe, which was then full of sailors and their girls. There was fiddling, piping, jigging, and eating. At length one of the tars starts up and says, "Damn ye, Jack, I'll be married just now. I will have my partner, and—" The joke took, and in less than 2 hours 10 couple set out for the Fleet. I stayed their return. They returned in coaches, 5 women in each coach, the tars, some running before, others riding on the coach box, and others behind. The cavalcade being over, the couples went up into an upper room, where they concluded the evening with great jollity. The next time I went that way, I called on my landlord, and asked him concerning this marriage adventure. He at first stared at me, but recollecting, he said, those things were so frequent that he hardly took any notice of them; for, added he, it is a common thing, when a fleet comes in, to have 200 or 300 marriages in a week's time among the sailors. He humorously concludes, if the present act in the form it now stands should, which I am sure is impossible, be of service to my country, I shall then have the satisfaction of having been the occasion of it, because the compilers thereof have done it with a pure design of suppressing my chapel, which makes me the most celebrated man in this kingdom, though not the greatest. The passing of the Marriage Act put a stop to marriages at Mayfair, but the day before the Act came into operation, Lady Day, 1754, 61 couple were married there. Footnote: in a letter to George Montagu, Esq., from Horace Walpole, is the following notice of Keith: Strawberry Hill, 11th June, 1753. I shall only tell you a bon mot of Keith's, the marriage broker, and conclude. God damn the bishops, said he, I beg Miss Montagu's pardon, so they will hinder my marrying. Well, let 'em, but I'll be revenged. I'll buy 2 or 3 acres of ground, and by God I'll underbury them all. End of footnote. It would exceed the limits of this brief sketch were we to give the official history of the different scandalous ministers who thus disgraced themselves and impiously trifled with one of our most sacred institutions. That some of these wretched adventurers were merely pretend clergymen is certain, but it cannot be denied that many of them were actually in holy orders. Of this latter class were Grierson and Wilkinson, the subjects of our present notice, and notwithstanding the heavy penalties imposed by the statute, they were not to be deterred from continuing the dangerous and unlawful traffic in which they had been engaged. Wilkinson, who was the brother of a celebrated comedian of the day, it would appear was the owner of a chapel in the Savoy, and Grierson was his assistant; and their proceedings having at length become too notorious to be passed over, proceedings were instituted against them. Grierson was first apprehended, and his employer sought safety in flight; but supposing that he could not be deemed guilty of any offence, as he had not actually performed the marriage ceremony, a duty which he left to his journeyman, he returned to his former haunts. It was not long before he was secured, however, and having been convicted with Grierson, they were shipped off as convicts together to the colonies in the year 1757. Part 24. William Page, executed for highway robbery. William Page was the son of a respectable farmer at Hampton, and being a lad of promising parts, he was sent to London to be educated under the care of his cousin, a haberdasher. His early life, by the superstitious believers of old sayings, would be adduced as proof positive of the truth of the old adage, that a man who is born to be hanged will never be drowned; and although we cannot put much faith generally in such notions, we cannot help in this instance pointing out some peculiarities in the adventures of our hero, which might have been considered by him as a sufficient indication of his fate. The early chronicler of his life says that, during the hard frost in the winter of 1739, Page was sliding with other boys on the canal at St. James's Park, when the ice broke under him, and he sank, and the ice immediately closing over him, he must have perished; but just at this juncture the ice again broke with another boy near him, and Page arose precisely at the vacancy made by the latter, and was saved, although his companion was drowned. The second instance of the intervention of his good fortune occurred in the summer following this singular escape. Page was then trying to swim with corks in the Thames, when they slipped from under his arms, and he sank, but a waterman got him up, and he soon recovered. On the third occasion he was going up the river on a party of pleasure, about 5 years afterwards, with several other young fellows, when the boat overset with them in the Chelsea Reach, and every one in the boat was drowned except Page. But his fourth and last escape from a watery grave was even more miraculous than any of those which preceded it. About 18 months after that which is last related, he was on a voyage to Scotland. The ship in which he sailed foundered in Yarmouth Roads, and most of the people on board perished; but another vessel, observing their distress, sent out a long boat, by the help of which Page and a few others saved their lives. To return, however, to the ordinary events of his life, it appears that his cousin having given him employment in his shop, his vanity prevented him from bestowing that attention on his business to which it was entitled, and his extravagance being checked by his relation, who stopped his pocket money in order to curb his refined notions, he had recourse to plunder to supply his necessities. Money being repeatedly missed from the till, and all attempts to discover the thief among the servants having failed, suspicion at length rested on our hero, and his guilt having been distinctly proved, he was dismissed from his situation forthwith. An effort which he made to conciliate his relation after this proved ineffectual, and his father, who had learned the nature of his irregularities, having refused to render him any assistance, he at length journeyed to York, and there joined a company of strolling players. His exertions in his new capacity were not unsuccessful, but at length attempting to play Cato while in a state of intoxication, his character in the play and his condition of person were found to agree so badly that he was compelled to be carried from the stage, and was dismissed from his engagement. He afterwards went to Scarborough, where his necessities compelled him to accept a situation as livery servant with a gentleman; but his master having been robbed on his way to town, he formed a notion that highway robbery was an easy and profitable mode of living, and determined that, so soon as he should have the means of starting in the profession, he would become a gentleman of the road. Quitting his master at the end of 12 months, he became acquainted with a woman of abandoned character, in conjunction with whom he took lodgings near Charing Cross, and he then commenced highwayman. His first expedition was on the Kentish road, and meeting the Canterbury stage near Shooter's Hill, he robbed the passengers of watches and money to the amount of about £30, and then riding through great part of Kent to take an observation of the cross roads, he returned to London. He now took lodgings near Grosvenor Square, and frequenting billiard tables won a little money, which, added to his former stock, prevented his having to recourse to the highway again for a considerable time. But at length he met with a gambler who was more expert than himself, and stripped him of all his money. He then again sought the road as a means of subsistence. His exertions were for some time fruitless, but at length meeting with a handsome booty, he was emboldened by his success, and taking handsome lodgings he soon gained the friendship of some young men of fashion. His next object was to improve his mind and person, and having gained some knowledge by dint of impudence and through a pleasing exterior, he got introduced into decent society. By this time he had drawn, from his own observation and for his private use, a most curious map of the roads 20 miles round London, and driving in a phaeton and pair, he was not suspected for a highwayman. In his excursions for robbery he used to dress in a laced or embroidered frock, and wear his hair tied behind; but when at a distance from London, he would turn into some unfrequented place, and having disguised himself in other clothes, with a grizzle or black wig, and saddled one of his horses, he would ride to the main road and commit a robbery. This done, he hastened back to the carriage, resumed his former dress, and drove to town again. He was frequently cautioned to be on his guard against a highwayman who might meet and rob him. "No, no," said he cannot do it a second time unless he robs me of my coat and shirt, for he has taken all my money already." He had once an escape of a very remarkable kind. Having robbed a gentleman near Putney, some persons came up at the juncture, and pursued him so closely that he was obliged to cross the Thames for his security. In the interim, some haymakers, crossing the field where Page's carriage was left, found and carried off his gay apparel; and the persons who had pursued him, meeting them, charged them with being accomplices in the robbery. A report of this affair being soon spread, Page heard of it, and throwing his clothes into a well, he went back almost naked, claimed the carriage as his own, and declared that the men had stripped him and had thrown him into a ditch. All the parties now went before a justice of the peace, and the maker of the carriage appearing and declaring that it was the property of Mr. Page, the poor haymakers were committed for trial, but obtained their liberty after the next assizes, as Page did not appear to prosecute. After this he made no farther use of the phaeton as a disguise for his robberies, but it served him occasionally on parties of pleasure, which he sometimes took with a girl whom he had then in keeping. Page was passionately fond of play, and his practice this way was occasionally attended with good fortune. One night he went to the masquerade with only 10 guineas, but joining a party at cards, he won above £500; but this money was no sooner in his possession than a lady, most magnificently dressed, made some advances to him, on which he put the most favourable construction. After some conversation, she told him that her mother was a widow who would not admit of his visits, but that possibly he might prevail on her attendant, whose husband was a reputable tradesman, to give them admission to her house. Page, who had repeatedly heard the other address her by the title of my lady, became very importunate with the good woman to grant this favour, and at length, all parties having agreed, the servants were called. Page handed the lady and her attendant into a coach, on which was the coronet of a viscountess. 2 footmen with flambeaux got up behind, and the coachman was ordered to drive home. The home which they reached, however, was a brothel, and on the lady quitting him in the morning, he found that she had been dexterous enough to rob him of his pocket book and its contents, which no doubt more than compensated her for the favour which she had bestowed upon him. The road and the gaming table were now his only means of support, and he found a fitting companion in his proceedings in the person of an old schoolfellow named Darwell, in conjunction with whom, in the course of 3 years, he committed upwards of 300 robberies. At length, however, their iniquitous proceedings caused an active search to be made for them, and Darwell being apprehended, peached upon his companion, and disclosed the places where it was most likely that he would be found. The consequence was, that Page was apprehended at the Golden Lion, near Hyde Park, when 3 loaded pistols were found on him, with powder balls, a wig to disguise himself, and the correct map of the roads round London, which we have already mentioned. He was sent to Newgate, and an advertisement inserted in the papers, requesting such persons as had been robbed to attend his re-examination, but he denied all that was alleged against him, and, as he was always disguised when he committed any robbery, no person present could identify his person. He was tried at length on suspicion of robbing Mr. Webb in Belford Lane, but acquitted for want of evidence, and after this he was tried at Hertford, but again acquitted for like reason. From Hertford he was removed to Maidstone gaol, and being tried at Rochester for robbing Captain Farrington on Blackheath, he was capitally convicted, and received sentence of death. After conviction he acknowledged his guilt, yet exerted himself in the most strenuous manner to procure a pardon. He wrote to a nobleman with this view, and also sent a letter to a gentleman with whom he had lived as a servant, begging his interest that he might be sent to America as a foot soldier, but his endeavours proved fruitless, and he was ordered for execution. This extraordinary malefactor suffered at Maidstone on the 6th of April 1758. Eugene Aram, executed for murder. We are now arrived at that period which brings to our view perhaps the most remarkable trial in our whole calendar. The offender was a man of extraordinary endowments and of high education, and therefore little to be suspected of committing so foul a crime as that proved against him. Much has been written upon the subject of this murder, and attempts have been made even of late years to show the innocence of Aram. The contents of the publications upon the subject would be sufficient of themselves to fill our volumes, and it would be useless to republish arguments which, having had due circulation and due consideration, have failed in their object, which was to convince the world that this offender was the victim of prejudice, and fell an innocent sacrifice to the laws of his country. We shall therefore abstain from giving this case greater space in our calendar than that to which it is entitled, as well on account of the peculiarity of its nature, as of the great interest which its mention has always excited. The peculiarities of the case are twofold: first, the great talents of the offender, and secondly, the extraordinary discovery of the perpetration of the murder, and of the evidence which led to the conviction of the murderer. On the former point, indeed, some seem to have entertained a doubt, for about 30 years after his execution, his name being inserted among the literary characters of the country in the Biographia Britannica, and his high erudition being mentioned, a pamphlet was put forth complaining of this step on the part of the editors of that work, and accusing them of a want of impartiality in affording their meed of praise to Aram, and withholding it from Bishop Atherton, who also met with an ignominious death. The charge was, however, answered more ably than it was made, and as it may prove interesting to our readers, we shall subjoin the refutation to the complaint, which appears distinctly to support Aram's right to the character which was originally given to him. It said: "Objections are made to the admission of Eugene Aram to the Biographia Britannica, and the exclusion of Bishop Atherton; but it appears to me that the remarks on this subject are far from being just. The insertion of Aram is objected to because he was a man of bad principles, and terminated his life on the gallows; but it should be remembered that it was never understood that in the Biographia Britannica the lives of virtuous men only were to be recorded. In the old edition are the lives of several persons who ended their days by the hands of the executioner. Bonner was not a virtuous man, and yet very properly inserted, as well as Henry Cuff, who was executed at Tyburn in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. As to Eugene Aram, it is truly said of him in the Biographia Britannica, in the article objected to, that the progress he made in literature, allowing for the little instruction he had received, may justly be considered as astonishing, and that his powers of mind were uncommonly great cannot reasonably be questioned. Eugene Aram possessed talents and acquisitions that might have classed him among the most respectable of human characters, if his moral qualities had been equal to his intellectual. It was certainly the extraordinary talents and acquirements of Eugene Aram which occasioned his introduction into the Biographia, and I know that by persons of undoubted taste and judgment the account of him in that work has been thought a curious and interesting article. His singular defence alone was well worthy of being preserved in such a work. With respect to Bishop Atherton, he never had the least claim to insertion in such a work as the Biographia Britannica, and was therefore very properly omitted in the new edition. He was not in the least distinguished for genius or learning; his merely being a bishop could give him no just pretensions, and still less the unnatural crime for which he suffered. The friends of Bishop Atherton say that his reputation was suspected to have been destroyed, and his catastrophe effected, more by the contrivance of a party than by the aggravated guilt with which he was charged. If this were perfectly just, which, however, may be reasonably questioned, it would not give Bishop Atherton the least claim to insertion in the Biographia Britannica. Aram was inserted on account of his uncommon talents and learning, but Atherton, who was not distinguished for either, never had the least pretension to be recorded in such a work. The talents and abilities of this criminal, therefore, seem to be undoubted, but that a man possessing powers of intellect so great should have been guilty of such a crime as that which he committed seems most extraordinary. Within the second peculiarity of the case will very properly come the narrative of the life of its hero, as well as the circumstances attending the commission of the crime and the discovery of its perpetrator. A succinct description of the case will probably be more intelligible than a detail of all of the exceedingly minute circumstances by which it was surrounded. Eugene Aram was born in the village of Netherdale, in Yorkshire, in the year 1704, of an ancient and highly respectable family; but although it is shown by the Chronicles that one of his ancestors served the office of High Sheriff in the reign of Edward III., It appears that at the time of the birth of Eugene, the vicissitudes of fortune had so far reduced its rank, that his father was compelled to support himself and his children by working as a gardener in the house of Sir Edward Blacket. Although in that situation he was well employed and highly respected. In his infancy Aram's parents removed to the village of Shelton, near Newby, in the same county; and when about 6 years old, his father, having saved a small sum of money out of his weekly earnings, purchased a small cottage at Bondgate, near Ripon. The first indications of that singular genius, which afterwards displayed itself in so remarkable a manner in our hero, were given while his father was in the service of Sir Edward. Eugene was employed as an attendant upon that gentleman, and he early displayed a taste for literature, which was fostered and supported by his indulgent master. His disposition was solitary, and every leisure hour which presented itself to him was devoted to retirement and study; and in the employment which good fortune had bestowed upon him, ample opportunities were afforded him of following the bent of his inclinations. He applied himself chiefly to mathematics, and at the age of 16 he had acquired a considerable proficiency in them; but his kind and indulgent master dying about this time, he was employed by his brother, Mr. Christopher Blacket, a merchant in London, who took him into his service as book keeper. This was an occupation ill suited to his desires, and an attack of the small pox having rendered his return to Yorkshire necessary, he did not afterwards resume his employment in London, but at the invitation of his father he remained at Newby to pursue his studies. He now found that the study of mathematics possessed but few charms, and the politer subjects of poetry, history, and antiquities next engaged his attention. Every day served to increase the store of knowledge which he possessed, and his fame as a scholar having now extended to his native place, he was invited to take charge of a school there. The means of study and of profit appeared to him to be thus united, and he immediately accepted the offer which was made, and after a short time he married a young woman of the village, to whom he appeared tenderly attached. To this marriage, however, which proved unhappy, he attributed all his subsequent misfortunes, but whether with truth or not, the course of the narrative does not distinctly disclose. His deficiency in the learned languages now struck him, and he immediately set about conquering the difficulties which presented themselves in this new field of research, and so rapid was his progress, that ere a year had passed he was able to read with ease the less difficult of the Latin and Greek historians and poets. In the year 1734 an opportunity was afforded him of adding a knowledge of the Hebrew language to his list of acquirements, for in that year Mr. William Norton of Knaresborough, a gentleman of great talents, who had conceived a strong attachment towards him, invited him to his house, and afforded him the means necessary for pursuing its study. He continued in his situation in Yorkshire until the year 1745, when he again visited London, and accepted an engagement in the school of the Reverend Mr. Plainblanc, in Piccadilly, as usher in Latin and writing, and with this gentleman's assistance he acquired the knowledge of the French language. He was afterwards employed as an usher and tutor in several different parts of England, in the course of which, through his own exertions, he became acquainted with heraldry and botany; and so great was his perseverance, that he also learned the Chaldaic and Arabic languages. His next step was to investigate the Celtic in all its dialects, and having begun to form collections and make comparisons between the Celtic, the English, the Latin, the Greek, and the Hebrew, and found a great affinity between them, he resolved to proceed through all those languages, and to form a comparative lexicon. But amid these learned labours and inquiries, it appears that he committed a crime which could not naturally have been expected from a man of so studious a turn, as the inducement which led him to it was merely the gain of wealth, of which the scholar is seldom covetous. On the 8th of February, in 1745, in conjunction with a man named Richard Houseman, he committed the murder for which his life was afterwards forfeited to the laws of his country. The object of this diabolical crime was Daniel Clarke, a shoemaker, living at Knaresborough, and it appears that this unfortunate man, having lately married a woman of a good family, industriously circulated a report that his wife was entitled to a considerable fortune, which he should soon receive. Aram and Houseman, in consequence, conceiving hopes of procuring some advantage from this circumstance, persuaded Clarke to make an ostentatious show of his own riches, in order to induce his wife's relations to give him that fortune of which he had boasted. It is not impossible that in giving their subsequent victim this advice, they may at the time have acted from a spirit of friendship, and any intention of committing that crime for which they afterwards received their reward; but the belief that the design was already formed receives equal confirmation from subsequent events. Clarke, it seems, was easily induced to comply with a hint so agreeable to his own desires, and he borrowed and brought on credit a large quantity of silver plate, with jewels, watches, rings, &c. He told the persons of whom he purchased, that a merchant in London had sent him an order to buy such plate for exportation, and no doubt was entertained of his credit till his sudden disappearance in February 1745, when it was imagined that he had gone abroad, or at least to London, to dispose of his ill-acquired property. Whatever doubt may exist as to the original intention of the parties, their object at this time is perfectly clear, and there can be no hesitation in supposing that Aram and Houseman had at this time determined to murder their dupe, in order to share the booty. On the night of the 8th of February 1745, they persuaded Clarke to take a walk with them, in order to consult upon the proper method to dispose of the effects; and engaged in the discussion of this subject, they turned into a field, at a small distance from the town, well known by the name of St. Robert's Cave. On arrival there, Aram and Clarke went over a hedge towards the cave, and when they had got within 6 or 7 yards of it, Houseman, by the light of the moon, saw Aram strike Clarke several times, and at length beheld him fall, but never saw him afterwards. These were the facts immediately connected with the murder, which were proved at the trial by Houseman, who was admitted King's evidence, and whatever were the subsequent proceedings of the parties in respect of the body, they must remain a mystery. The murderers, going home, shared Clarke's ill-gotten treasure, the half of which Houseman concealed in his garden for a 12-month, and then took it to Scotland, where he sold it. In the meantime Aram carried his share to London, where he sold it to a Jew, and then returned to his engagement with Mr. Plainblanc in Piccadilly. 14 years afterwards elapsed, and no tidings being received of Aram, it was concluded that he was dead, and these 14 years had also elapsed without any clue being obtained to unravel the mystery of the sudden disappearance of Clarke. The time at length came, however, at which all the doubts which existed upon both subjects were to be solved. In the year 1758, a labourer named Jones was employed to dig for stone in St. Robert's Cave, in order to supply a lime kiln at a place called Thistle Hill, near Knaresborough; and having dug about 2 feet deep, he found the bones of a human body, still knit together by the ligaments of the joints. It had evidently been buried double, and there were indications about it which could not but lead to the supposition that some unfair means had been resorted to in order to deprive the living being of life. The incident afforded good grounds for general curiosity being raised, and general inquiry taking place, and hints were soon thrown out that it might be the body of Clarke, whose unexpected disappearance was still fresh in the memory of many, and whose continued absence had been the subject of so much surprise. Suggestions of his murder, which had been thrown out by Aram's wife, were called to mind, and a coroner's inquest being held, she was summoned. By this time a general impression prevailed that the remains found were those of Clarke, and the testimony of Mrs. Aram greatly confirmed the idea which had gone abroad. She deposed that she believed that Clarke had been murdered by Houseman and her husband, and that they had acquired considerable booty for the crime, but she was unable to give any account of her husband, or to state whether he was still in existence or not. Inquiries being made, however, Houseman was soon found, and on his being brought forward to be examined, he exhibited the utmost confusion. The coroner desired that he would take up one of the bones, probably with a view of seeing what effect such a proceeding would produce, and upon his doing so, he showed still further terror, and exclaimed, "This is no more Daniel Clarke's bone than it is mine." The suspicions which were already entertained of his guilt were, in a great measure, confirmed by this observation, and it was generally believed that he knew the precise spot where the real remains of the murdered man were deposited, even if he had not been a party to their interment. He was therefore strictly questioned, and after many attempts at evasion, he said that Clarke was murdered by Eugene Aram, and that his body was buried in St. Robert's Cave, but that the head lay further to the right in the turn near the entrance of the cavern than the spot where the skeleton produced was found. Search was immediately made, and a skeleton was found, in a situation corresponding exactly with that which had been pointed out. In consequence of this confession, an inquiry was immediately set on foot for Aram, and after a considerable time he was discovered occupying the situation of usher in a school at Lynn in Norfolk. He was immediately apprehended and conveyed in custody to York Castle, and on the 13th of August 1759 he was brought to trial at the assizes before Mr. Justice Noel. The testimony of Houseman to the facts which we have described, and of the other witnesses whose evidence was of a corroborative character, was then adduced, and from the proof which was given it appeared that the share of plunder derived by the prisoner did not exceed £150. Aram's defence was both ingenious and able, and would not have disgraced any of the best lawyers of the day. It is a curious and interesting address, and we subjoin it, as affording the best criterion of the talents of the prisoner which can well be adduced. He thus addressed the court: My lord, I know not whether it is of right or through some indulgence of your lordship that I am allowed the liberty at this bar, and at this time, to attempt a defence, incapable and uninstructed as I am to speak; since, while I see so many eyes upon me, so numerous and awful a concourse fixed with attention and filled with I know not what expectancy, I labour not with guilt, my lord, but with perplexity; for having never seen a court but this, being wholly unacquainted with law, the customs of the bar, and all judiciary proceedings, I fear I shall be so little capable of speaking with propriety in this place, that it exceeds my hope if I shall be able to speak at all. I have heard, my lord, the indictment read, wherein I find myself charged with the highest crime, with an enormity I am altogether incapable of; a fact, to the commission of which there goes far more insensibility of heart, more profligacy of morals, than ever fell to my lot; and nothing possibly could have admitted a presumption of this nature, but a depravity not inferior to that imputed to me. However, as I stand indicted at your lordship's bar, and have heard what is called evidence adduced in support of such a charge, I very humbly solicit your lordship's patience, and beg the hearing of this respectable audience, while I, single and unskilful, destitute of friends, and unassisted by counsel, say something, perhaps like argument, in my defence. I shall consume but little of your lordship's time. What I have to say will be short, and this brevity, probably, will be the best part of it. However, it is offered with all possible regard and the greatest submission to your lordship's consideration and that of this honourable court. First, my lord, the whole tenor of my conduct in life contradicts every particular of the indictment. Yet had I never said this, did not my present circumstances extort it from me, and seem to make it necessary. Permit me here, my lord, to call upon malignity itself, so long and cruelly busied in this prosecution, to charge upon me any immorality of which prejudice was not the author. No, my lord, I concerted no schemes of fraud, projected no violence, injured no man's person or property. My days were honestly laborious, my nights intensely studious, and I humbly conceive my notice of this, especially at this time, will not be thought impertinent or unseasonable, but at least deserving some attention, because, my lord, that any person, after a temperate use of life, a series of thinking and acting regularly, and without one single deviation from sobriety, should plunge into the very depth of profligacy precipitately and at once, is altogether improbable and unprecedented, and absolutely inconsistent with the course of things. Mankind is never corrupted at once. Villainy is always progressive, and declines from right, step by step, till every regard of probity is lost, and every sense of all moral obligation totally perishes. Again, my lord, a suspicion of this kind, which nothing but malevolence could entertain and ignorance propagate, is violently opposed by my very situation at that time with respect to health, for, but a little space before, I had been confined to my bed, and suffered under a very long and severe disorder, and was not able for half a year together so much as to walk. The distemper left me indeed, yet slowly, and in part, but so macerated, so enfeebled, that I was reduced to crutches, and so far from being well about the time I am charged with this fact, I have never to this day perfectly recovered. Could then a person in this condition take anything into his head so unlikely, so extravagant? I, past the vigour of my age, feeble and valetudinary, with no inducement to engage, no ability to accomplish, no weapon wherewith to perpetrate such a deed, without interest, without power, without motive, without means. Besides, it must needs occur to every one, that an action of this atrocious nature is never heard of but when its springs are laid open. It appears that it was to support some indolence, or supply some luxury, to satisfy some avarice, or oblige some malice, to prevent some real or imaginary want. Yet I lay not under the influence of these. Surely, my lord, I may consistently with both truth and modesty affirm thus much, and none who have any veracity and knew me will ever question this. In the second place, the disappearance of Clarke is suggested as an argument of his being dead, but the uncertainty of such an inference from that, and the fallibility of all conclusions of such a sort from such a circumstance, are too obvious and too notorious to require instances, yet superseding many, permit me to produce a very recent one, and that afforded by this castle. In June 1757, William Thompson, for all the vigilance of this place, in open daylight, and double ironed, made his escape, and notwithstanding an immediate inquiry set on foot, the strictest search, and all advertisement, was never heard of since. If, then, Thompson got off unseen through all these difficulties, how very easy it was for Clarke, when none of them opposed him. But what would be thought of a prosecution commenced against any one seen last with Thompson? Permit me, my lord, to observe a little upon the bones which have been discovered. It is said, which perhaps is saying very far, that these are the skeleton of a man. It is possible, indeed, it may, but is there any certain known criterion which incontestably distinguishes the sex in human bones? Let it be considered, my lord, whether the ascertaining of this point ought not to precede any attempt to identify them. The place of their depositum, too, claims much more attention than is commonly bestowed upon it; for of all the places in the world, none could have mentioned any one wherein there was greater certainty of finding human bones than a hermitage, except he should point out a churchyard. Hermitages, in time past, being not only places of religious retirement, but of burial too; and it has scarce or never been heard of, but that every cell now known contains or contained these relics of humanity, some mutilated and some entire. I do not inform, but give me leave to remind your lordship, that here sat solitary sanctity, and here the hermit or the anchoress hoped that repose for their bones when dead they here enjoyed when living. All the while, my lord, I am sensible that this is known to your lordship, and many in this court, better than to me; but it seems necessary to my case that others, who have not at all, perhaps, adverted to things of this nature, and may have concern in my trial, should be made acquainted with it. Suffer me then, my lord, to produce a few of many evidences that these cells were used as repositories of the dead, and to enumerate a few in which human bones have been found, as it happened in this question, lest to some that the accident might seem extraordinary, and consequently occasion prejudice. 1. The bones, as was supposed, of the Saxon saint Dubricius, were discovered buried in his cell at Guy's Cliff, near Warwick, as appears from the authority of Sir William Dugdale. 2. The bones, thought to be those of the anchoress Rosia, were but lately discovered in a cell at Royston, entire, fair, and undecayed, though they must have lain interred for several centuries, as is proved by Dr. Stukely. 3. But my own country, nay, almost this neighbourhood, supplies another instance, for in January 1747 were found by Mr. Stovin, accompanied by a reverend gentleman, the bones in part of some recluse in the cell at Lindholm, near Hatfield. They were believed to be those of William of Lindholm, a hermit, who had long made this cave his habitation. 4. In February 1744, part of Woburn Abbey being pulled down, a large portion of corpse appeared, even with the flesh on, and which bore cutting with a knife, though it is certain that this had lain above 200 years, and how much longer is doubtful, for this abbey was founded in 1145, and dissolved in 1538 or 1539. What would have been said, what believed, if this had been an accident to the bones in question? Farther, my lord, it is not yet out of living memory, that at a little distance from Knaresborough, in a field, part of the manor of the worthy and patriot baronet who does that borough the honour to represent it in Parliament, were found, in digging for gravel, not one human skeleton only, but 5 or 6, deposited side by side, with each an urn placed under its head, as your lordship knows was usual in ancient interments. About the same time, and in another field almost close to this borough, was discovered also, in searching for gravel, another human skeleton, but the piety of the same worthy gentleman ordered both pits to be filled up again, commendably unwilling to disturb the dead. Is the invention of these bones forgotten then, or industriously concealed, that the discovery of those in question may appear more singular and extraordinary? Whereas in fact there is nothing extraordinary in it. My lord, almost every place conceals such remains. In fields, in hills, in highway sides, in commons, lie frequent and unsuspected bones, and our present allotments for rest for the departed are but of some centuries. Another particular seems not to claim a little of your lordship's notice, and that of the gentlemen of the jury, which is that perhaps no example occurs of more than one skeleton being found in one cell, and in the cell in question was found but one, agreeable in this to the peculiarity of every other known cell in Britain. Not the invention of one skeleton, but of 2, would have appeared suspicious and uncommon, but it seems another skeleton has been discovered by some labourer, which was full as confidently averred to be Clark's as this. My lord, must some of the living, if it promotes some interest, be made answerable for all the bones that earth has concealed and chance exposed? And might not a place where bones lay be mentioned by a person by chance, as well as found by a labourer by chance? Or is it more criminal accidentally to name where bones lie than accidentally to find where they lie? Here too is a human skull produced, which is fractured. But was this the cause, or was it the consequence of death? Was it owing to violence, or was it the effect of natural decay? If it was violence, was that violence before or after death? My lord, in May 1732, the remains of William, Lord Archbishop of this province, were taken up, by permission, in this cathedral, and the bones of the skull were found broken, yet certainly he died by no violence offered to him alive that could occasion the fracture there. Let it be considered, my lord, that upon the dissolution of religious houses, and the commencement of the Reformation, the ravages of those times affected both the living and the dead. In search after imaginary treasures, coffins were broken up, graves and vaults dug open, monuments ransacked, and shrines demolished, and it ceased about the beginning of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. I entreat your lordship, suffer not the violence, the depredations, and the iniquities of those times to be imputed to this. Moreover, what gentleman here is ignorant that Knaresborough had a castle, which, though now a ruin, was once considerable both for its strength and garrison? All know it was vigorously besieged by the arms of the Parliament, at which siege, in sallies, conflicts, fights, pursuits, many fell in all the places around it, and where they fell were buried, for every place, my lord, is burial earth in war, and many, questionless of these, rest yet unknown, whose bones futurity shall discover. I hope, with all imaginable submission, that what has been said will not be thought impertinent to this indictment, and that it will be far from the wisdom, the learning, and the integrity of this place, to impute to the living what zeal in its fury may have done, what nature may have taken off, and piety interred, or what war alone may have destroyed, alone deposited. As to the circumstances that have been raked together, I have nothing to observe but that all circumstances whatever are precarious, and have been but too frequently found lamentably fallible. Even the strongest have failed. They may rise to the utmost degree of probability, yet they are but probability still. Why need I name to your lordship the 2 Harrisons recorded by Dr. Howell, who both suffered upon circumstances because of the sudden disappearance of their lodger, who was in credit, had contracted debts, borrowed money, and went off unseen, and returned a great many years after their execution? Why name the intricate affair of Jacques de Moulin under King Charles II, related by a gentleman who was counsel for the crown? And why the unhappy Coleman, who suffered innocently, though convicted upon positive evidence, and whose children perished for want, because the world uncharitably believed the father guilty? Why mention the perjury of Smith, incautiously admitted King's evidence, who, to screen himself, equally accused Faircloth and Loveday of the murder of Dunn, the first of whom in 1749 was executed at Winchester, and Loveday was about to suffer at Reading, had not Smith been proved perjured to the satisfaction of the court by the governor of Gosport Hospital. Now, my lord, having endeavoured to show that the whole of this process is altogether repugnant to every part of my life, that it is inconsistent with my condition of health about that time, that no rational inference can be drawn that a person is dead who suddenly disappears, that hermitages are the constant depositories of the bones of a recluse, that the proofs of this are well authenticated, that the revolutions in religion or the fortunes of war have mangled or buried the dead, the conclusion remains, perhaps, no less reasonable than impatiently wished for. I at last, after a year's confinement, equal to either fortune, put myself upon the justice, the candour, and the humanity of your lordship, and upon yours, my countrymen, gentlemen of the jury." The delivery of this address created a very considerable impression in court; but the learned judge having calmly, and with great perspicuity, summed up the evidence which had been produced, and having observed upon the prisoner's defence, which he declared to be one of the most ingenious pieces of reasoning that had ever fallen under his notice, the jury, with a little hesitation, returned a verdict of guilty. Sentence of death was then passed upon the prisoner, who received the intimation of his fate with becoming resignation. After his conviction he confessed the justice of his sentence to 2 clergymen who were directed to attend him, a sufficient proof of the fruitlessness of the efforts to prove him innocent, which the morbid sentimentality of late writers has induced them to attempt. Upon an inquiry being made of him as to his reason for committing the crime, he declared that he had reason to suspect Clarke of having had unlawful intercourse with his wife, and that at the time of his committing the murder he had thought that he was acting rightly, but that he had since thought that his crime could not be justified or excused. In the hopes of avoiding the ignominious death which he was doomed to suffer, on the night before his execution he attempted to commit suicide by cutting his arm in 2 places with a razor which he had concealed for that purpose. This attempt was not discovered until the morning, when the gaoler came to lead him forth to the place of execution, and he was then found almost expiring from loss of blood. A surgeon was immediately sent for, who found that he had wounded himself severely on the left arm, above the elbow and near the wrist, but he had missed the artery, and his life was prolonged only in order that it might be taken away on the scaffold. When he was placed on the drop he was perfectly sensible, but was too weak to be able to join in devotion with the clergyman who attended him. He was executed at York on the 16th of August 1759, and his body was afterwards hung in chains in Knaresborough Forest. The following papers were afterwards found in his handwriting on the table in his cell. The first contained reasons for his attempt upon his life, and was as follows: "What am I better than my fathers? To die is natural and is necessary. Perfectly sensible of this, I fear no more to die than I did to be born. But the manner of it is something which should, in my opinion, be decent and manly. I think I have regarded both these points. Certainly no man has a better right to dispose of a man's life than himself, and he, not others, should determine how. As for any indignities offered to my body, or silly reflections on my faith and morals, they are, as they always were, things indifferent to me. I think, though contrary to the common way of thinking, I wrong no man by this, and I hope it is not offensive to that eternal Being that formed me and the world; and as by this I injure no man can be reasonably offended. I solicitously recommend myself to that eternal and almighty Being, the God of nature, if I have done amiss; but perhaps I have not, and I hope this thing will never be imputed to me. Though I am now stained by malevolence and suffer by prejudice, I hope to rise fair and unblemished. My life was not polluted, my morals irreproachable, and my opinions orthodox. I slept sound till 3 o'clock, awakened, and then writ these lines: "Come, pleasing rest, eternal slumbers fall, Seal mine, that once must seal the eyes of all. Calm and composed my soul her journey takes, No guilt that troubles, and no heart that aches. Adieu, thou sun, all bright, like her arise; Adieu, fair friends, and all that's good and wise." The second was in the form of a letter addressed to a former companion, and was in the following terms: "My dear friend, before this reaches you I shall be no more a living man in this world, though at present in perfect bodily health. but who can describe the horrors of mind which I suffer at this instant? Guilt, the guilt of blood shed without any provocation, without any cause but that of filthy lucre, pierces my conscience with wounds that give the most poignant pains. 'Tis true, the consciousness of my horrid guilt has given me frequent interruptions in the midst of my business or pleasures, but yet I have found means to stifle its clamours, and contrived a momentary remedy for the disturbance it gave me, by applying to the bottle, or the bowl, or diversions, or company, or business, sometimes one, and sometimes the other, as opportunity offered. But now all these, and all other amusements, are at an end, and I am left forlorn, helpless, and destitute of every comfort, for I have nothing now in view but the certain destruction both of my soul and body. My conscience will now no longer suffer itself to be hoodwinked or browbeat. It has now got the mastery. It is my accuser, judge, and executioner, and the sentence it pronounceth against me is more dreadful than that I heard from the bench, which only condemned my body to the pains of death, which are soon over. But conscience tells me plainly that she will summon me before another tribunal, where I shall have neither power nor means to stifle the evidence she will there bring against me, and that the sentence which will then be denounced will not only be irreversible, but will condemn my soul to torments that will know no end. Oh, had I but hearkened to the advice which dear bought experience has enabled me to give, I should not now have been plunged into that dreadful gulf of despair which I find it impossible to extricate myself from, and therefore my soul is filled with horror inconceivable. I see both God and man my enemies, and in a few hours shall be exposed a public spectacle for the world to gaze at. Can you conceive any condition more horrible than mine? Oh no, it cannot be. I am determined therefore to put a short end to trouble I am no longer able to bear, and prevent the executioner by doing his business with my own hand, and shall by this means at least prevent the shame and disgrace of a public exposure, and leave the care of my soul in the hands of eternal mercy. Wishing you all health, happiness, and prosperity, I am to the last moment of my life yours, with the sincerest regard, Eugene Aram. It is impossible to view the circumstances of this remarkable case without being struck with the extraordinary conduct of Aram. It is most singular that a man of his talents and mind should have leagued himself with a person like Houseman, who appears to have been utterly uneducated, in the commission of a murder, and with the hope only of gain, for whatever his declarations after his conviction may have been, as to his object being revenge only for the supposed injury which had been done him by his victim in the seduction of his wife, his ready acquiescence of the plot with another, and his willing acceptance of the plunder which was obtained, distinctly show that that was not the only end which he sought to attain. If indeed his feelings were outraged, as he suggested, he would have selected some other mode of obtaining that satisfaction to which the injury alleged would have entitled him, and it is hardly to be supposed that he would have obtained the assistance of another to secure the object which he had in view, more particularly when it appears that it was he who absolutely committed the foul act, without the immediate aid of Houseman, a circumstance which clearly exemplifies the power which he possessed to dispose of his victim, and which would seem to show a desire on his part only to obtain the participation of another in a preconceived act, anticipating doubtless that some aid would be necessary in appropriating and disposing of the property which might be procured from the deceased, and also that some advice would be requisite in the event of suspicion attaching to him. But while these circumstances cannot but surprise us, how much more astonishing is the divine power of Providence, which disclosed to human eyes, after so long a lapse of time, such evidence as in the result proved the commissions of the crime, and which secured the seizure of the criminal, who had up to that time remained unsuspected, and who even then was living in fancied security, free from all fear of discovery and apprehension. It is said that murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. And how truly is this observation of the most wonderful of poets exemplified by nearly every page of these records of crime. Part 25. William Andrew Horne, Esquire, executed for murder. The short notice which we give of this man exhibits a human being reduced far below the level of a beast. The subject of the memoir was the eldest son of a gentleman of fortune in Nottinghamshire, who in vain strove to instil into the mind of his son any of those principles of rectitude without which a man cannot be considered to be humanized. The sports of the field, and all the dissipation which a country squire could at that time obtain, formed the amusements of this reckless youth. His passion for women was unbounded, but his love of gold surpassed all the other bad qualities which so peculiarly distinguished him. It was while his father yet lived that he committed that crime for which his life was eventually forfeited, and it appears to have occurred in the following manner. His passion for women led him to commit the most disgusting excesses, and at length so far he had carried his crimes, that an incestuous connexion took place between him and his sister, the result of which was the birth of a boy in the month of February 1724. Horne told his brother Charles of the circumstance 3 days afterwards, and at 10 o'clock at night said that he must take a ride with him. He then put the new-born infant in a bag, and mounting their horses they rode to Annesley in Nottinghamshire, at the distance of 5 miles, carrying the child alternately. On their arrival near the village, William dismounted and inquired if the child was living, and being answered in the affirmative, he took it and told his brother to wait till he came back. On his return, Charles demanded to know how he had disposed of the infant, to which he said he had placed it behind a haystack and covered it with hay. They then returned home, and it was afterwards learned that the child died in the course of the night from exposure to the cold; but in a short time afterwards, a quarrel arising between the brothers, the whole transaction was communicated by Charles to his father. The latter enjoined him to the strictest secrecy, and this injunction was obeyed up to the time of the old man's death, which occurred in the year 1747, in the 102nd year of his age. The real estate of the family being entailed, then descended to the eldest son, but the father had previously made over his personal property by deed of gift to his son Charles. No sooner had the new squire assumed the government of the estate than he behaved with the utmost severity towards his brother as well as his tenants, and at length the former, rendered miserable by his participation in the horrid act, having some business to transact with Mr. Cook, an attorney at Derby, told him of the long concealed affair, and asked for his advice. The lawyer told him to go to a justice of the peace and make a full discovery of the whole transaction, and he accordingly went to a magistrate and acquainted him with what had happened. He hesitated to take cognizance of the matter, however, saying that it might hang half the family, and as it had passed so many years ago, advised that it might remain a secret. No further notice of the circumstance was then taken until the year 1754, when Charles, being suddenly seized with a severe fit of illness, called in a Mr. White of Ripley, to whom, in anticipation of his death, he disclosed all that had occurred. Mr. White declined to interfere, but his patient almost immediately recovered, declaring that he had been better ever since the weight of the transaction had been taken off his mind by his making the disclosure. The discovery, however, soon became a matter of notoriety, and William Horne having quarrelled with a publican named Rowe, the latter called him an incestuous old dog. A suit in the ecclesiastical court at Lichfield was the consequence, and Rowe, being unsuccessful, was ordered to pay all the costs. The circumstance inflamed him with revenge, and having made such inquiries as persuaded him of the truth of the report which he had heard, he procured a warrant to be issued for the apprehension of his late opponent. A constable of Annesley and he in consequence proceeded to the house of the squire at about 8 o'clock in the evening, and after having experienced considerable difficulty, succeeded in obtaining admittance. A strict search was then commenced, but it was not until a long time had elapsed that they discovered the object of their inquiry concealed in a large box, which had been described as containing clean linen. He was immediately carried before 2 justices, who committed him to take his trial at the following assizes. On the 10th of August 1759 he was brought to trial before Lord Chief Baron Parker, and after a hearing of about 9 hours, the jury found him guilty, and sentence of death passed of course. Horne, being convicted on a Saturday, was sentenced to die on the Monday following, but a number of gentlemen waited on the judge, intimating that he had been so long hardened in iniquity that a farther time would be necessary to prepare him for his awful change, and a respite of a month was in consequence granted. When this time was nearly expired, he received a reprieve during his Majesty's pleasure, so that he began to entertain hopes of obtaining a free pardon, and he employed a considerable part of his time in writing to his friends to make interest to secure this object. He, however, confessed the justice of his conviction, but seemed little affected by the enormity of his crime, and frequently said, "It was damned hard to suffer on the evidence of a brother for a crime committed so many years before." He gave the following account of the transaction. He said he had no design of destroying the infant, but put it in a bag lined with wool, and made a hole in the bag that it might not be stifled. He added that the child was handsomely dressed, and he had intended to have left it at the door of Mr. Charworth of Annesley, but the dogs barking, and there being a light in the house, he desisted from his first intention in the fear of a discovery. After some hesitation, he said, he resolved to place it under a warm haystack, in the hope that, when the servants came to fodder the cattle in the morning, it would be found. He acknowledged to a clergyman who assisted him in his devotions that he forgave all his enemies, even his brother Charles, but made the following strange addition to his speech: that if at the day of judgment God Almighty should ask him how his brother behaved, he would not give him a good character. The hopes of a pardon which he had entertained soon proved unfounded, and an order arrived for his execution on the 11th of December 1759, on which day he completed his 74th year, and terminated his life on a scaffold erected at Nottingham. Lawrence Earl Ferrers, executed for murder. Lawrence Earl Ferrers was a man of singular and most unhappy disposition. Descended of an ancient and noble family, he was doomed to expiate a crime of which he had been guilty at Tyburn. It would appear that the royal blood of the Plantagenets flowed in his veins, and the Earl gained his title in the following manner. The second baronet of the family, Sir Henry Shirley, married a daughter of the celebrated Earl of Essex, who was beheaded in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and his son, Sir Robert Shirley, died in the Tower, where he was confined during the Protectorate, for his attachment to the cause of the Stuarts. Upon the Restoration, the second son of Sir Robert succeeded to the title and estates, and Charles, anxious to cement the bonds which attached his friends to him, summoned him to the upper house of Parliament by the title of Lord Ferrers of Chartley, as the descendant of one of the co-heiresses of the Earl of Essex, the title, which had existed since the reign of Edward III, having been in abeyance since the death of that unfortunate nobleman. In the year 1711, Robert, Lord Ferrers, was created by Queen Anne Viscount Tamworth and Earl Ferrers, and it appears that although the estates of the family were very great, they were vastly diminished by the provisions which the Earl thought proper to make for his numerous progeny, consisting of 15 sons and 12 daughters, born to him by his 2 wives. At the death of the first Earl, his title descended to his second son, but he dying without issue, it went in succession to the 9th son, who was childless, and the 10th son, who was the father of the Earl Lawrence, the subject of the present sketch. This nobleman was united in the year 1752 to the youngest daughter of Sir William Meredith, but although his general conduct when sober was not such as to be remarkable, yet his faculties were so much impaired by drink, that when under the influence of intoxication he acted with all the wildness and brutality of a madman. For a time his wife perceived nothing which induced her to repent the step she had taken in being united to him, but he subsequently behaved to her with such unwarrantable cruelty that she was compelled to quit his protection, and rejoining her father's family to apply to Parliament for redress. An act was in consequence passed, allowing her a separate maintenance to be raised out of her husband's estate, and trustees being appointed, the unfortunate Mr. Johnson, who fell a sacrifice to the ungovernable passions of Lord Ferrers, having been bred up in the family from his youth, and being distinguished for the regular manner in which he kept his accounts, and his fidelity as a steward, was proposed as receiver of the rents for her use. He at first declined the office, but subsequently, at the desire of the Earl himself, he consented to act, and continued in this employment for a considerable time. His lordship at this time lived at Stanton, a seat about 2 miles from Ashby de la Zouch in Leicestershire, and his family consisted of Mrs. Clifford, a lady who lived with him, and her 4 natural daughters, besides 5 men servants, exclusive of an old man and a boy, and 3 maids. Mr. Johnson lived at the house belonging to the farm, which he held under his lordship, called the Lount, about half a mile distant from Stanton. It appears that it was his custom to visit his noble master occasionally to settle the accounts which were placed under his care, but his lordship gradually conceived a dislike for him. grounded upon the prejudice raised in his mind on account of his being the receiver of the countess's portion, and charged him with having combined with the trustees to prevent his receiving a coal contract. From this time he spoke of him in opprobrious terms, and said he had conspired with his enemies to injure him, and that he was a villain, and with these sentiments he gave him warning to quit an advantageous farm which he held under his lordship. Finding, however, that the trustees under the Act of Separation had already granted him a lease of it, it having been promised to him by the Earl or his relations, he was disappointed, and probably from that time he meditated a more cruel revenge. The circumstances immediately attending the transaction, which terminated in the death of Johnson, are as follows. On Sunday the 13th of January 1760, my lord went to the Lount, and after some discourse with Mr. Johnson, ordered him to come to him at Stanton on the Friday following, the 18th, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His lordship's usual dinner hour was 2 o'clock, and soon after that meal was disposed of, on the Friday he went to Mrs. Clifford, who was in the still house, and desired her to take the children for a walk. She accordingly prepared herself and her daughters, and with the permission of the Earl went to her father's at a short distance, being directed to return at 5:30. The men servants were next dispatched on errands by their master, who was thus left in the house with the 3 females only. In a short time afterwards Mr. Johnson came according to his appointment, and was admitted by one of the maid servants, named Elizabeth Bergland. He proceeded at once to his lordship's apartment, but was desired to wait in the still house, and then, after the expiration of about 10 minutes, the Earl, calling him into his own room, went in with him and locked the door. Being thus together, the Earl required him first to settle an account, and then charging him with the villainy which he attributed to him, ordered him to kneel down. The unfortunate man went down on one knee, upon which the Earl, in a tone of voice loud enough to be heard by the maid servants without, cried, "Down on your other knee, declare that you have acted against Lord Ferrers, your time is come, you must die," and then suddenly drawing a pistol from his pocket, which was loaded, he presented it and immediately fired. The ball entered the body of the unfortunate man, but he rose up and entreated that no farther violence might be done him, and the female servants at that time coming to the door, being alarmed by the report, his lordship quitted the room. A messenger was immediately dispatched for Mr. Kirkland, a surgeon, who lived at Ashby de la Zouch, and Johnson being put to bed, his lordship went to him and asked him how he felt. He answered that he was dying, and desired that his family might be sent for. Miss Johnson soon after arrived, and Lord Ferrers immediately followed her into the room where her father lay. He then pulled down the clothes, and applied a pledget, dipped in arquebussade water, to the wound, and soon after left him. From this time it appears that his lordship applied himself to his favourite amusement, drinking, until he became exceedingly violent, for at the time of the commission of the murder he is reported to have been sober, and on the arrival of Mr. Kirkland he told him that he had shot Johnson, but believed he was more frightened than hurt, that he had intended to shoot him dead, for that he was a villain and deserved to die. "But," said he, "now I have spared his life, I desire you would do what you can for him." His lordship at the same time desired that he would not suffer him to be seized, and declared that, if any one should attempt it, he would shoot him. Mr. Kirkland, who wisely determined to say whatever might keep Lord Ferrers from any further outrages, told him that he should not be seized, and directly went to the wounded man. The patient complained of a violent pain in his bowels, and Mr. Kirkland preparing to search the wound, my lord informed him of the direction of it by showing him how he held the pistol when he fired it. Mr. Kirkland found the ball had lodged in the body, at which his lordship expressed great surprise, declaring that he had tried that pistol a few days before, and that it then carried a ball through a deal board near 1.5 inches thick. Mr. Kirkland then went down stairs to prepare some dressings, and my lord soon after left the room. From this time, in proportion as the liquor which he continued to drink took effect, his passions became more tumultuous, and the transient fit of compassion, mixed with fear for himself, which had excited him, gave way to starts of rage and the predominance of malice. He went up into the room where Johnson was dying, and pulled him by the wig, calling him villain, and threatening to shoot him through the head; and the last time he went to him, he was with great difficulty prevented from tearing the clothes off the bed, that he might strike him. A proposal was made to him in the evening by Mrs. Clifford, that Mr. Johnson should be removed to his own house, but he replied, "He shall not be removed, I will keep him here to plague the villain." He afterwards spoke to Miss Johnson about her father, and told her that if he died he would take care of her and of the family, provided they did not prosecute. When his lordship went to bed, which was between 11 and 12, he told Mr. Kirkland that he knew he could, if he would, set the affair in such a light as to prevent his being seized, desiring that he might see him before he went away in the morning, and declaring that he would rise at any hour. Mr. Kirkland, however, was very solicitous to get Mr. Johnson removed, and as soon as the Earl was gone he set about carrying his object into effect. He, in consequence, went to Lount, and having fitted up an easy chair with poles by way of a sedan, and procured a guard, he returned at about 2 o'clock and carried Mr. Johnson to his house, where he expired at about 9 o'clock of the following morning. The neighbours now began to take measures to secure the murderer, and a few of them, having armed themselves, set out for Stanton, and as they entered the yard they saw his lordship, partly undressed, going towards the stable, as if to take out a horse. One of them, named Springthorpe, then advancing towards his lordship with a pistol in his hand, required him to surrender, but the latter putting his hand towards his pocket, his assailant, imagining that he was feeling for some weapon of offence, stopped short and allowed him to escape into the house. A great concourse of people by this time had come to the spot, and they cried out loudly that the Earl should come forth. 2 hours elapsed, however, before anything was seen of him, and then he came to the garret window and called out, "How is Johnson?" He was answered that he was dead, but he said it was a lie, and desired that the people should disperse; but then he gave orders that they should be let in and be furnished with victuals and drink, and finally he went away from the window, swearing that no man should take him. The mob still remained on the spot, and in about 2 hours the Earl was descried by a collier named Curtis walking on the bowling green, armed with a blunderbuss, a brace of pistols, and a dagger. Curtis, however, so far from being intimidated by his bold appearance, walked up to him, and his lordship, struck with the resolution he displayed, immediately surrendered himself and gave up his arms, but directly afterwards declared that he had killed the villain, and gloried in the act. He was instantly conveyed in custody to a public house at Ashby, kept by a man named Kinsey, and a coroner's jury having brought in a verdict of wilful murder against him, he was on the following Monday committed to the custody of the keeper of the jail at Leicester. Being entitled, however, by his rank to be tried before his peers, he was in about a fortnight afterwards conveyed to London, in his landau, drawn by 6 horses, under a strong guard, and being carried before the House of Lords he was committed to the custody of the Black Rod, and ordered to the Tower, where he arrived at about 6 o'clock in the evening of the 14th of February. He is reported to have behaved during the whole journey, and at his commitment, with great calmness and propriety. He was confined in the Round Tower, near the drawbridge. 2 wardens were constantly in the room with him, and 1 at the door. 2 sentinels were posted at the bottom of the stairs, and 1 upon the drawbridge, with their bayonets fixed, and from this time the gates were ordered to be shut an hour sooner than usual. During his confinement he was moderate both in eating and drinking. His breakfast was a half-pint basin of tea, with a small spoonful of brandy in it, and a muffin. With his dinner he generally drank a pint of wine and a pint of water, and another pint of each with his supper. In general his behaviour was decent and quiet, except that he would sometimes suddenly start, tear open his waistcoat, and use other gestures, which showed that his mind was disturbed. Mrs. Clifford and the 4 young ladies who had come up with him from Leicestershire took a lodging in Tower Street, and for some time a servant was continually passing with letters between them, but afterwards this correspondence was permitted only once a day. Mrs. Clifford came 3 times to the Tower to see him, but was not admitted, but his children were suffered to be with him some time. On the 16th of April, having been a prisoner in the Tower 2 months and 2 days, he was brought to his trial, which continued till the 18th, before the House of Lords, assembled for that purpose, Lord Henley, Keeper of the Great Seal, having been created Lord High Steward upon the occasion. The murder was easily proved to have been committed in the manner we have described, and his lordship then proceeded to enter upon his defence. He called several witnesses, the object of whose testimony was to show that the Earl was not of sound mind, but none of them proved such an insanity as made him not accountable for his conduct. His lordship managed this defence himself in such a manner as showed an uncommon understanding. He mentioned the fact of his being reduced to the necessity of attempting to prove himself a lunatic, that he might not be deemed a murderer, with the most delicate and affecting sensibility; and when he found that his plea could not avail him, he confessed that he made it only to gratify his friends, that he was always averse to it himself, and that it had prevented what he had proposed, and what perhaps might have taken off the malignity, at least, of the accusation. The peers having in the usual form delivered their verdict of guilty, his lordship received sentence to be hanged on Monday 21st of April, and then to be anatomized; but in consideration of his rank the execution of this sentence was respited till Monday the 5th of May. During this interval he made a will, by which he left £1,300 to Mr. Johnson's children, £1,000 to each of his 4 natural daughters, and £60 a year to Mrs. Clifford for her life; but this disposition of his property, being made after his conviction, was not valid, although it was said at that time, or nearly the same provision was afterwards made for the parties named. In the meantime a scaffold was erected under the gallows at Tyburn, and part of it, about a yard square, was raised about 18 inches above the rest of the floor, with a contrivance to sink down upon a signal given, in accordance with the plan now invariably adopted, the whole being covered with black baize. On the morning of the 5th of May, at about 9 o'clock, his lordship's body was demanded of the keeper of the Tower by the sheriffs of London and Middlesex, and his lordship, being informed of it, sent a message to the sheriffs, requesting that he might be permitted to be conveyed to the scaffold in his own landau, in preference to the mourning coach which was provided for him. This being granted, his landau, drawn by 6 horses, immediately drew up, and he entered it accompanied by Mr. Humphreys, the chaplain of the Tower, who had been admitted to him on that morning for the first time. On the carriage reaching the outer gate, the Earl was delivered up to the sheriffs, and Mr. Sheriff Vaillant entered the vehicle with him, expressing his concern at having so melancholy a duty to perform; but his lordship said that he was much obliged to him, and took it kindly that he accompanied him. The Earl was attired in a white suit, richly embroidered with silver, and when he put it on, said, "This is the suit in which I was married, and in which I will die." The procession being now formed, moved forward slowly, the landau being preceded by a considerable body of horse grenadiers, and by a carriage containing Mr. Sheriff Errington and his under sheriff Mr. Jackson, and being followed by the carriage of Mr. Sheriff Vaillant, containing Mr. Nichols, his under sheriff, a mourning coach and 6, containing some of his lordship's friends, a hearse and 6 for the conveyance of his body to the Surgeon's Hall after execution, and another body of military. The pace at which they proceeded, in consequence of the density of the mob, was so slow that his lordship was 2 hours and 3/4 in his landau, but during that time he appeared perfectly easy and composed, though he often expressed his anxiety to have the whole affair over, saying that the apparatus of death, and the passing through such crowds, were worse than death itself, and that he supposed so large a mob had been collected because the people had never seen a lord hanged before. He told the sheriff that he had written to the king to beg that he might suffer where his ancestor, the Earl of Essex, had been executed, and that he was in the greater hopes of obtaining that favour, as he had the honour of quartering part of the same arms, and of being allied to his majesty, but that he had refused, and thought it hard that he must die at the place appointed for the execution of common felons. Mr. Humphreys took occasion to observe that the world would naturally be very inquisitive concerning the religion his lordship professed, and asked him if he chose to say anything upon that subject, and his lordship answered that he did not think himself accountable to the world for his sentiments on religion, but that he had always believed in and adored one God, the maker of all things; that whatever his notions were, he had never propagated them, or endeavoured to gain any persons over to his persuasion; that all countries and nations had a form of religion by which the people were governed, and that he looked upon any one who disturbed them in it as an enemy to society; that he blamed very much my Lord Bolingbroke for permitting his sentiments on religion to be published to the world; that he never could believe what some sectaries teach, that faith alone will save mankind, so that if a man just before he dies should say only "I believe," that alone will save him. As to the crime for which he suffered, he declared that he was under particular circumstances, that he had met with so many crosses and vexations he scarce knew what he did, and he most solemnly protested that he had not the least malice against Mr. Johnson. When his lordship had got to that part of Holborn which is near Drury Lane, he said he was thirsty, and should be glad of a glass of wine and water; upon which the sheriffs remonstrating to him that a stop for that purpose would necessarily draw a greater crowd about him, which might possibly disturb and incommode him, yet if his lordship still desired it, it should be done. He most readily answered, "That's true, I say no more, let us by no means stop." When they approached near the place of execution, his lordship, pointing to Mrs. Clifford, told the sheriff that there was a person waiting in a coach near there, for whom he had a very sincere regard, and of whom he should be glad to take his leave before he died. The sheriff answered, that if his lordship insisted upon it, it should be so, but that he wished his lordship for his own sake would decline it, lest the sight of a person for whom he had such a regard should unman him and disarm him of the fortitude he possessed. His lordship, without the least hesitation, replied, "Sir, if you think I am wrong, I submit." And upon the sheriff telling his lordship that if he had anything to deliver to the individual referred to, or any one else, he would faithfully do it, his lordship delivered to him a pocket book, in which were a bank note and a ring, and a purse with some guineas, which were afterwards handed over to the unhappy woman. The landau now being advanced to the place of execution, his lordship alighted from it, and ascended the scaffold with the same composure and fortitude of mind he had exhibited from the time he left the Tower. Soon after he had mounted the scaffold, Mr. Humphreys asked his lordship if he chose to say prayers, which he declined, but upon his asking him if he did not choose to join him in the Lord's Prayer, he readily answered he would, for he always thought it a very fine prayer. Upon which they knelt down together upon two cushions, covered with black baize, and his lordship, with an audible voice, very devoutly repeated the Lord's Prayer, and afterwards with great energy ejaculated, "O God, forgive me all my errors, pardon all my sins." His lordship then rising took his leave of the sheriff and the chaplain, and after thanking them for their many civilities, presented his watch to Mr. Sheriff Vaillant, of which he desired his acceptance, and requested that his body might be buried at Bredon or Stanton in Leicestershire. The executioner now proceeded to do his duty, to which his lordship with great resignation submitted. His neckcloth being taken off, a white cap which he had brought in his pocket being put upon his head, his arms secured by a black sash, and the cord put around his neck, he advanced by 3 steps to the elevated part of the scaffold, and standing under the cross-beam which went over it, which was also covered with black baize, he asked the executioner, "Am I right?" Then the cap was drawn over his face, and upon a signal given by the sheriff, for his lordship, upon being before asked, declined to give one himself, that part upon which he stood instantly sunk down from beneath his feet, and he was launched into eternity, May 5th, 1760. From the time of his lordship's ascending upon the scaffold until his execution was about 8 minutes, during which his countenance did not change nor his tongue falter. The accustomed time of 1 hour being past, the coffin was raised up with the greatest decency to receive the body, and being deposited in the hearse, was conveyed by the sheriffs with the same procession to Surgeons' Hall to undergo the remainder of the sentence. A large incision was then made from the neck to the bottom of the breast, and another across the throat. The lower part of the belly was laid open, and the bowels taken away. It was afterwards publicly exposed to view in a room up one pair of stairs at the Hall, and on the evening of Thursday, the 8th of May, it was delivered to his friends for interment. The following verse is said to have been found in his apartment: "In doubt I lived, in doubt I die, yet stand prepared the vast abyss to try, and undismayed expect eternity." Part 26. Theodore Gardelle, executed for murder. This delinquent was a native of Geneva, and besides being a man of good general education, was somewhat celebrated in his native city as a painter on enamel. Unhappy in his domestic concerns, in the year 1760 he repaired to London, and took lodgings in the house of a Mrs. King, who lived in Leicester Fields, and who was the unfortunate subject of his crime. The circumstances attending the murder were as follows. On Thursday, 19th February 1761, the servant girl got up at about 7 o'clock in the morning, and being presently called by Gardelle, who occupied an upper apartment, was desired to go on some errands for him. The girl took the messages, and went to her mistress, who was still in her bedroom, which was at the back parlour, telling her what Gardelle had desired her to do, to which her mistress replied, "Nanny, you can't go, for there's nobody to answer at the street door." The girl, being willing to oblige Gardelle, answered, that Mr. Gardelle would come down and sit in the parlour until she came back, and then she went again to Gardelle, who, in obedience to her wish, proceeded into the front room on the ground floor. The girl went out, taking the key of the street door with her to let herself in again, Gardelle then having entered the room next to Mrs. King's apartment. Immediately after she was gone out, Mrs. King, hearing the tread of somebody in the parlour, called out, "Who is there?" and at the same time opened her chamber door, and saw Gardelle at a table very near the door, who had just then taken up a book that lay upon it. He had some time before drawn Mrs. King's picture, which she wanted to have made very handsome, and had teased him so much about it that the effect was just contrary, and it happened unfortunately that the first thing she said to him, when she saw him walking about in the room, was something reproachful about this picture. Provoked at the insult, as he spoke English very imperfectly, for want of a better expression, he told her, with some warmth, that she was an impertinent woman. The detail of the whole of the circumstances immediately attending this part of the transaction, of necessity could not fall within the knowledge or observation of any witness, and it is therefore derived from a statement drawn up by Gardelle while in custody. But having stated the facts already mentioned, he says that this insult threw Mrs. King into a transport of rage, and she gave him a blow with her fist on the breast, so violent that he could not have thought it could have been given by a woman. As soon as the blow was struck, she drew a little back, and at the same instant he laid his hand on her shoulder and pushed her from him, rather in contempt than anger, or with a design to hurt her, but her foot happening to catch in the floor cloth, she fell backwards, and her head came with great force against the corner of the bedstead. The blood immediately gushed from her mouth, not in a continued stream, but as if by different strokes of a pump, and he instantly ran to her, expressing his concern at the accident, but she pushed him away and threatened, though in a feeble and interrupted voice, to punish him for what he had done. He was terrified at the thought of being condemned for a criminal act upon her accusation, and again attempted to assist her by raising her up, as the blood still flowed from her mouth in great quantities, but she exerted all her strength to keep him off, and still cried out, mixing threats with her screams. He then seized an ivory comb with a sharp taper point, continued from the back for adjusting the curls of the hair which lay upon her toilet, and threatened her in his turn to prevent her crying out. But she still continuing to scream, though with a voice still fainter and fainter, he struck her with this instrument, probably in the throat, upon which the blood poured from her mouth in yet greater quantities, and her voice was quite stopped. Then he drew the bedclothes over her to prevent her blood from spreading on the floor, and to hide her from his sight, and he stood some time motionless by her, and then fell down by her side in a swoon. When he came to himself he perceived the maid was come in, and he therefore went out of the room without examining the body to see if the unhappy woman was quite dead, and his confusion was then so great that he staggered against the wainscot and hit his head so as to raise a bump over his eye. It appears that he subsequently sent the girl away, informing her that he had her mistress's orders to dismiss her, and paid 10 shillings for her wages, and the latter having been unable to find either her mistress or Gardelle on her first returning to the house, and knowing the former to be a woman of light character, concluded that they must have been in bed together, and that her mistress being ashamed to meet her, determined to get rid of her. Her suspicions were not at all raised therefore, and she went away, informing Gardelle that Mr. Wright, who lodged in the house, but had been out of town, would return that evening with his servant. On her departure, the first thing that Gardelle did was to go into the chamber to Mrs. King, whom, upon examination, he found quite dead. He therefore took off the blankets and sheets with which he had covered her, and stripped off the shift, and laid the body quite naked upon the bed. Before this, he said, his linen was not stained, but it was much discoloured by his removing of the body. He then took the 2 blankets, the sheets, the coverlet, and one of the curtains, and put them into the water tub in the back wash-house to soak, they being all much stained with blood. Her shift he carried upstairs, and putting it into a bag, concealed it under his bed. His own shirt, now bloody, he pulled off, and locked it up in a drawer of his bureau. When all this was done, he went and sat down in the parlour, and soon after, it being about 9 o'clock, Mr. Wright's servant, whose name was Pelsey, came in without his master, who had changed his mind, and was gone to a gentleman's house in Castle Street. He went up to his room, the garret, and sat there till about 11 o'clock, when he came down, and finding Gardelle still in the parlour, he asked if Mrs. King was come home, and who must sit up for her. Gardelle said she was not come home, but that he would sit up for her. In the morning, Friday, when Pelsey came downstairs, he again asked if Mrs. King was come home, and Gardelle told him that she had been at home, but was gone again, and he subsequently said that she was gone to Bath or Bristol. The demeanour of Gardelle was soon observed by Pelsey to be much changed, and fancying that it was in consequence of the absence of Mrs. King, he went into the Haymarket, and procured a girl of unfortunate character, named Walker, to go and stay in the house with him. A Mrs. Pritchard was also engaged as charwoman, and still no suspicions being entertained, all the parties continued to live in the house. On the Saturday morning, Gardelle first took steps to dispose of the body of the deceased woman, and no plan struck him as being so readily to be carried out as that of a gradual destruction of its members by fire. He accordingly proceeded to light a fire in the garret, whither he carried the bones, from which he had previously scraped the flesh, and burned them. All went on well till the Tuesday morning, when Pelsey, who was going up to his master's room, smelt something offensive, and asked Gardelle, who was pushing up the sash of the window on the staircase, what it was. Gardelle replied, somebody had put a bone in the fire. At night Pelsey renewed his inquiries after Mrs. King, and Gardelle answered, with seeming impatience, "Me not know of Mrs. King. She gave me a great deal of trouble, but me shall hear of her on Wednesday or Thursday." On Tuesday night he told Walker he would sit up till Mrs. King came home, though he had before told her she was out of town, and desired her to go to bed; and as soon as she was gone he renewed his horrid employment of cutting the body to pieces, and disposing of it in different places. The bowels he threw down the necessary, and the flesh of the body and limbs, cut to pieces, he scattered about in the cockloft, where he supposed they would dry and perish without putrefaction. Wednesday passed like the preceding days, and on Thursday he told his female companion that he expected Mrs. King home in the evening, and therefore desired that she would provide herself a lodging, giving her at the same time 2 of Mrs. King's shifts, and being thus dismissed, she went away. Pritchard, the charwoman, still continued in her office, and through her means the murder was discovered. The water having failed in the cistern on the Tuesday, she had recourse to that in the water tub in the back kitchen. Upon pulling out the spigot a little water ran out, but as there appeared to be more in, she got upon a ledge, and putting her hand in, she felt something soft. She then fetched a poker, and pressing down the contents of the tub, she got water in a pail. She informed Pelsey of the circumstance, and they agreed the first opportunity to see what the things in the water tub were. Yet so languid was their curiosity, and so careless were they of the event, that it was Thursday before the tub was examined. They found in it the blankets, sheets, and coverlet that Gardelle had put into soak, and after spreading, shaking, and looking at them, they put them again into the tub, and the next morning, when Pelsey came down, he saw the curtain hanging on the banisters of the kitchen stairs. Upon looking down, he saw Gardelle just come out of the wash-house door where the tub stood. When Pritchard the charwoman came, he asked her if she had been taking the curtains out of the tub, and she said no. She then went and looked in the tub, and found the sheets had been wrung out. Upon this the first step was taken toward inquiring after the unhappy woman, who had now lain dead more than a week in the house. Pelsey found out the maid whom Gardelle had dismissed, and suspicions being excited that Mrs. King had been unfairly dealt with, the aid of the police was obtained. Gardelle was then apprehended, and his answers to the questions put to him being of a very equivocal nature, a search was made in the house, and the remains of the body being discovered, disposed of as we have already mentioned, as well as the linen of the deceased, and of the prisoner stained with blood, his guilt was considered to be fully established, and he was committed to Newgate for trial. While in that prison he made 2 attempts to destroy himself by taking laudanum, and by swallowing halfpence, to the number of 12, but although he was considerably injured by the latter attempt, he failed in securing his object. He afterwards showed strong marks of penitence and contrition, and behaved with great humility, openness, and courtesy to those who visited him. On Thursday the 2nd of April he was tried at the Old Bailey, and in his defence he insisted only that he had no malice of the deceased, and that her death was the consequence of the fall. He was convicted and sentenced to be executed on Saturday the 4th of the same month. The account which he wrote in prison, and which is mentioned in this narrative, is dated the 28th of March, though he did not communicate it till after his trial. The night after his condemnation his behaviour was extravagant and outrageous, but the next morning he was composed and quiet, and said he had slept 3 or 4 hours in the night. When he was asked why he did not make his escape, he answered that he feared some innocent person might then suffer in his stead. He was executed April 4th, 1761, amidst the shouts and hisses of an indignant populace, in the Haymarket near Panton Street, to which he was led by Mrs. King's house, where the cart made a stop. His body was hung in chains upon Hounslow Heath. John M'Naughton, Esquire, executed for murder. John M'Naughton, Esquire, was the son of a merchant at Derry, whose father had been an alderman of Dublin. He was educated at Trinity College, Dublin, and on his coming of age he entered into a landed estate of £600 a year in the county of Tyrone, which was left to him by Dr. M'Naughton, his uncle. The first vice he fell into was that of gaming, by which he very soon did great injury to his fortune, and though he continued, as most novices do who play with sharpers, in a constant run of ill luck, and was soon obliged to mortgage his property, yet his losses made no visible alteration in his temper. Although he was of a most passionate disposition, his pride kept him within due bounds there. All was placid with the polite M'Naughton, and he lost his money to the very last with that graceful composure that became the man who had a plentiful fortune to support it. But strong as his passion this way might be, it was not powerful enough to secure him against the attacks of love, and becoming attached to a young lady, he very speedily married her. The reader may well suppose that the expenses of a wife and family in Dublin must soon increase his difficulties, and introduce a new scene of troubles, and it did so in a manner and with an effect which was most unhappy for Mr. M'Naughton. It appears that a writ having been issued against him, at the suit of one of his creditors, the sheriff's officer obtained access to his house by a stratagem, of which he flew into a rage, and calling out for pistols, he frighted his poor listening wife to such a degree that premature labour followed, and she died in childbed. The feelings of the unfortunate husband upon the occurrence of this melancholy event were most distressing, and he made repeated attempts upon his life; but a change of scene being recommended, he was conveyed to the country, where every attention was paid to his health, while his fortune was also nursed with equal care. On his return to the gaiety of the Irish metropolis, he soon resumed that worst of passions, gaming, and again became the dupe of others, while his property was once more seriously diminished. At this time he made secret advances to Miss Knox, the beautiful and accomplished daughter of Richard Knox, Esquire, of Prowen, in the county of Derry, who was possessed of a handsome fortune, and whose promise of marriage he obtained, in the event of her father's consent being given. On that consent being requested, however, it was at once refused, on account of the youth of the young lady, whose age did not exceed 16 years, and Mr. Knox was so resolute in his refusal that he forbade the suitor for his daughter's hand ever to enter the house again. Mr. M'Naughton begged that this latter injunction might be withdrawn, urging that it would appear strange to the world that his friendship with a family, with which he had been so intimate, should be so suddenly broken off; and upon his promising upon his honour that the subject of the marriage should not again be mentioned, and declaring that he had not previously spoken of it to the young lady herself, his visits were allowed to be repeated. In the meantime he continued his addresses to the young lady, and informed her that he had obtained the consent of her father, but that the marriage must be postponed for a year or two, when some material business would be settled, which was required to be decided first; and under this assurance she no longer withheld the confession that the passion of her admirer was returned, and appeared to delight most in the company of the man whom she looked upon as her future husband. All her hopes were, however, soon doomed to be blasted. One day, being in company with Mr. M'Naughton and a little boy in a retired room in the house, he pressed her to marry him, protesting he never could be happy till he was sure of her, and with an air of sprightly raillery, pulling out a prayer book, he began to read the marriage service, and insisted on the young lady making the responses, which she did, but to every one she always added, provided her father consented. Some short time after this, Miss Knox going to a friend's house on a week's visit, Mr. M'Naughton, being also an intimate there, soon followed her, and here he fixed his scene for action. After a day or two he claimed her, and, calling her his wife, insisted on consummation; but the young lady absolutely refused to comply, and leaving the house, went directly and informed her uncle of the whole affair. On this Mr. Knox wrote a letter to Mr. M'Naughton, telling him what a base dishonourable villain he was, and bade him avoid his sight for ever. But upon the receipt of this letter M'Naughton advertised his marriage in the public newspapers, cautioning every other man not to marry his lawful wife. This vile attack was answered by a very spirited and proper advertisement from the father, with an affidavit of the whole affair from the daughter annexed, and Mr. Knox having commenced a suit in the prerogative court, the marriage was declared invalid. Mr. M'Naughton, having absconded to avoid his debts, could not now appeal to the Court of Delegates, and the original decree was confirmed. Judge Scott in consequence issued his warrant for the apprehension of the defendant, who was liable to pay costs, and M'Naughton, hearing of this, wrote a most impudent, threatening letter to the judge, and, it is said, lay in wait to have him murdered, but missed him by the judge's taking another road. Upon this the judge applied to the Lord Chief Justice, who issued another writ against him, which drove him to England. In the summer of 1761 Mr. M'Naughton returned to Ireland, and by constantly hovering round Mr. Knox's house, obliged the family to be upon their guard, and the young lady to live like a recluse. About the middle of the summer, however, she ventured to a place called Swaddling Bar, to drink the mineral waters there for her health. But even thither this unhappy man followed her, and he was seen in a beggar's habit dogging her footsteps. Thus disguised he was detected, and when warned never to appear there again, he swore, in the presence of several, that he would murder the whole family if he did not get possession of his wife, a threat which he subsequently attempted to carry out. Notwithstanding his violence, it appears that he was permitted again to escape to London, and he remained there until the month of October in the same year. At the beginning of November he was again seen in Ireland, and having approached the residence of the Knoxes, he was known to sleep with 3 of his accomplices at the house of a hearth money collector, very nearly adjoining the abode of his intended victim. The 10th was the day fixed upon by him for the attack, and on that morning M'Naughton with his companions went to a cabin on the roadside with a sack full of firearms, in order to await the passing of Mr. Knox's coach, in which it was known the family were about to proceed to Dublin. One of the men was dispatched to ascertain the moment of the coming of the vehicle, and when it appeared in sight, having obtained the information requisite for its identification, he hurried back to desire the projector of the scheme to prepare. It appears that the only persons in the carriage were Mr. Knox and his wife, their daughter and a maid-servant, and they were attended only by one livery-servant, and a faithful fellow, a smith, who was foster-father to Miss Knox, and whom no bribe could ever purchase, although most of the other servants had been tampered with. As soon as the coach came near the cabin, 2 of the villains, armed with guns, presented themselves to the postillion and coachman, and stopped the horses, while M'Naughton fired at the smith with a blunderbuss. The latter escaped being wounded, and presented his piece in return, but it unfortunately missed fire, and M'Naughton and one of his companions, seizing the opportunity, again fired, and both of them wounded him. Mr. Knox at this time drew up the blinds of the carriage, and M'Naughton, observing this, ran round to the other side, and firing in at the window obliquely with a gun loaded with 5 balls, shot Miss Knox, all the balls taking effect in her body. The maid-servant now let down the window, screaming that her mistress was murdered, and the livery-servant, on hearing this, came from behind a peat stack where he had concealed himself for safety, and firing at M'Naughton wounded him in the back, and about the same time Mr. Knox from the coach discharged a pistol, which was the last of 8 shots fired on this strange and dreadful occasion. The murderer and his accomplices now immediately fled, and Miss Knox, being carried into the cabin, died in about 3 hours. An attack so bold and so diabolical in its nature excited the greatest degree of interest, and large rewards were instantly offered for the apprehension of the perpetrator of the murder. For a considerable time all search proved fruitless, but at length a corporal of Sir James Caldwell's company of light horse secured him under the following circumstances. It appears that the corporal had received instructions to search the house and offices of one Wenslow, a farmer, and had examined every place without success, when he bethought himself of a stratagem by which to obtain the requisite information of the murderer's hiding place. Observing a fellow digging potatoes in a piece of ground behind the stables, he remarked in his hearing that it was a great pity that M'Naughton could not be found, for that the person who discovered his retreat would be sure of a reward of £300. The bait took, and the peasant pointed to a barn, and thither the corporal and his assistants immediately proceeded. The door was fast, but at length they forced it open, and there they found the object of their search, standing with a gun at his shoulder, apparently determined to resist all efforts made to secure him. On the appearance of the corporal, he fired at him, but without wounding him, and a shot from the corporal's gun striking him on the wrist, he was compelled to surrender. He was immediately secured and carried to Lifford jail, where he remained in the closest confinement until the 8th of December 1761, when he was put upon his trial, with an accomplice named Dunlap, before Mr. Baron Mountney and Mr. Justice Scott, on a special commission. M'Naughton, still suffering from the effects of the wounds which he had received, was brought into a court on a bier, rolled in a blanket, and wearing the shirt in which he was taken, still smeared with blood. His beard had grown to an enormous length, and his head was wrapped in a greasy woollen nightcap. In that condition he made a long speech, pointedly and sensibly, and complained in the most pathetic manner of the hard usage he had met with since his confinement. He said they had treated him like a man under sentence, and not like a man that was to be tried. He declared with tears in his eyes that he never intended to kill his dear wife, but that he only designed to take her away. The case lasted 5 days, a considerable portion of the first day being occupied in pleadings to postpone the trial, and the reply of the counsel for the Crown. During these debates M'Naughton often spoke with most amazing spirit and judgment, but the result was that he was ordered to prepare his affidavit, which the court would take into consideration. Accordingly, on the 9th he was brought into court again, and his affidavit read, in which he swore that some material witnesses for him were not to be had, particularly one Owens, who he said was present all the time, but the court were of opinion that no sufficient reason for the application was shown, and the trial in consequence proceeded. During the whole proceedings M'Naughton took his notes as regularly as any of the lawyers, and cross-examined all the witnesses with the greatest accuracy, and he was observed to behave with uncommon resolution. His chief defence was founded on a letter he produced, as written to him by Miss Knox, in which she desired him to intercept her on the road to Dublin and take her away; but this letter was proved a forgery of his own, which after condemnation he confessed. He took great pains to exculpate himself from the least design to murder any one, much less his dear wife, as he always called her. He declared solemnly that his intent was only to take her out of the coach and carry her off, but as he received the first wound from the first shot that was fired, the anguish of that wound, and the prospect of his ill success in his design, so distracted him that, being wholly involved in confusion and despair, he fired he knew not at what or whom, and had the misfortune to kill the only person in the world that was dear to him. That he gave the court that trouble, and laboured thus, not to save his life, for death was now his choice, but to clear his character from such horrid guilt as that which was ascribed to him. The jury, however, found both prisoners guilty, and M'Naughton received the intimation without any concern, declaring that they had acquitted themselves with justice to the country. Mr. Baron Mountney then pronounced upon both prisoners the awful sentence which the law directed, and although the court were visibly affected by the manner in which this painful duty was performed, M'Naughton remained unconcerned. He prayed to the court to have mercy upon Dunlap, alleging that he was his tenant, and had been compelled by him to participate with him in the transaction under pain of losing a lease, which he hoped to be renewed, but he declared that life was not worth asking for himself, for that his wife being dead, the better half of himself was gone, and he had nothing to remain for in this world. Tuesday, 15th of December 1761, was fixed upon for the execution of these criminals, but it appears that some difficulty was experienced in carrying the sentence into effect. For a long time no carpenter could be found to make the gallows, and the sheriff looked out for a tree proper for the purpose, and the execution must have been performed on it, had not the uncle of the young lady and some other gentlemen made the gallows and put it up. The sheriff was afterwards obliged to take a party of soldiers and force a smith to take off the prisoners' bolts, otherwise he must have been obliged, contrary to law, to execute them with their bolts on. The time for the execution having arrived, M'Naughton, attended by his fellow prisoner, walked to the place of execution, but being weak of his wounds, was supported between two men. The former was dressed in a white flannel waistcoat, trimmed with black buttons and holes, a diaper nightcap tied with a black riband, white stockings, mourning buckles, and a crape tied on his arm. He desired the executioner to be speedy, and the fellow pointing to the ladder, he mounted with great spirit. The moment he was tied up he jumped from it with such vehemence as snapped the rope, and he fell to the ground, but without dislocating his neck or doing himself much injury. When they had raised him on his legs again, he soon recovered his senses, and the executioner borrowing the rope from Dunlap and fixing it round M'Naughton's neck, he went up the ladder a second time, and tying the rope himself to the gallows, he jumped from it again with the same force, and appeared dead in a minute. The spectators who saw him drop when the rope broke looked upon it as some contrivance for his escape, which they favoured all they could by running away from the place and leaving it open. Dunlap was afterwards turned off in the usual manner, in sight of the dangling body of his accomplice and master.